AR, I have a question.
Yo,
If it wouldn't have been to my message, would you have forgot?
I didn't even see your message. I actually was talking to Coco.
I asked y'all where the Coco, do you have judges? Coco, please tell me you don't have
Yeah, he has.
judges.
Yeah, we have 3 judges. We have 3 judges. They're coming up right now.
Yeah.
I'm crying.
Oh, bloody hell. But yeah, I was like racing home from work. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
But I want to say though, I'm very flattered from you guys asking me to be a judge.
For me, I would have been home, but I had a flat. And I didn't realize that my spare was in the bottom of my car.
Dude, AR, I didn't see that you.
Of my car.
Dude, AR, I didn't see that you asked me to be a judge. I did that until now.
So can you stay all night?
Bro, you said yes.
Yeah.
What? You said yes.
Yeah.
You said yeah.
No, I can't. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I can stay all night. No, I'm saying I didn't. No. I'm talking about the King of the Hill event. The King of the Hill event, you asked me to be a judge, and I didn't see. No, I'm talking about the King of the Hill event. The King of the Hill event, you asked me to be a judge, and I didn't see that. Judge something before, and I didn't see that text until now.
Yeah. King of the Hill.
Booyah. Oh shit, I might have to switch some people around. Okay, while we're doing this, I might have to switch some dates around because Monkey Boy might want something earlier. But here, let me look at it. Let's see what we got. We'll wait till the crowd grows. I know we have one to 10. Oh shit, yeah, okay. What's up, Apostate? How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
What's the first debate about?
Truth over T versus Joyful Apostate. Is a life permitting universe more probable with a God?
Ooh, nice.
Let me see. Okay, let me check my text messages. Yeah, we're just waiting for Truth over T. Everyone send him an invite. Send Truth over T an invite.
What about the other judges, though?
What other ones did we have?
The team and Cage. They were just in the live with us. They're probably gonna join me. So.
Coco laughing at what I just said.
Nothing. I'm laughing at what's on my phone.
Sure.
You look like Speed whenever about that one kid that mom died or whatever.
Yeah.
My mom has cancer.
Not the moment, but I will. Okay. Yeah, we do have to get to that debate. So, AR, you good if I just run through it really quick? The introduction. Should we wait for some people to get in here?
Yeah, I'd say so, Coco. Okay. I say wait until there's at least 30 people.
Okay, and then I'll probably have to cut the question and comments section down a little bit to keep us on track. But yeah. Right.
Yeah, to be honest. And so are we doing it this time where they just only have one question they drop?
Yeah, I'll probably cut it down to 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then yeah, we'll start the debate a little bit.
Fucking
Badass.
chew on the fucking mic. Like, what the fuck?
Jesus
Sorry, I just had
Christ.
Okay, hold on, guys. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Coco's gonna want us to be
sushi,
professional.
bro.
What's that?
No, you're good. You're good. Who's GTG? Is GTG supposed to be up here? Hold on.
No, he's not.
No.
Let's see.
Haru isn't up here either, is he?
I was forced to be here. I'm just kidding. I hope we have good faith, linear interlocutors to which each productive conclusions.
If your aim is good faith, good interlocutors, and we're already
Also, you guys want what is it? Coco, you want to explain the godless engineer debate, how they should judge that?
Okay. Yeah, for the judges.
You're gonna tell me how I should debate a judge's debate?
No. But I would say judge the godless engineer debate, but I might not have you guys say your results. Judge it and keep your results, but don't say it, and I'll just have you DM it to me on Discord. Or don't say it, and I'll just have you DM it to me on Discord. Or we have a special guest from YouTube, like a big special guest that's going to be debating there, and I don't want him to feel some type.
Oh, who is it? Wait, who is it?
A guy named Joel Setcase, and he's in charge of this YouTube channel or organization called the Think Institute.
What?
How large is that?
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wi-Fi Gospel helped me get it done, but okay.
Wow.
We're just gonna wait a little bit. To get some guests in here. If you're in here, please tap your screens, like the live. It's gonna help get more people in here. We really appreciate it.
So is the other interlocutor in here?
We have Truth Over Tea and Joyful State, and then we're just waiting a couple minutes, and we'll get that started.
Hey, take your time. I'm running a little behind here, so appreciate that.
Hey, I know we sound to both of y'all. I know we sound like we're being idiots over here, but we do have we're gonna be good faith and not like what you guys. We're gonna judge you guys objectively, not biased.
Okay. Obviously.
No.
Yeah. Honestly, it's whoever ISO likes better. That's who wins.
Yeah, listen. As long as you guys are rhetorical and not substantive, then I'll.
I'll send you some gifts, ISO.
Oh,
you can literally just give him. All you have to do is give him a 20 or 50. Actually, he's not that cheap. He's not give him 100 pesos.
Wow. Yeah. Yo, team, you better not be doing what I think you're doing, bro.
What are you talking about? Are you hearing water?
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
Picture what the fuck that is.
Yeah, it sounds like you. He's just. I think he's just watching something.
Yeah, I'm washing vegetables.
Of course he is. Moroccan.
No, I'm making juice for my girl.
Oh.
Yeah, she's doing a juice cleanse.
Nice.
Okay. Should I start it now? If you could, everybody that's in here, there's 22 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it. If you could just tap your screens to get more people in here. We want to get as many people in here as possible, and I'll start the debate intro in a sec, and we'll get into our first debate, which is going to be Truth Over Tea versus Joyful Apostate. Is a life-permitting universe more probable with a God? That's the proposition, right? That you guys agreed on? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yep.
So yeah, I got everything in my notes, and I think when the clock strikes 6, clock strikes 6, get it going, and then we'll probably cut our questions and comments afterwards down a little bit so we can stay on track.
That's fine. You got some big boys coming up tonight.
Yeah, I was rushing home. I was setting up something at a Comic-Con. I was rushing home. I was setting up something at a Comic-Con, uh, and I was there a little late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cases for a living.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty good.
Stuff.
Yeah, who are the big boys? Um, Today we've got Truth Over Tea versus Joyful Apostate on Is a Life Permitting Universe More Probable with a God? Then we got Monkey Boy versus Matt Slick on Does the God of the Bible Exist? Then we got Godless Engineer versus Joel Sitcase doing that topic again. Does the Christian God of the Bible exist? And then the last debate we have is P versus Jordan on does indeterminism have more robust possibility of being true when compared to determinism?
What does it mean by robust there?
They hashed that out, but also it was very complex what they were speaking about, and it went over my head.
So, but are the interlocutors gonna like sort of like say that like before they start, or like are you gonna say that?
Yes, they're gonna have 20 minutes to clarify all terms for the audience, so they know what's going on.
Well, you hold on here. Just to FYI, this is my like adjudication philosophy. Is that whoever has the affirmative position really has to, demonstrate their claims, and if they haven't, like I'm gonna default to the opposition.
I don't know.
That's for me.
I don't know.
That's for me. On right on the debate.
I don't know because I think we're like
supposed to refute it though. Wait, hold on. Just to put it out there, it's not just them making like if they have a claim that was unrefuted.
Yeah, claims
like
that are unrefuted.
If the other
claims that are obviously, look, I'll just give my
Or could we possibly talk about this later? Because we probably should get started now.
Yeah, you should just go ahead and get started.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And AR, if you could change the screen to like their debate background.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Give me a second. I gotta download it.
But while that's happening, hey, there's 27 people in here. Thank you guys for showing up, and welcome to Day of Debates. It should be Day of Debates 8, debates that invigorate. The I think like 13th. The 13th event that I've hosted. This debate's going to be really great. We're going to have like a lot of really good debates, as you guys have heard. We're going to have like our first debate, Truth Over Tea versus Joyful Apostate. Is a life permitting universe more probable with the God? We're going to have Monkey Boy versus Matt Slick. Does the God of the Bible exist? We're bringing a newcomer off of YouTube who's very prominent, Joel Setcase versus Godless Engineer on Does the Christian God of the Bible Exist? And then we're going to have a very intellectual debate at the end to conclude all this. It's going to be C versus Jordan on Does indeterminism have a more robust possibility of being true when compared to determinism? I really appreciate you guys for being here. Really appreciate the attendance. Thank you guys for being here. And if you could, throughout the debate, tap your screens to get more people in here. Now, in regards to gifts, right? Before you gift me or AR, who's using the Day of Debates channel, please gift the judges and the contestants first, right? Gift them. Gifts do help everyone here to continue working on their projects or doing stuff on TikTok. It really does help. We reinvest the gifts back into TikTok, or some people donate them to like charities and stuff. But if you can't gift, which is totally fine, because right now, the world's kind of fucked, and like, even I'm struggling financially. We just appreciate you guys being here, right? We just appreciate your presence, and we can't really do this without you guys like watching or tapping your screens or sharing. So if you can't gift, totally fine. Just tap your screens, share the live, and that really helps the project that we're doing here. So with that, I genuinely appreciate you guys, and we're probably going to get on to like the first debate. In regards to like the format, it's going to be a 46-minute debate. with 7-minute openers, 3-minute rebuttal periods, 2 rounds of 5-minute cross-examination, and 3-minute closers. With that, does anyone have any final things to say? And then we can start the debate.
Let's go, boys. Day of debates number 8. Let's keep it linear.
Booyah. And so with that, the affirmative is going to do their 7-minute opener. Let's see. Is the life permitting universe more probable with a God? I think that's going to be truth over T. You're going to be the affirmative. And yeah, okay. We'll give you 7 minutes on the clock. I'll time you, and we'll go from there. Let me set the timer.
Should I do it on his screen too? I should do it on his screen as well, right?
Oh yeah, actually on screen would be the best thing. Yeah, put a.
We do both. We do both just in case we need to stop.
I'll set a timer for myself either way. I doubt my opener is going to take the whole 7 minutes. I try to cut off time as much as possible for questions, cross-exam. So.
Okay, so we're going to do 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, 7 minutes for his opening statement.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yep, and put a timer on him if you can.
Yeah, as soon as he says his first word, we'll start the timer.
Okay.
We'll start when you say your first word.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool. Well, I'll go ahead and get started here. First, I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. I know, Coco, I've tried to get on your platform here for a couple debates here that haven't worked out so well, so I appreciate Joyful here for giving me the opportunity and sticking to it. So I appreciate that. And so I'm looking forward to having a thoughtful and rigorous exchange of ideas on such an important topic. All right, so the discussion, as we've already laid out, is life more probable with God? And so I'm taking the affirmative. Tonight, I'll be defending the proposition, and forgive me, I'll be reading my screen here for my opening statement. I'll be defending the proposition that life is more probable with God than without. So my approach here is going to initially be grounded in a Bayesian framework, evaluating the likelihood of life existing under 2 competing hypotheses. And so theism, specifically the existence of a maximally great being, traditionally understood as omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. And the other one will be atheism, which in this case is just positing a godless universe, not naturalism, not any specific type of atheistic worldview, as opposed to just plain Jane atheism. So to be clear, I am a Christian, but for the debate tonight, I am not specifically defending Christianity, but a model of theism that best fits Christianity, in my opinion. Also, to define life in this instance, the definition would specifically be to biological life. So to ensure neutrality, we will begin by assigning equal prior probabilities to both hypotheses. So in this case, 50% or 0.5 to each, both the theistic and the atheistic prior probability. So this is going to reflect an agnostic starting point. From there, we will assess the explanatory power each hypothesis provides in accounting for the existence of biological life. To raise the probability of either hypothesis, we must see the explanatory scope of each hypothesis and then try to raise either prior with a reasonable explanation. An explanation can raise any given hypothesis by 0.1 in this exercise or any other agreed value that would result in the increase of the prior. And so I don't want to harp too much on the 1 here. It can be another number, but the point of the exercise is to raise the probability in some form or fashion. 0.1, 0.01, 0.001, etc. So, under atheism, one must ultimately appeal, or most likely will ultimately appeal, to brute facts, entities or states of affairs that have no further explanation, or to chance, which at best can offer a partial account of life's emergence, but not a full explanation. Neither route significantly raises the plausibility as an explanation for an atheistic hypothesis. In contrast, A theistic hypothesis allows us to increase the prior probability in a non-arbitrary way. A maximally great being, by nature, would be inclined to bring about good. Since living beings, especially rational agents capable of choosing good freely, are valuable and capable of moral action, a good being, it follows that a good God, would have reason to create such beings. Furthermore, God cannot himself choose between good and evil. By nature, as being good, he is essentially good, and he cannot do evil. But he can create beings that can make the choice between good and evil and choose good over evil, thereby increasing the moral richness of his creation. In summary, while atheism offers little to no explanatory progress for increasing the prior in such exercise from the initial 50-50 stance, theism provides a more coherent and compelling reason to expect life. Therefore, we have good reason to conclude that life is more probable with God than without. And that concludes my opening statement.
Okay, thank you for that opening statement. We will now move on to Joyful Apostate's opening statement. We can start the timer once you say your first word. You ready, AR?
Yep.
Great.
All right. First, I want to say thank you to Coco as well and Truth. Thank you so much for this. This is my first ever formal style debate. And I always like watching them, but I'm not sure how much I like doing them. There was a lot of legwork taken there. But so let's dive into it. While I was preparing for this debate, I asked Truth because I wanted his definition of the God that we were putting into this. I wanted to know if it was the Christian God or what God it was. And what he replied was the classic and neoclassical theistic belief of God. So I clarified, is that a God that is both infinite and transcendent? Which he affirmed. Okay. With that in mind, I'm going to press forward. Probabilities require a quantification of something. According to Stanford and Oxford University, a transcendental or infinite being cannot be quantified, nor can their attributes. According to Harvard, trying to quantify something that is unquantifiable will always lead you to inaccurate results. So when we look at the topic at hand, is a life permitting universe more probable with God? Well, of course not, because you cannot make a probability out of God or God's attributes, based with the definition I was given of this God. This could easily just be my conclusion, but that's not. I want to go more in depth with explaining this. When dealing with probabilities, your object and your subjects must both be something that is quantifiable. And with the universe, we have something that we can see, that we can observe, and every day we are equating values to its attributes. And one of its attributes is the attribute of permitting life. We see this through natural causes daily, through the production of life, the sustaining of life, and the fact that we are all here today. There is no epistemological evidence of a God producing any life. All that we have is philosophy and other speculation that cannot be solidified into a value to create any such probability. Therefore, adding to the universe having life, this God proposition nullifies the probability altogether. But what we do have is this universe we can perceive and give value to. And we know 100% of the universes that we know exist epistemologically do produce, sustain, and permit life. So there's 100% probability that this universe, apart from God, because he cannot be used in a probability based on the definitions given. A universe, 100% probability to produce life. And that is the end of my introduction.
Thank you for your candor, both of you. Now we will get into the rebuttals. You guys will have 3 minutes to do a rebuttal to each other's opening statements, starting off with truth over tea. We'll start your 3 minutes whenever you say your first word. AR, you got it?
Yep.
Okay. So again, rebuttal probably won't be 3 minutes. I'm looking forward to getting to the cross exam. So Joyful started his opening statement with stating, and this was something that we had talked about before, that God, in this instance, a maximally great being, is unquantifiable, and we cannot quantify an unquantifiable thing of any sort. So this seems to confuse two different forms of probability. So frequentism is a form of probability at which you measure the amount of something, a quantification. An example would be flipping a coin 10 times. 7 of the 10 times it lands heads. The other 3 times it lands tails. Using frequentism probability, you would guess that the 11th flip would be most likely heads, where in this instance we're using Bayesian probability, which is about using things, information or evidence, explanations to increase the prior probability, thus increasing the posterior probability at the end of the Bayesian equation. So in the instance of a universe, right, we have one universe, or the origin of life, we have one instance of this happening. When we don't have the luxury of using frequentism, we use what's called Bayes' theorem. And so my entire opening statement defended the probability of God's or of God being the explanation of life, or being the best explanation of life, through Bayesian probability. So in order for my Bayesian equation to actually be defeated, Joyful has the responsibility of increasing the priors or defeating the explanations that I've offered to increase the priors of theism. Simply from his opening statement, we've already gathered that he's confused between the two forms of probability and hasn't actually addressed the Bayesian equation. Not to sound like a rhyme joke there, but that will complete the rebuttal that I have.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to Joyful Apostate's 3-minute rebuttal. We can start the timer whenever you say your first word. And you're muted. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, sorry about that. My initial thought on his opening statement is going to be there are a lot of presuppositions that have to be made that cannot be substantiated through any type of epistemological reasoning. So he just inserts God wherever he sees fit to deem he has answers that cannot be answered by science. So everywhere that there's a gap in science, what he wants you to believe is we must put God there because he can. There's a thing called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, and that is where they shoot holes in a barn, and then they draw the targets around those holes so that every one of those pew-pews hit right in the center of them. And that's exactly what he is doing here. He is using a fallacy to try to promote his idealism rather than providing any actual factual evidence that would substantiate his claims. And that's the end.
Okay, and that'll be the end of the 3-minute rebuttals. So now we're going to move into 2 minutes of cross-examination. So the affirmative will go first. This is their time to be in control and to ask questions to delegitimize the opponent or affirm their position. At any time, if the opponent is speaking too much, you can say, "I reclaim my time," and we'll pause the timer and stop the opponent from speaking, then resume once everything is under control. Is that understood from both of you guys?
All right, so how many minutes? 5, right? 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes. And truth over tea, this will be your cross-examination that you're in control of, starting when you say your first word.
Okay. You said 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Okay, so let me first start. Joyful, do you find the explanations that I provided problematic to increase the prior probability of theism? If so, why?
I find them problematic because there is no actual evidence behind them. They are just claims made without any substance.
Okay. Was there any sort of logical error, or what was the specific reasoning that, like, because you had said that there's no evidence behind it, but I would say that it logically follows if a good being is good, you'd want to create more good, right? So is there any logical error you see, or any error in my reasoning?
Yeah, you're presupposing a maximally great being in your statement. Therefore, you would have to be able to provide evidence of a great being for me to even propose that your statement has any legitimacy.
Okay, is this debate about whether God exists, or if life is more probable under God or not?
Okay, so God would have to exist for it to be more probable under God, wouldn't he?
So I think this is my cross exam, so I should be asking questions here, but the purpose of the debate is for me to defend why it makes more sense that God is the better explanation for life than not.
Yeah, but
so
you would
this
have to...
debate is not about defending God's existence, per se. That's a different topic.
Well, God would have to exist for there to be a probability made for him. That's why...
Okay. So here, that's okay. We're getting off into another direction. I don't want to waste time here. So what explanations do you have to increase the prior for any atheistic hypothesis?
Oh, yeah. So we have... the Miller-Urey experiment. We have where they have taken... So we have amino acids coming from natural processes, and then we have amino acids turning in where they have taken and made amino acids. They agitate them within an atmosphere, and they create molecular structures that self-replicate and mutate. And we've also found that adding other natural... adding them to a natural environment will create a self-replicating molecule that is mutating, as well as having a crap, I'm missing the word, as well as having a yeah, I can't think of the word off the top of my head. It's like when you... God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of the word.
No, that's fine.
Shit. Having... not... I want to say appetite, but it's not. It's, when you, like, digest food and stuff, a metabolism. With the metabolism.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah, so
let me jump back in, because I don't have much time here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
How does that increase the prior on an atheistic, like, why would we expect life given atheism?
Oh, we would expect life because the universe is eternal, and in an eternal vast and a probability of life being created, if there's an eternity for all of these happenstances to take place, of course, eventually it will take place if it's a possibility.
Okay, so are we ultimately boiling this down to chance, then?
No, we're boiling it down to the laws and physics of the universe in which we can observe.
Okay, does life have to exist under atheism?
No, life does not have to exist, no.
Okay. So just one last time, let me ask you this. The explanations that you gave, why would those not increase the probability also for theism as opposed to atheism?
Because we know that it can happen without a god, so it is the most simplistic form of going to it. Adding a god to the equation actually just complicates it, and we know that the more simple we get, and we can create a explanation of something as simplistic as possible, we don't need to keep adding things that we cannot substantiate. So yeah, it brings better probability.
last question before my time runs out here. So again, though, is everything that we just said still compatible with theism?
No.
No. Okay.
And with that, we will be moving on to Joyful Apostates 5 minutes for you to control the narrative and ask questions. So we'll start that whenever you say your first word. Okay, are you ready?
Yep. Me, bro.
Oh, okay. If you ever need me to like set the timer myself, let me know.
I got it.
Okay, so my first question is, do you understand that a Bayesian probability still requires quantification of an idea?
Of an idea, yeah.
Yeah, is the idea of a God quantifiable?
It can be, yeah.
Do you have any basis to back up that claim?
So by quantifiable just means that you can count it, you can quantify it. Infinite, right? So like maximally great just means the most possible of something, and we can conceive of what that means reasonably. So there's no reason to say we can't quantify it.
You can quantify infinite?
We can quantify maximally great. So like infinite, when you say infinite, can you elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah,
like when you're asking me to quantify it.
Yeah, so when you're quantifying something, it has to be something that is measurable. Is infinity measurable?
Mathematically, yes.
Incorrect. I can't say that right now, sorry. So you think that mathematically... So do you understand that, like, Stanford, Oxford, Harvard all disagree with you?
I mean, there's things like set theory and other forms of math where we definitely use infinite in our equations, infinity in equations.
Infinity in equation. Okay, so you will say that it is quantifiable, and do you think that a transcendental being can be quantified?
Yeah, it would be the same category.
Okay, so something we can't understand can be quantified.
So we can understand it. We may not fully understand God, but we can understand aspects of God.
Can give me the set value of God.
So what do you mean? Can you elaborate by set value?
Okay, can you give me a value of God?
Like his properties?
Yeah. Give me a value of his properties.
Omniscient,
any of them.
omnipotent, omnibenevolent.
That's not a value. Give me a value of it. Something that quantifies it.
So the maximal amount possible.
Maximal amount possible. Okay, yes. But you don't know what that is, so you could never... Could you put that into a probability? Or into an equation, the maximum amount possible, and come up with an accurate answer to that equation?
I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Okay, so you're saying that this obscure maximum great number can be quantified. It's just that we don't know what that number is or any type of thing. So what I am asking of you is, since you apparently do know, because you said it can be quantified, quantify it for us.
I mean, by me stating that it is a maximally great being, so in great making properties, right? He is maximal in those properties. So we can argue about what those properties are, and that's a different ball game.
That's not what I'm doing.
Just means the most amount of possible. So
okay, yeah. So there's not a number for that. Is there a number for the max amount possible?
So, is it possible to go through all of the the measurements of what such property? So goodness, right? Everything that could make something good. Yes, you could do that. I have not counted every single one, but yes, you could do that.
That is amazing. Okay, so you think that you had stated that I was confused. I was not confused. Both need quantifications, and like you can call it appealing to authority or whatever, but like most mathematics disagree that an eternal being can be quantified. So what I want to know is what makes you believe that it can be, if like the main set of people that are setting the standard in science say that it can't? Like, what is giving you the idea that it can be?
This is more of a philosophy of religion debate, so science is not going to be like that big of an impact. This is scientists aren't the authority to go to on this. If anything, mathematicians. But so like in my explanation, I specifically used a Bayesian explanation, or basically a Bayesian equation, lack of a better term, to evaluate two different hypotheses and see how I can increase the prior. And so I was able to successfully increase, in my opinion, the theistic hypothesis, and I have yet to hear you refute either of those explanations.
No, I have, because you have no reasoning behind quantifying any of the things you said. And that's why I keep asking you the same question over and over, because you don't have an answer.
There might be time, and then we can go into truth over T's cross-examination. This is your time to control the narrative. You get 5 minutes, which starts whenever you say your first word.
All right, cool. All right, so I wanted to follow up on... Oh, I'm getting an echo here. Oh, that went away. Okay. So for the last portion of my questioning on the cross-exam, you had presented a bunch of information, Miller-Urey experiment, different science experiments that folks have used to try to justify a form of origin of life in a scientific explanation. I wanted to ask again, because I didn't really get a satisfactory answer, why is that not compatible with theism?
That's not going to be compatible with theism for the fact that theism is God created, not nature. If nature can create it without God, then the probability of God is not needed within the equation.
So just because God is not needed, so to say, does that mean it's not compatible with God?
It's not what I'm saying is it's not compatible with what we're talking about.
So why can't God do that? Why can't God bring life about through the means that would be detected through such scientific experiments?
Oh, yeah, I can answer that. So God could, so could the unicorn, and so could a roach, and so could so many other things do the same thing. Just putting a name there to do a natural process doesn't make the probability greater for God. That's why.
Okay, so it is not going to give an advantage to atheism then over theism.
Yes,
so
it is. Because
how does it give the advantage to atheism over theism?
Because we can show that natural processes bring forth life, no God needed. So the necessity of God goes away when we can show that the natural world has the things to provide and permit and sustain life.
Okay, so what is the probability that... So, well, you had already said earlier, like, do you... As far as the components of a cell, have we actually created life, and a life meaning a cell, today through through the scientific
We
method?
have created protocells, yes. They are self-replicating cells. Yeah, there's... I'll pull it up for you if you want to... I'll bring it up. Ask another question while I'm doing it, so you aren't wasting your time.
Okay, gotcha. So, was it intelligent beings that created the means for such cells to come into existence?
No. They just use natural processes to make them.
Okay. These natural processes were put in place by what?
By people. They made...
Are people intelligent beings?
Well, yeah, but the actual thing used was the atmosphere that they encapsulated, not the people doing it. They didn't make it like they would make a computer. No.
Okay. So let me revisit my prior question earlier, because again, I did not hear a satisfactory answer. Let me ask, if God is good, would God want to create more good by being a good being?
You would assume.
Okay. So there's no logical error. There's no contradiction there, right?
No, there's no logical contradiction that an all good being would want to create good. Yep.
Okay. So if we're stuck, as far as like why we would expect life, given atheism, is the probability of that any different than why we wouldn't expect life given atheism? Is there any difference there?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The probability, or no, the probability will be nil. It will be exact same.
Right. So
Yep.
that would still. So would that then not concede to a theistic hypothesis where the probability is higher to have life as opposed to not have life?
Is there a probability higher than 100%? Would be what I'm saying back to you. So there's 100% chance that the universe, through natural processes, do produce, promote, and sustain life. So 100% probability. So God did that.
See, we're confusing issues here. This is stepping into the anthropic principle. I'm specifically stating like our expectation of such a thing to happen.
I'm talking about
atheism or theism in this case.
What I'm saying is,
but I've run out of time here, so go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead and answer. I'll answer the question. Go ahead. That's fine.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Well, do you guys want to ask that question and get an answer, or do you guys want to move on?
Just answer.
That's okay.
Just say, ask the question. Truth. I didn't mean to run over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying. I was more giving a statement than a question, so I'll save that for my closing. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead,
okay.
Joyful.
So.
Yep, we'll start Joyful Apostates 5 minutes.
And sorry, I was not trying to overstep you, man.
You're fine, man.
Okay.
This is actually my first formal debate too, so that's cool.
Right on.
That's cool.
And then we'll start Joyful Apostates 5 minutes whenever you say your first words, and then we'll proceed to 3-minute closers.
Wait, this is a 5-minute cross, right?
Yeah, 5-minute cross.
Okay, what is the probability that the universe produces life?
I mean, I've heard tons of different answers to this. It depends on what source you ask. I wouldn't take one side or the other because I haven't done the math myself. It's some outrageously low number given certain circumstances to have lipids, carbohydrates, proteins and amino acids synthesized together into a cell. It's very unlikely. Go ahead.
Okay, so do you live in a world where the universe has produced life?
I live in a world where there is life. Where the universe produced life is the very question of the debate.
Okay, so the universe does not produce any life? Like, life does not come from natural processes?
So regeneration does, but the question is like the first.
No, I get that.
Right.
But you were saying earlier that abiogenesis was consistent with God. So I was just curious if you believe.
That's not what I said. I was saying that, for example, if we were to discover a mechanism at which a cell can come into existence prebiotically, there's no reason to say that theism is not compatible with that because God could have just done so in that same manner.
Oh, okay. So what you were saying is God could have been the reason. So, okay. Okay, so what makes... I guess I want a clarification. So if natural means of life being produced does not help the atheistic worldview of naturalism... How does anything help so basically what you're saying is anything the universe could do, God could do, but everything God could do, the universe can't do, therefore God? Am I understanding your stance correctly?
Not exactly. So it's about trying to increase the prior on each hypothesis. So just given the atheistic hypothesis, why would we expect life? And you had already said we wouldn't expect it one way or the other. It's really just chance. Where it's not the same thing with theism. God actually has a motivation to create life, so it's more expected that we would have life given a theistic hypothesis than an atheistic hypothesis.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that a universe with the ability to produce life over an infinite amount of time would 100% of the time produce life?
I just don't think it necessitates atheism.
But a universe that is able to create life, let's just say the universe is able to create life. If the universe is able to create life, okay, over an infinite amount of time, would the probability be very great that it's going to produce life?
Could you repeat that?
Okay, so an infinite universe that it has the ability to create life over an infinite amount of time, is it going to produce life? If there's any possibility?
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah, so...
There's no contradiction. But that's not...
No.
Well, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm getting you to point out flaws in your own stance. Because... no, this is questions. So, do you believe that God created life, is your stance. So, do you believe God also creates evil, since he's maximally good?
No.
Okay, so God does not create evil, he only creates good. This world, or life, has things like cancer in it. This life has things like childhood cancer, where babies are born with cancer. So do you think that is a good thing?
No.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Christian God now. So just so you understand. So there's no sin brought into the world. There's none of that. So your God created life where childhood cancer is part of that life. And you just said that he does not create things that are not good. So how can he create something not good, based on your own words, but also only create good?
So this isn't really relevant here. This is going off into the problem of evil as opposed to our topic. But so evil, by definition, is just a lack of good. Evil has no ontology. And so that beings that would create evil or cause evil would be beings that are capable of causing evil, whereas God, in my definition, my hypothesis, is not capable of creating it. So I didn't say God creates all possible things, which, well, even though good is a thing, evil is a lack of that thing, just like cold is a lack of heat. So it's kind of a confusion here, a false equivalency. But
okay. And we'll stop it right there, and then we'll get to 3-minute conclusions, starting with truth over heat. So you get 3 minutes to do your conclusion, and then we'll start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, 1 second. Again, I don't think I'll exceed the time, but I'll set a timer just in case. All right. So tonight the debate was, is life more probable with God? I believe that I have defended the statement in the affirmative properly. I think I've done so successfully, and my Bayesian-style argument has not been refuted at this point. So, as I initially stated, the hypothesis of theism is going to have a higher prior after explanations are provided through looking through the explanatory scope of the possibilities provided with theism and atheism. Again, if God is good, God would be motivated to create things that do more good and things that are good in and of themselves, like having free will and the ability to do good. And so this can be quantified through the Bayesian equation that I provided. Again, we have no way to increase the prior that's been given tonight, at least, for an atheistic hypothesis. We're stuck with a brute fact, which means there is no further explanation. And so, per the debate, since my equation has not been refuted, I would say that my argument still stands. Theism is a more probable hypothesis given life than atheism. And with that being said, I'll end my closing statement.
Okay, we'll end it right there. And we're going to have Joyful Apostate's closing statement now. It will start. You get 3 minutes. We'll start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, for something to be placed in even a Bayesian probability, it has to be quantifiable. I think I have proven that a God with infinite attributes in all of these things cannot be quantifiable, because infinite cannot be put into a value. It is something that is not understood in its completeness. Therefore, any kind of probability made from it is going to be an absurdity. Also, I would like to point out that when I brought up the problem of this all good God that wants to create good, it did have to do with what was happening here in the debate. I'm not the one that brought up the all good God. It was my opponent. So that is why I brought him into my argument, because if this God we are talking about is all good and only creates good, then why is it that there would be creation of childhood cancer? Why would there be this creation within life of all this bad? So I think my whole point was held up to, even from my opening statement, even though he tried to say that I didn't understand. No, I did. I looked into both probabilities. They both have to be quantifiable. And I would say that God himself cannot be quantifiable. Therefore, he cannot be put within a probability. But the universe and the attributes of life can be quantified because we watch it happen every day. And that is my closing.
Okay, with that will be the conclusion of that debate. Thank you both contestants for contesting in the debate. Thank you for your candor. This debate did go by pretty fast, so we do have 16 minutes before our next debate. It starts at 7:16. It's going to be Monkey Boy versus Matt Slick. So we can do like 60 minutes of questions, Q&A. I guess what we'll do, we'll give each person 2 minutes to go back and forth or ask their question, and then we'll go from there. So,
a quick question: are we not adjudicating the round?
Yes, the judges will also give their judgment. I mean, if you guys are ready right now,
I'm ready. Their judgment.
I think I'm ready.
Oh,
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do the polls. I'm like doing the polls right now. So
Yeah, so
give me some time to do the polls.
okay. Continue. Do you want me to go first? Or?
I can go first.
I want.
All right. So I think it was not bad for both of you guys, considering it's your first formal debate. So I want to just first and foremost applaud both of you guys for being brave enough to coming up here, and I think you guys both were very cordial, had a good, honest, good faith debate, and you guys were not doing any like dodgy tactics, or you guys were like honestly trying to engage directly with each other's contentful argumentation, which is I think is a breath of fresh air. So I really want to apply that first and foremost. Secondly, I think that the debate was definitely won in a cross-examination. I have joyful apostate winning the debate in my view, and I'll give the reasons why. First and foremost, I would say the debate was largely, the debate is as both of you agreed, it was framed around the probability of which side is more likely, or that it was truth over tease. It was his duty or his burden to demonstrate that it is more likely that theism is true, or more likely that if theism is true, or that we would have life in the world, life in the universe. And it seemed as though that point wasn't harped on enough. Like what I seen in the debate is a lot of possibility talk, but not enough probability talk. And so what I saw Joyful Apostate, which I think was a good thing that he did, a good tactic, was asking a question. Okay, well, do you agree in order for us to derive with the probability that there must be a quantifiable variables in the equation to get a probability? And Truth over T saying yes, which I thought was the nail in the coffin if you couldn't be able to provide the quantity of the variable of God or his attributes, which you later admitted that is maximal, but I don't have a number for it. And so that at that point where you did agree that you need to quantify it and couldn't quantify it, I think that's where the debate was lost from N1. Secondly, you said it was a specific God, but you did give the attributes of this God being all good. And then Truth Over Tea saying, if a God is all good, which I think was a bad thing that Joyful Apostate, this is something you missed, Joyful Apostate, is that when he asked the question, Truth Over Tea asked the question, if God is good, would he create life? And then you said one would assume so. But I think that's a mistake on your end that you missed, especially because Truth Over Tea did not make the argument as to why it would be the case that if God was all good, that it would be necessarily the case that he would create life, especially since I feel like you pointed it out later that, well, the life that we have that he did create isn't so good, especially with these cancer things. So is it the case that he would create life even if he was all good? Or if he was all good, what explains him creating versus not creating, right? Because it could be the case that if God was all good and he knows that giving free will and creating life for their left to fend for themselves would be so horrific that he's like, you know what, I foresee this happening, so I'm not going to even bother with creating, right? That hasn't been demonstrated. Why with a God you would create versus not create. So for these reasons, I have joyful apostate, and there's a bunch more reasons as well. So yeah.
With that, we move on to the next judge. Who's going next?
I'll go ahead and go next. I want to say thanks to both the contestants. I know it's hard to like come up here in front of a bunch of people and debate a topic, especially when it's your first time. And you guys were very cordial and understanding, right? So I appreciate that. But my assessment of the debate is completely different than Hatim's. I find that Truth Over Tea, specified his argument on the the style of Bayesian analysis, which is just to say that is evidence explained better by this specific hypothesis, right? And then he explained why, given the attributes or the properties of God within the hypothesis of theism, why life would be expected, right? I don't think that it's necessarily his fault that he didn't get to quantify the view, right? I don't think that Bayesian analysis is trying to establish a number or a variable or a number, a specific number, as in like when it comes to like nomology, right? To a hypothesis. It's just to say like what's logic, like what are the things that are going to be expected derived from your view, right? And he explained how life would be one of those things. And I think Joyful did not manage to stay linear and actually engage with the argument that Truth Over Tea was providing. He didn't really explain how it wasn't less probable. He just sort of said that you need to explain how God is real first, which is not the prompt. The prompt is a life permitting universe more probable with a God. And that it's not the argument. The argument wasn't about whether or not God was real. And so for those reasons, I think that Truth won the debate. I found his arguments more substantive and his debate more linear. So that's my vote.
Okay, we got 1 and 1. So, Cage, it's time for you to be the tiebreaker.
I'll keep it short. So I guess they started off right. Truth gave the first big problem that I sort of had here that I wish Joyful would have questioned, which is he asserted the principle of indifference when he assigned the prior probabilities as 0.5 either to both. That was like the biggest balls I've ever seen anybody do in a fucking debate. Almost everybody I know in my close circle would have challenged that immediately. But moving on. You said something like theism increases the prior probability of a life-permitting universe in and of itself because it posits a maximally great being with a desired power of such a universe. But and then in his cross, Joyful said, well, something along the lines of, well, the maximally why should we believe that a maximally great being, and sort of got off topic there. But more substantively, he said applying Bayes' theorem to metaphysics is inappropriate. Right, the priors are too vague, the outcomes aren't repeatable. It turns metaphysics into some speculative game, and so on and so forth. I thought that was a valid objection, but then, in truth's cross to that, he asserted that Bayes' reason is used precisely because we are so uncertain about these types of things. Now, more to the point, if you were to say during your argument, Truth, when you were talking about the exponon being theism and the exponendum being life, um, you're you're saying it like, as far as I understand it, what you were saying is that it accommodates, right, the exponendum. The exponon accommodates it. Now, what I'd like to see Joyful do is apply some like Draper objection, where you say explanatory success is something that positively expects the evidence and doesn't just accommodate it. Um, Now, with that all said, Truth or Joyful did bring up one thing that I really think was a huge blunder to truth. Um, or Joyful brought up one thing that I thought was a huge blunder to truth. It seemed like they both agreed that the universe does have the capacity to produce life, and in virtue of that, um, there's no reason to expect a God. And Truth said something like, "Yeah, there's no reason, but it's compatible." I take it that that was missing the point, given Joyful was talking about some causal overdeterminacy, which expects for parsimony and other things like that. So, in lieu of that, I gave it to Joyful, as I don't think Truth responded to A. I think he made A, a huge blunder, didn't support the principle of indifference, didn't support how his data positively expects the evidence and doesn't just accommodate it. And that's why I gave it to Joyful.
Okay, so given judge's vote, it would seem as if Joyful is the declared winner. So congratulations on that. But for your first debate, I think both of you guys did like very well. I really enjoyed the debate, and I am very grateful that you guys brought both of your intelligence and your study to our platform to debate. We also have like the audience vote that's coming in, but regardless, both of you performed well, and like thank you guys for debating on our platform. We appreciate it, and also, I mean, if you guys want to come back and debate more different opponents, different topics, let us know.
Well, I was going to say I felt like it was very even. Personally, my personal truth may have thought he wiped me, which is fine. I felt like it was very even, and I loved debating truth, and I would be more than open to doing a different topic with truth down the road for sure, and get some more exposure into doing these type of debates.
Absolutely, we can definitely do that. We have many, many, many more debate events scheduled in the future. But yeah, I think both of you guys did very well, and I think it was kind of even too. Like I think it was even between the both of you. But yeah, thank you guys.
I do think in terms of speaking ability, you guys are pretty even, for sure.
I'll just say that I don't know. I'm sort of judging this based off the performance of the two individuals, not necessarily like exactly how I feel about the arguments. But I just rest my case.
Shut up, you're in the minority. Anyway, Zach, go ahead.
I just have one question for each of you. Truth over tea, my question is, if God real, why bad stuff happen? And Joyful Apostate, my question is, if God not real, how does something come from nothing? Thank you guys, and I really enjoyed the debate.
All right.
Are we supposed to answer that, or?
Yeah,
you can if you want.
Yeah. So I'll go.
Go. Yeah, go. I was going to tell you to go first, and then I'll.
Sure. So if God is real, why evil? Like specific, it depends on like what evil. But in this instance, since we're talking about life and beings, why is there moral evil? If you're going to create creatures that are capable of doing good, they have to be free, right? And with having the freedom to do good, they also have the choice to do evil. And so that's just the natural. It logically follows that there are going to be beings thus that can do good, and they'll also be able to do evil. And that's why there's moral evil.
Yeah, and Joyful Apostate, you want to answer your question?
Yeah, I don't think there was ever nothing. In all, like, logical atmospheres, nothing is an impossibility. Something can't come from nothing. I think that me and even Truth would agree that nothing ever didn't exist. We just believe in two different infinite things. I believe that the universe, or what makes up the universe as we know it, was always existing, therefore infinite, and just the Big Bang brought us to where we are today. But, yeah. Okay. I don't think there was ever nothing.
I bet. And with that, we have 3 more minutes until like our next debate. Is there anyone else in the audience? 68 people who would like to possibly come up and ask a question. We've got a little bit of time. Feel free to request. We'll bring you up. But thank you guys for showing up and debating, and it went very well. I genuinely appreciate it.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the next time.
For sure. You said, who's next, did you say?
It would be Monkey Boy
Monkey
versus
Boy.
Matt's.
Okay. Nice.
I wonder if Matt's going to run his precept arguments.
Can I give some? Can I give some?
I just noticed that the queue was empty, so I have one more question. I know that those were really hard questions, but this one's going to be like basically the same caliber. Yeah, Truth. Would you say that like the nomological like constraints lower the probability that a life-permitting universe is more probable without a god?
You mean like things like the specificity of the cosmological constant, things like that?
Yeah, like just like the laws
I would
of
say
nature.
yes.
Okay,
That's going to cause more precision to be needed, and thus like better explained by something intentionally placing those properties there as opposed to them being there by chance.
Okay, if you're okay with it, I can send you a paper, and it's basically saying that like given, like if you think that nomological laws or the laws of nature lower the chance of life without God, it begs the question of like who decides the laws of nature, and if the person that decides the laws of nature is God, then life permitting universes will be at most equal to both sides, right? Does that make sense?
So I have a response to that if I have time.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know if I've read that paper, but I've heard this argument. It's basically stating there's a very good response to this. So imagine playing a game of poker. I actually have this written out because I was prepared for this. And we're playing a game of poker.
Your prep? That's
All right, so real quick, we're playing game poker. You get a hand, or I get a hand, and it's a royal flush. Right? You're like, oh my gosh, you're so lucky. That's crazy. And then the next 10 hands in a row, I get royal flushes every single time. Right? Now, would you accept me responding to you when you ask me how did that happen? Every hand is equally improbable either way. So royal flush or another hand, so it's just chance. Like that's the same concept.
Well, so number one, you walked right into my lack of statistic knowledge. So, I mean, I agree that all hands of poker are similar, but I don't know enough about that to know whether it's analogous or disanalogous. I think that somebody who decided the probability of hands of cards, if they made the probability of getting a royal flush exceptionally low, then that hypothesis seems to be equally explained by both.
So in the game, though, right? A motive of dishonest gain would raise the probability of the multiple flushes in the same way that an intelligent being motivated by good raises the probability of life. That was the point I was making.
Okay, I have this recorded, so I will listen back to your response and try and do math.
Feel free to DM me if you ever want to talk about this.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And one day I'll stop being lazy and actually go live again. So.
Okay. All else that I have to.
Dang.
Can I give like a few pointers, Coco, for the audience and observators?
Also, really quick, if anyone took a screenshot of the poll results, please feel free to send that to me or Discord it to me. Me and AR couldn't quite get it, but if anyone took a screenshot, hopefully someone did. Please get that to us if you can.
Also, just comment it because I did not look at it. But
where did the poll go?
Went up a while ago.
God damn it, Coco. Actually, no, sorry, not you. God damn it, AR. Really good job. Oh, damn it. Joey fell already left. Well, really good job to both of you guys, actually. I got to tell you, I was actually more impressed with your argument, truth over T, than most theists or Christians. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that was a really good job. Like, you stayed pretty linear, and you stuck to the topic, and you didn't derail. So, yeah, good job to both of you guys.
Thanks. Did
a lot of people miss the poll?
Yeah.
Should we run it back?
I feel like it wasn't announced. I don't think it was announced.
We should have said the poll was. I should have said that. Yeah, you're right.
Can we just ask for another poll?
Yeah, I'll just do it again. It's fine. We'll do it again. It's okay.
Thank y'all all so much. Appreciate it. Love you all.
I'll just do that. Okay, the poll's gonna be up again, so you guys re-vote, please. Everybody re-vote.
Yeah. So, just a quick few pointers.
It's up now
for everybody listening.
It's up now.
Yeah, everybody vote. But I feel like in the cross-section, I feel like that's where most debates are going to be won, right? And then there's going to be like at least 3 very good questions one can ask. One is going to be, what do you mean by that? All right, just to clarify. And then so you know exactly how to attack their position. Because a lot of times people talk past each other. So what do you mean by that is one good question. Another one is, how do you know that's true, right? Because I did hear a lot of just claims and claims and claims, and I wish in the debate that you guys just had, I mean, there was some, but I wish it was more of, how do you know that's true? And then the third question, which is like a genre of question, is going to be, if you, a good cross-ex is going to be like analogous to something like,
The team. How do you
in
answer the
a,
questions without being asked them?
what do you mean?
I feel like you took it. I feel like you took it. I feel like we reduced, points from Truth's view because he didn't answer the questions, but they weren't asked. So I don't know why we did that. But
I literally said the smoking gun was both of them agreeing that it needs to be quantified for it to be more probable, and then he couldn't quantify it. I already explained that that's the smoking gun. So do you have anything else?
yeah, so I just think that the quantified is a loose word, right? Quantified could just mean to assign properties to a thing, which is what Truth took it to mean. But that's just all I'm saying. Like I don't think I think I'm judging the debate and how they performed, and not necessarily how I view their ideas and if they answered enough, right? So
Yeah, I don't know why you think I'm not doing the same. I also don't know why you interrupt
because you
me
brought up
in
objections
me
that
talking.
you brought up objections that the other person didn't make. So that's something.
No, that's fine. Well, I'm bringing up objections from the standpoint of me judging what's being said, and so if it's an empty sandwich, I'm biting into something empty. It's not going to fulfill me.
Well, I'm judging the debate,
Yeah, I'm judging the arguments. The arguments are empty.
but against
Exactly
each
right. So
other. I'm arguing against.
yes,
I'm judging the debate against each
yes.
other and what they said to each other, right? So not like necessarily.
I'm saying, look, Isa, you have a different judge style. Okay, cool.
We could talk about it.
Jesus Christ, you have a different adjudication style. Whoa, that happens in debates, bro. I did collegiate debate. You have to accommodate to all judging styles. A good debater would ask, "Hey, what's your judging style? What do you look for?" And then for me, if I was asked, which is why I even said it before anyone asked, because not a lot of people know that I have.
Yeah.
Affirmative cannot defend her position.
Can I ask a question?
Does anyone have any questions though?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Look, I was in the middle of talking. You interrupted me, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You talking to me?
But go ahead, good.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I know this question maybe is not fair because Joyful is not here, but it's for Truth. Truth, you mentioned the probability of God existing is more than 50%. But did you actually have some kind of did you calculate it? I'm not saying that you should be coming up with a calculation of probability, but do you have a scientific or mathematician that actually shows the probability of God existing is more than 50%?
Yeah, so what I did was similar to what Swinburne does in a couple of his books. I started by using just an agnostic point of view with both theism and atheism and this hypothesis comparison at 0.5. So I wasn't giving favor to one or the other. I was starting from an agnostic position, evaluating the two. God existing, God not existing, and then seeing what explanations we can offer to raise the prior, what data we can offer to raise the prior, and provided two explanations to raise the prior for theism.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. And yeah, we're just waiting for Monkey Boy
and I'm happy to take questions for as long as it takes for folks to come up.
Truth over T, what denomination are you in?
I mean, I'm a Protestant. I do ascribe to a lot of Eastern Orthodox views, though, as far as like my view on atonement and stuff like that. But I'm a Protestant. Probably you would call me a Southern Baptist.
Closer to a what?
Southern Baptist. Like,
you know what the Southern Baptist Convention was formed for?
I mean, I disagree with most of what they say. That's not like what represents what actual Southern Baptist Christianity is. But
that's what the Southern Baptist Convention was formed for. But that's okay if it's derailed from that. But
yeah. You should read like what the original Southern Baptists thought. Like the main thing when I say that, what I mean is I don't agree that you have to, like with the Catholics, perform all 7 sacraments to be saved. I think that's false. I think the only 2 that are really mentioned in Scripture are baptism and communion. And like basically, I'm more of a low church guy. I do appreciate high church. I think high church is beautiful, but I don't think it's necessary for salvation. That's really where it comes in. But I'm not like a die-hard Southern Baptist. I just, for people who would understand what that means from a low church point of view, that's why I say that.
When I was Baptist, they didn't want you like dancing or like stuff like that. Like, do you hold to that?
No, that's over the top.
You believe in the Trinity?
I do.
All right, that's good for me. What if we met up for a thumb wrestling competition, Coco? Who would win?
Me.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your thumbs.
I'm the best thumb wrestler, bro. I'm gonna win.
But yeah, we're just wait.
I'm the thumb wrestling champ, bro. I want to thumb wrestle you now, Coco.
Hold on. Oh, oops.
Could I ask a question?
Hot team had. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Coco, this will be on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be editing it tonight, and I will strap myself to my gaming chair and not let myself go until I finish editing it.
Oh, dude, you don't have to do that. But I do want. Are you cool with me clipping this part and putting it on my channel?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. My second question, KJ, you had mentioned that I just had like the craziest move by starting out with assigning the equal probability from the beginning with priors between atheism and theism. Do you think that, like, I'm just curious of why do you think that's so crazy when like Swinburne and Rasmussen and other very well-known theistic philosophers do this? I don't know if he's still there.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, I don't care if for every main philosopher, Swinburne, Sijuwati, Rasmussen, Kuhns, any of them, Oppie, anybody else responds to them with the same objections. They appeal to your intuitions by saying things as if, presumably the proposition Bigfoot is out in the rainforest right now isn't equally true and false probabilistically, especially when you start indexing priorly held doxastic states, which is exactly what the atheist, especially when they appeal to particular genres of atheism. You mentioned during the debate, he was bringing up the anthropic principle, which is a type of atheist view. So clearly, if they have those prior commitments, to say that the principle of indifference should not only be asserted but accepted is wild to the atheist.
Well, he didn't actually bring up the anthropic principle. I started to go in that direction and said I didn't want to go in that direction during my questioning, and so then I went to another direction. But I guess I see what you're saying. I'm still not quite sure where the issue was with what I did. I'd like to adjust my style of argumentation if it's actually wrong. But I hear more of like, I don't like how you did that, as opposed to this is actually, there's a logical error here. Because ultimately, if you're starting from like an equal playing ground, looking at 2 different hypotheses, like you could assign both of them 0.1, 0.001. The point is just starting with them both in even footing. I guess I just don't see why that's problematic.
Is it my turn?
Yeah. Welcome to the panel. Nice to meet you, Whit.
Nice to meet me. Okay.
Wait, you look a lot like this other person's profile. It's Whit 2.0. They may be impersonating you, just letting you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, gosh, we got to deal with that. Hi, Truth Over Tea. I think you both did very well. I was just curious, not related to the debate at all. What is it that attracts you to Eastern Orthodoxy?
I knew you were going to ask me about that.
You did? Okay. Well, that's
yeah. Because Orthodoxy is, they have, so I've been meeting with an Orthodox priest in my local area just to kind of get a better understanding. I got into this philosopher named Nathan Jacobs, who's an Eastern Orthodox philosopher and theologian. And it's, I've always had a problem with penal substitution. That's always been problematic to me. And so I start to read some of the Eastern Fathers. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this is not what they thought. Nobody thought this really until Anselm. And then you start to go farther back. You can see some of that starting with Augustine. But the Eastern Fathers just seem to have better explanations for a lot of philosophical and theological issues. Of course, my brother says penal sub is awesome. I think that there are aspects of penal substitution that can be true.
I think like a lot of it is like we can have some agreements, just like we could have some agreements like on like original sin and all this stuff. It's just how you kind of like go about it, right? So I was just curious if you ever want any more information, I'm more than willing to give it to you. But I thought you did really well, honestly, and this is one of the more tolerable debates that I've ever watched on this, so I appreciate it.
Okay, well, hey, that's a compliment. Okay,
that's a huge coming from Wit.
Yeah,
yeah. You definitely want to DM Wit. She's very knowledgeable, especially about the theistic topics.
Oh, thanks to team. That's very nice of you.
Like we don't, we cannot express how much. If Wit gives you a compliment, like.
That's like 1 in a million, bro.
Yeah.
Shit.
You should go home and like.
Hey, I don't know what they're on about.
Honestly, put
I'm very nice. I'm very nice, and I.
We know Wit's character. That's
you should hear what she calls me all the time.
All right. But they need.
Wait. When you say tolerable, would you say like one of the better debates, like one of?
Well, I just think like it didn't turn into. I mean, I think both tried to attempt to track the conversation very well. At least from what I heard. So, like, it stayed more linear than anything that I've ever heard, honestly, on this platform. So,
let's go.
Couldn't agree more.
And I want to ask, like, do you run lives, like, of your own?
What?
Me?
Yeah.
No, Truth Over Tea.
Oh, I used to. I need to start again. I've just been loafing. I have 3 kids, married.
Yeah, I mean, life is life.
Work. But I would like to. I plan on starting in the next month or so running lives again.
Yeah, and if you do, I'd love to talk to you. I feel like you have like a good demeanor when it comes to like dialogue.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you too, but like that's really great that you're. Do you know which kind of, like if it's like Russian or Greek or anything that you're talking
Greek.
to? Greek. Cool. Not that it matters. They all believe the same thing. I was just curious. I'm Antiochian, so I was just curious.
That's pretty cool. Okay.
I'm curious.
Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
What?
No Degrees insulting you from the comment section. He's saying, "What
my spot? I'd love to see him get annihilated by Wit. Go ahead and come on up.
No
why
Degrees
is he?
saying,
why is he doesn't even know me?
Let him on up. Give him my spot. I'd love to see him get embarrassed by a fellow.
Wouldn't know a good debate if it jumped on her lap and called her mama.
Wow.
Hold on, I want to ask Truth Over Tea a question though.
What's up?
I'm curious. Like, are you open-minded to having your mind change about theism, or like?
I've done so many times.
So you're willing to be like if a sound argument came to you about atheism, you would convert?
Hey,
Would you convert?
Absolutely.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Honest you.
I have like a couple. I'm not sure. If have you like picked up any books about Eastern Orthodoxy or any?
DM Wit already.
No, I've only read things online and then watched lots of lectures.
I would really highly. What
speeches.
really got me into it was a catechesis called The Living God. I would look it up. It's 2 volumes. It's very good. That's what really started me on my Orthodox journey. So there's you know.
My wife.
I'm not trying to hit on
super...
him. ISO. Jesus Christ, I'm just happy that you're.
You and I have talked before when I was first started getting into like Orthodox stuff. My wife was actually the reason why I started getting into Orthodox originally, because she loves liturgy. She thinks that's beautiful.
That's the reason why I'm Orthodox is literally alone.
She would agree with you. So that's I think
God bless her. That's awesome.
I wanted to read some of I need to read Athanasius. If we have another boy, we're going to name him Athanasius. So I need to read him.
Beautiful.
And I want to read John of Damascus, and I'll have to read that book too that you had mentioned.
Name?
Yeah, I think you should look it up. It's just called The Living God. But you can look at
Athanasius.
They have it. It's on Amazon, but it's very good. Like it was recommended to me when I first started looking into Orthodoxy, and it's just beautiful. Like,
what's it called again? Make sure I spelled it right.
The Living God. It's a catechesis. It's 2 volumes.
Okay.
I think you'd really enjoy it.
Coco, are you gonna post all 6 hours, or are you just gonna post like specific debates?
I'm gonna chop it up and post specific debates, and then like the last thing I'll do is probably post the whole thing as like one video if I can. But YouTube is.
You should do both, don't you?
Yeah, typically I do both. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't even watch it. I usually watch them, but I can't hear my own voice. I cringe.
Yeah. I don't think I can even hear your voice. It is cringe.
Seriously, we have one person. We have one.
Are you bringing up Are you bringing up what's his face? No debate or whatever.
Cage.
No,
Cage, kind of looks like French Montana with a butterfly on.
God bless you. Truth over tea. I just really wanted to ask you why you were interested in Eastern Orthodoxy. That's all I wanted to say.
All good.
Wait,
Forrest, do you mind dropping for Bobby or Wit if you're done? Because Bobby will want to come away.
And actually, No Degree just said that the only reason he insulted Wit is because he mistaked her for an atheist and thought that she was.
Oh, that just speaks to No Degree's lack of character. He must not have nailed any atheist men today. Just go ahead and nail some atheist men, and maybe you'll, it's like a Snickers. Like,
Team, did you have a question or what?
To clarify,
no, I was gonna say like, No Degree only. The same thing that Coco just said. Like, he only insulted you because he thought you were atheist, which is weird.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do hang around you guys a lot, which, probably speaks to my character, so I should probably stop doing that.
Yes, for the record, Wit is a full-blown atheist. She does not like God.
I'm just kidding.
Honestly, that's probably the most Christ-like thing you can do, right, Wit?
Hang around atheists?
I wouldn't even compare myself.
No, in terms of like accepting all, being amongst the prostitutes and stuff. That's what Jesus is.
Wait, I do. Hey, look, I saw.
We all know that Manny is a prostitute.
Yeah.
Wait, have you ever had lunch with a prostitute? Price is Manny, like $40, like a hot little 40. What are we talking here?
I sell no part of my body ever. So.
What'd you say, Coco?
Wait.
Have you ever had lunch with a prostitute?
Thing, right?
No, look, I'm the worst of sinners, right? That's what we confess in liturgy. So I am in no place to judge anyone at this point.
Are Christian or are the Orthodox Eastern? I mean, are the Eastern Orthodox folks? Are they the worst sinners? Sinners?
Yeah, we're the worst of sinners. We confess it in every liturgy. So.
Singers.
I mean, we're the best singers, obviously.
Wait, I think aren't
the Catholics might take it.
Yeah, the Catholic school board. No, actually, wait, Baptists, black people. Duh.
No, it has to be the Catholics.
The Black Baptist Church?
That team, you're chewing like crazy, bro. You're here talking about
Tristan's lying. I just want everyone to know that Tristan's a big fat liar.
Who?
And also, I beat him in a debate, and he's really sad about it.
Team, I just want you to know, when you said my voice was cringe, I stuck my tongue out and flipped you off. So I win.
Wait, I have a question of truth. How many types of churches have you been to?
I don't know. I haven't counted. I've been to a lot. I've been to.
Would you say less than 10? Not specific churches.
Total churches in my life, or different types of denominations.
Types of denoms.
So, like within the Protestant tradition, there's quite a bit of traditions. I've been to Apostolic Church, been to an Episcopalian church, been to a Lutheran church, been to.
There's a specific reason why I'm asking you.
Okay, why are you asking?
The reason why I'm asking you is for you to answer this question. Which denomination tends to have the better choir?
A choir?
I mean, if I were to, I've actually never been to a live Catholic mass, but like if you look up online, like the most beautiful hymns are going to be, or songs are going to be your Latin.
I was about to say that I go to church.
Yeah,
you watch like Dale's.
I go to church with my family, like I try to all the time, and yeah, those music's definitely different.
But can I host you at my church, bro? I'd love if you come to my church, bro. You're gonna have your mind changed, bro.
Me?
I mean,
yeah, bro.
What's your church?
The Third Baptist Church of San Francisco.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's a historic black church
across the country. But wait, so you're a Christian?
I'm a cultural Christian. I'm a deacon and director of youth ministry.
So
you
don't believe in the resurrection, but your church allows you to be a deacon.
Oh yeah, I mean my church, the title of deacon, right? My church is a very liberal church, and we're an interfaith church. And so we welcome all people.
Interfaith?
Yeah.
Do you like have other religious ceremonies at that church?
Not different religious ceremonies, but we respect different religions. So we have like a Hindu at our church, Buddhist at our church. So we welcome all people to condone. I mean, to what do you call it? Congregate.
Okay. What is the goal to bring them to Christ?
I think the goal of my church is just progress and social progress.
That tracks. Have you attended a liturgy, Truth? I'm curious.
I haven't attended a live liturgy. I've been to the Orthodox Church to meet with the priest, but I haven't done that yet. I plan on doing that this summer. And what's crazy is, since they don't have children, right, all my 3 little kids will be there. And he said, hey, it's normal. Kids just run around and we let them be kids. I'm like, okay. Because you kind of have this stereotype. You think that it's old-fashioned, so they're going to be upset if your kids can't sit down and behave. I have a 2, 4, and 6-year-old. So, but he said, no, this is totally normal. And how do we know that the kids aren't chanting in their own way? It's like, so that's, I'm curious to go.
No, I mean, I think you'll really love it. It's
Truth, if you want to come
honestly,
to mind.
like I did a lot of research. I read a lot of things, the theology, and I do think that like that's incredibly important, the history of it. Like I think everyone should look into those things. But when I attended a liturgy, like it is the only thing that separates it from everything else. Like that's the reason why I'm Orthodox. Without the liturgy, I wouldn't be. So I just want you to experience that for yourself. I think you'd really love it.
I'm very curious to see my wife's reaction. She'll probably feel the same way.
She will.
So I have a general question. I have a quick question.
Oh, really quick before you ask it. Double Donkey says liturgy is boring as buns.
Dang, wait, you don't take that?
I don't care.
Double Donkey.
Right.
Wait, so
white rice, yes, sir.
This is a general question for the judges, right? I want to understand. Are we saying that Joyful most likely won because he presented an equal probability view that life can permit?
No.
Hey, Coco.
Then I guess
debate.
Then I guess I'm kind of confused. Then if it's because it's which has a higher probability.
Yeah, so it was stated that something had a higher probability. I didn't see a demonstration of it having a higher probability. Secondly, like I said, the smoking gun was both sides agreed that quantifiability is a necessary tenet for probability, and I really didn't hear anything being quantified.
But he was doing Bayesian analysis. That doesn't have anything to do with it. The hypothesis doesn't have to be reduced to numbers.
Coco, I just want to know when the next debate is, please.
So we've been having some scheduling issues with Matt Slick and Monkey Boy. They were supposed to debate on the last event, then there was some scheduling things. Then they're supposed to debate on this event, and there might be some scheduling things. So honestly, we might just run Q&A and like have a good time until our third debate, which is going to be Godless Engineer versus Joel Setcase from the Think Institute.
Oh man, I really wanted to hear if like they come back later. Can we please just extend this? Because I really wanted to see that debate, like really bad.
Yeah, well, we could do the debate later in the night.
Okay. But yeah, Bobby, I don't know. In my, at least for me, right, it's more so about what the performance of the individual debaters, given the context of the debate and what the other person contended with, and so it doesn't really fall on the person to answer things that weren't asked. So
yeah, exactly. But I do understand what like Cage and her team was saying.
Yeah, do you think the interlocutor was pointing it out, right? Like, did the interlocutor point out any of the flaws in the argument?
Yeah, and that's my thing. Like it falls on the interlocutor, not us.
Stop saying that I didn't do it.
I didn't say anything.
What?
Yeah, you keep saying, the point of the debate is that you're supposed to point out what the other person said about the other person and not what you personally think. And I've already stated how I did do that. So you did. So now that's lie number one.
Do you think that Truth was using quantify in the sense of numbers?
Even if he wasn't, I didn't hear how he did, even in a non-number quantifiable way.
He specifically said that he's saying that he was explaining the properties of the thing.
Did he give you a quantity in a non-number way? And
yeah,
how,
so like
how that increased the probability?
Well,
yeah, so
what I heard from the debate was that he started off with 0.5 for both, right? For atheism being true and theism being true. And then he started adding on top of the explanations, saying that there are explanatory power for theism, which every time that he added an explanatory power, he would increase the 0.5 by 0.1. He literally stated that.
Yeah, and like if that's not like if that was an error or that wasn't true, that falls on the other person to point that out. I don't really think
He did. And this is all I'm going to say about it to keep it professional. But the blunder that I took it was, if you grant that the universe has the capacity in and of itself to produce life, and you sort of accept that sort of reasoning there, and you say, like what Truth said was, oh, is God still compatible though? Now, when you're asking, is it compatible? That's like, it's just getting into a causal overdetermination problem, where if I say, like if I have a subject and the subject unalives at the exact instance where two things are occurring, one, a brick falls on his head, and two, my pew pew goes off. If both those objects have the exact same instance of time where they hit him, to say that what best explains the individual unaliving is my pew pew, there's no need to introduce the brick, because then you're going to get into some issues about which one causes it. Now, I took him as saying, well, clearly what explains the life is this universe has the probability to do that. I wanted to see an extension onto what explains why the universe has the probability to do that if it needs one, which, I mean, we didn't get into any of that.
Yeah, we did. I said that you have to appeal to a brute fact. I don't want to argue with the judge here, but that I definitely said that at least twice.
Yeah, the thing that I interpret was what's the universe need not explanation further if it has the things to which we're trying to explain. If the universe is the explanon for the explanandum, I would have liked to have heard an argument for why that explanon required further explanandum.
So the universe is like in the position to where life is permitted within. Like that's obviously granted, but still the question remained was what explanation or what hypothesis can better explain the existence of life in this universe. So perhaps like if the debate topic was a life permitting universe, that would have been more clear. But anyways. I don't want to keep badgering on about that.
No, that's fair.
As he's not here, Joyful's not here.
So. No, that's fair. I think overall, the more I think, the more like I chew on it a little bit more. I did think Cage is right in this explanation. But probably like I think I agree more with Cage than her team.
Said the same thing I said. He's just more eloquent than I am.
You were looking for quantification. You were looking for quantifications.
But I also said the things that he said just way horribly, way more horribly than he did.
Regardless, both did well, very well.
Well, that I'll be
honestly, Coco, this is. I'm sorry.
I just didn't view Joyful's argument as linear, like linear at all. Like I just didn't at all. I don't think he really contended with any of the points at all.
Yeah, W Manny, but like Coco, I just want to say, like, out of probably all the debates that I've watched, except for maybe like an exclusion of two, this is like one of the better ones.
There are a few. There were a few. Like I could think of a lot. Like for example, the one that comes to the top of my head is Sir and Christ Before Jesus. That was a good one.
Ugh, that one sucked. What are you?
What? Wait, what are you talking about? That one's really good.
I'm sorry. Christ Before Jesus condescendingly ate a sandwich as if this debate didn't matter. Are you kidding?
That was funny, and also like
It was comedic. That was comedic. Yeah, I didn't take that as just.
It wasn't comedic.
Wait. That's
I like
rhetoric.
Sir's debate.
Listen,
I'm
that's
sorry.
rhetoric.
Humor is objective. I would
Wait,
like.
rhetoric is allowed.
Go out there.
So is
you can
debate.
say that, but like that's disrespectful to
It
your
is
opponent.
disrespectful. Thank
So
you.
like your opponent, so like I spent time to research to put my argument together to make sure I had questions to ask in response, so on and so forth. Sir did the same thing. This shows like I don't care how much time you put into it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do this.
Thank you.
To waste time. Oh, I'm sure Sir prepared to answer to what his opening statement would be, and he kind of did that. And then just like the whole, it's basically like it gives that vibe of being arrogant. Say,
Yes.
I don't even need to have a full.
Well,
opening
that's what I'm
statement.
saying is that
gonna
like it's one
crush
thing
you.
to like try to be humorous about certain things and be good with your like opponent, but it's a whole other thing when you come up here and just act like you sweep the debate by eating some kind of sandwich. It's just
I
Okay,
agree.
all right, fine. Maybe you have like your subjective opinions about that. But
Yeah,
what about
I
like
agree with you
what about
guys that it
it's not
was.
subjective. It's just
I
subjective.
agree.
No,
I
it's
agree.
fine.
I
What
agree
about
with
what
you
about
guys that it was like disrespectful, but I mean rhetoric's allowed, and
He's a
it's gonna
douche
depend on-
anyway. But go
It's gonna
ahead.
depend on the
yeah,
person.
yeah.
It's gonna depend on the
What about sinless? What about sinless and Heisenberg? That was a good one.
Okay, well I didn't watch that one to be fair. So
Oh,
What about the one with Saiten Bruggenkit?
who?
Saiten Bruggenkit against Monkey Boy and Seasonal.
Oh.
Why do you have a habit of bringing
Yeah,
on
no, I still
like,
didn't like that one a
precepts?
lot.
What about
curious.
what about AR versus J Rob? What about that?
That's
one?
a very good question.
That one sucks.
I would
every
never-
every
I would
debate that you're
never-
in AR just sucks. Like I don't
AR
know.
sucked. Oh man.
No,
Truth had
bro.
a question. Truth had a
J-Rob
question.
should never
when we-
debate unless it's just against a Muslim, bro.
I thought that was a good debate. I
Truth just asked why
thought
we
it
have
was
the proclivity of bringing up precepts.
I thought that one was a good debate. But,
Okay, why is that?
I don't know. Saiten Bruggenkit was very famous.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
mostly just because they're popular in the space, and you know.
Okay. Well, I mean, like,
Oh
I mean, I'm
well.
sure you're aware that you know, especially it's funny because like the Orthodox talking about that earlier. You have people like Jay Dyer who are very well known, and he's precept. But I just don't like the precept style.
I don't like
of
precept
apologetics.
either. I'm not a
Um,
fan of it, to be honest. I'm with you too.
yeah,
So-
it doesn't get anywhere. I don't think
You like Jay Dyer?
Jay Dyer is a racist, bro. Who likes
Oh,
that
Well, I'm
guy?
saying
Jesus.
he's
Like,
a
I don't know if
popular
you can go that far,
Orthodox.
Actually,
I'm saying he's a popular
you
Orthodox
what?
person.
He's literally like a white. He's a white.
No, he isn't. That's ridiculous.
He's a white. He
That's ridiculous.
he's a
Jay
white
Dyer?
erasure guy.
No, he's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, he
Kunta, do you have a
I
positive
question?
watch
white
enough that
replacement
like
theory.
I don't watch enough. Like I haven't watched Jay Dyer lately, but like I know enough that like most of the stuff said about him is just ridiculous.
Kunta, do you have a question?
Okay, cool.
No, I'm just saying, like, that dude is just. Jay Dyer got cooked by Danny multiple times.
Who? Danny?
Danny, yeah,
Oh, sweet Jesus.
yeah. He was on. He was on Morgan
I
Pierce
don't care. I really don't.
or Piers Morgan.
He
I mean, Jay.
Oh, that was. I didn't watch all of that, but
Yeah, you should because
kept
I think
Jay
Jay
Dyer
Dyer
just shows his
Jay Dyer
ass.
has.
He kept running from
has
his
a certain. He has a certain audience, right? Like, I'm not like. I think there's some critiques.
Are you
but
a Huda defender?
I'm sorry. What?
Are you a Huda defender?
Who's a? What's a Huda?
Huda from Love Island.
I don't know who that is.
Team, what's up with team? What is up with you in Love Island? Grown ass man
No.
over here looking at people.
It's literally the most watched show in the nation. So I don't know.
Yeah,
What you're talking about.
yo, that's because
Don't
people,
tell Danny.
yo,
I
that's
don't
because-
need that.
That's because people are so slow.
I
that
didn't
they
watch it, so I'm,
That they'd
I'm
watch
not
a
gonna
bunch
sit
of
here.
thoughts. They watch a bunch
Wait.
of thoughts. and
People
then-
are wait. What's the argument that if you watch Love Island you're slow?
because it's just a bunch of thoughts and fuckboys like pretending to fall in love. Like none of that
That's
shit.
not. That's not.
That's
Love
not
Island.
true.
Oh my god!
What's the
That is
argument that they're
literally
bots?
not
Like
true.
The
wait,
first
they-
few seasons,
this
yeah, maybe,
season,
right? But this season,
this
put the Instagram
season
models
7,
and like dudes that are
this-
obviously douchebags.
This season 7 had like the lowest body counts out of all the girls I've ever seen in my life.
Anyone want to drop for Jim?
Yeah,
Don't worry, I took care of it.
bro, my brother watches that shit, bro. Like,
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
AR,
like, the
AR.
I think the highest body count for a girl in the show was 13.
oh damn, ugh.
Why are we
Whoa.
talking about Love Island? Who cares?
Because
Yo,
I was just seeing if you're a Huda defender because you
I
seem
don't know
like
who
you're-
that is. I literally don't.
Is that the
Yeah,
girl with 13 bodies?
No.
Oh. Listen, I'll
It's
just
the
say
one
this.
with the It's the one with the kid.
I think that having the word
Look,
Love Island there, I think having the word
I
Love
really
Island
don't
there,
have much to say about like Jay Dyer. He's a part of the church. I'm not a part of the church yet, so I'm not going to sit here and make judgments. I think that there's some things. I think he's a pretty funny guy, but I'm also not like some sent for him. So there's that.
Anyways, about the more substantive discussion, which is about Love Island, I think having the emotion love, the emotion
Somebody drop him right now, please.
the emotion love in that show.
Just
no. Who did it? No.
It was for comedy. It was for comedy.
Thank
It was for
you.
comedy. It was for comedy. Coco.
Bring him back. Bring him back immediately.
It's for comedy. It was a punchline.
Yo, I'll nuke the live with my mod power. Don't play.
He posted in the werewolf that he is with Danny.
But yeah, what I was gonna say is that if that's what love is, if that's what society thinks that love is at this point, then I don't even know anymore, bro.
You don't even watch this. You're the same reasoner as I've seen in these people's lives, bro.
Bro, what are you?
You haven't even seen this season, bro.
You just literally just told me that the highest body count was 13. They're literally on an island for like a month, bro. Like, who's going through 13 guys in like 2 months?
Are you stupid?
What do you mean? How am I stupid? Is that not ridiculous?
Do you think if I said a body count's 13, it has to be done over the course of Love Island?
Oh wait, I thought that's what you meant. What else would that matter then? What would the prior body count mean?
Listen to this.
This guy's so stupid.
Head team, do they sit them down and ask them their body counts before the show starts?
Yes, that's what happened this season.
Why are we talking about Love Island?
Because this just feels weird. It just feels like we're putting. I don't know. It's such a weird show.
Coco, when are the other debaters supposed to come up here?
8:20.
8:20?
Yeah, you got about like 20 minutes.
What's the next debate about?
Whether or not Jim is actually
exist,
does Jim deserve to live?
He doesn't.
Let me.
No.
I gotta hop off.
I live my
I wanted
life.
to ask if Jim had a
like
question.
the song says, "I live my life like there's no tomorrow."
Jim,
wait,
Jim, do you have a question
for you?
guys? My God,
I have a
asking a question, guys.
I have a question for you, Truth. First of all, how dare you?
How dare
Second
you?
of all, what gives you the right?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Allahu Akbar.
Damn, dude. So Monkey Boy, like, it's not gonna happen. I really wanted to see that one. I was excited. I'm excited, dude. That's like the one because Monkey Boy is a really good debater, and like that's like
Manny.
a little slow.
Manny, do you remember when I cooked you in a debate?
Oh my lord, dude! I was like sleep deprived and fried.
See, look at it.
I was sleep deprived. And
I'm
fried.
sorry. Everyone unanimously voted for me. So.
Well, like based off the way they're voting these debates, I mean, I don't care anymore. Honestly, I don't even.
Could someone bring up Mace Windu? He says he's got a question.
Wait,
I don't know if he's serious or not. But
What?
Mace Windu? He was just up here. He said he has a question for me.
Are the questions because he just had a debate? What was the debate about? I missed it.
It was whether under theism is it more expected that life is permitting or whatever.
Is it more expected under theism than
I pretty much
life permitting conditions are more expected under theism?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Oh, bro, they already had the argument.
We're not debating it now.
Oh, okay.
Let me just read my opening statement again. No.
Honestly, you could.
Asian analysis or something.
Yeah, it was.
Jim, are you like driving or what are you doing? Or not driving or in an Uber?
Truth, I'd love to.
Dependent on priors.
Truth, if you ever want to, I mean, we can have a formula if you like, but we could also just because I'm wondering how you can send like an Obian view of this. So if you just want to talk or just talk the debate.
Yeah, no, I'm down for either or. DM me. We can definitely schedule some time. Like I said, I'm trying to start going live more. So I'd be very happy to discuss that. Mace asked, do you think that Christianity... Oh, it's like he's doing a bunch of things there. Is Christianity unique? Are you trying to schedule a debate about that? Okay.
Don't debate him.
Okay, I have a question. Truth over T. What's the more common view? Is the Bible like the written word of God, or is the Bible more like observation?
Oh god, now I can hear you.
You're kind of going in and out there.
Oh, what's the more popular view? The Bible being the written word of God, or the Bible just being observations people made, living in a world where God was active?
What's the more popular view?
Yeah.
That's the literal written word of God.
Oh, okay.
Truth, who's your favorite, like, apologetic philosopher, like just Christian philosopher in general?
Right, Swinburne.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
He just the way he carries himself. Although he kind of failed at his last conversation with Alex O'Connor.
Yeah, he seemed a little.
The other day.
I feel like he's getting very old. Like I feel sad.
He's in his 90s.
Yeah, it makes me feel sad. Like I felt bad.
But he and Thomas Sowell are like two of the smartest people on the planet, and they're in their 90s still philosophizing. Like that to me
They're
is just
still cooking it.
Dude, they were around with like the.
I hope I'm like that. Yeah, pants up way over the belly button, like just those guys.
Yeah, I mean, me and Cage were talking about this and how it's like Swinburne doesn't get enough respect. I think because like Swinburne is definitely up there. He was around when like the
To be
goats were
clear,
around.
Emmanuel was bullying this old fucking man, and I brought all of this up.
I just felt bad. I said like I just felt bad because he's like one of the goats, right? Like at least like with Christian philosophy.
You called him slow. And
No,
unspoken.
listen. What I said was he sounded slow and he sounded like he had something going on, right? And I felt bad because
Emmanuel, my
he's one of
priors
the
are that
goats.
he's 90 years old. There you go. That's why it's
But I
expected
can't.
given
Wait,
my fucking priors,
what's your
idiot.
argument? What's your argument against me having empathy for an old person and
You
that
were-
being
You
somehow
were
bullying?
making fun of him. You were actively bullying a 90-year-old man.
No, I said that I felt
Manny,
bad.
what's wrong with you?
I felt bad about an old man, right? Like, it's sad to see the goats fall out of order. Like if
He
like
said this after bullying him for 5 minutes straight
no,
while I
but
sat
look,
here and
I
listen.
can't
When
believe,
LeBron,
like, why do you bully people?
oh my god.
Yeah, why are you ageist? Huh?
Listen, it's because I'm an atheist. And
Why do you hate old
It's
people?
because it's because they're an atheist. I'm an atheist.
What's
and
the
there's
argument that old people
I'll
are
give it
less
to you right
valuable?
now. I'll give it to you. Right. So I'm an atheist, so I have no morality under my worldview according to Tag. So
Oh,
I can do
that's
whatever
true.
I want, and it doesn't matter.
That's like objectively true.
Define truth here.
I don't even think you know what good is.
Under what theory? Under what theory of truth are you saying that?
Under the theory that atheism sucks ass. How about that?
Well, that's not not much of a theory.
Atheism sucks ass. How about that?
Well, that's not much of a theory.
Hey,
That
can
was
I
more
ask
of a
why
proposition.
you guys said not to debate Mace Windu? Was that a joke? You guys said not to debate Mace Windu. Was that a joke? Or are you serious? Okay. I don't know. So.
Putin's an enigma. We haven't figured him out.
Kunta, I like Kunta. He's like more of like.
Did you say Kunta's a what?
An enigma?
A what?
What's an enigma?
I'm just making a joke.
She's an A, not an ER.
I didn't say the N word, so I just want everyone. So thank you.
Yeah, no, Kunta's really cool.
What kind of enigma?
And if I did say the N word, it wouldn't be with the ER. So I just want you to know.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
Was he an enigma or an enigma?
Oh. Yo, but yeah, Kunta's cool.
That's funny. That was why was I gonna say something?
Okay, guys. You want to copy me all the time, AR.
No, this is a
Hey,
brand
AR,
risk.
can you just look, Kunta? I like you. You're a very nice man. You've always been nice to me. So.
Wait, so are all the contestants gonna have their primers on now?
Wait. Kunta, you think wit is fine? Okay, shoot your shot then, my brother.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Wendy is single. She's
Please,
a nice
enough.
girl.
Can everyone please stop? We need to stop.
She's in her childbearing years.
Dude,
Wow.
dude, listen, it's like a middle-aged, middle-class white woman.
Just call me middle-aged. What is wrong with you?
Also, her parents are really rich, so she has a lot of money.
That's true. I am rich by proxy.
She's rich by proxy.
All right, guys. Well, if there's no more questions, let me hop out of here. But
God
I
bless
just want to say
you.
thank you for your time. Thank you, Coco, AR, I don't know who's speaking as the host. What's your
AR and
name?
Coco are co-hosting.
Yeah,
Well, who's running the channel Day of Debates? Is it both?
It's
Okay.
AR.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, judges. I appreciate your time, and hopefully we can do this again.
We appreciate yours.
God bless Truth.
Yeah, thank you for
later, Truth. There's a lot of views that I'd like to discuss with you, but I guess if you're going to be joining
Me too, because we seem
cool. All right, guys.
Bye.
I'll see you.
All right, peace out, brother.
But also never consider debating Jim because he's a low tier atheist.
Yeah, he's gonna get annihilated.
Jim is actually up there. I got him top 5.
Well, who you got top 5? Jim?
Top 5 of the men you'd make out with, or what?
You said you got Jim top 5?
No, that's a
I don't know, dude. We just see things completely.
Wait, you got who top 5?
I got Jim in my top 5 best atheist debaters.
He's hoovering Jim right now.
I got Jim top 2.
2? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I got Jim top 2. What are you talking about?
I got you like bottom 25.
Debater. Who do you think is number 1
I
atheist
think
debater?
AR is in the top 15.
Bottom 25.
You got me at the bottom 25. That's crazy.
Yeah, bottom 25.
Wow.
AR, you like belittle yourself by arguing with people who you know they're not understanding.
That's true. You should stop arguing with our words.
The things you say.
Wow. So
But it's because
everybody that
people
comes
don't want to come up with lies.
because I want to teach somebody something.
You don't want to teach them anything. You just want to flex your intellectual.
Well, AR, the thing is,
I
they'll
want to
literally
flex.
tell you.
I don't care about flexing. I care about.
Oh, you're so full of it. AR, can you just admit that you love being the smartest person in the room?
I really don't care about. I'm first of all.
Well, to be
I'd rather
fair,
be the dumbest.
first of all, to be fair, all of us are kind of like that. That's why we are like
No,
this.
look, I know that I'm not the smartest person in the room, and everybody here would agree. So I don't know what you're on about.
I actually enjoy.
Yeah,
not
see,
being-
look, everybody grants it.
Epistemic
Look at that.
humility. I fuck
Wait,
with
I'd
that.
rather be the dumbest. What are you talking
I'd
about?
rather be
I'd
the
rather be
dumbest.
the
Rather be the dumbest.
Yeah, be
Well,
the
you
smartest.
are.
If you're the smartest,
Congratulations.
if you're the smartest
I'd
person in
rather
the
be the
room,
dumbest.
then you're in
I
the
really
wrong
do.
room.
Congratulations, babe. You are.
I think we've all had those moments where we love dunking on people who are not as smart as we are.
I actually hate.
No, I feel bad when I do that.
Wait
feel
is
bad when I do that,
easily the nicest EO I've ever met.
I'm the nicest one. All Sage.
Yes.
Wait, do y'all know Constantine? Wait, do y'all know Constantine? He runs he's like at least when I measure theists on how amicable they are when they're talking to when we're talking to each other and how like.
Do you
fluid
think
the
I'm
conversation.
amicable, Manny?
Well, I haven't really had like an actual substantive discussion.
Yes,
with
we
you.
have. We literally debated the other day, and I fucking cooked
Yeah, well, like an actual, like.
Hey, what that? I forget. Like, wasn't I saying the same thing? Like, ISO was like fucking up. What was it?
I'm so nice. You guys don't
What was
even
the
know how
debate?
nice
What was
I
the
am. I'm
debate?
like
What
the
was
nicest
It was
person.
about free will. I don't even
Imagine
remember what
somebody's so
happened.
nice we don't know how nice they are.
Team, like I'm so nice. Look, you're kind of growing on me, okay? Like I hated you before, but like we're over it now. Like I'm over it.
Nothing. Listen, look. I'm just saying.
We
Like,
can
a
move
nice-
past it, right, Hatim? We can be friends, right?
I'm always trying to strive like Jesus and turn the other cheek.
Oh well, you're better than me.
Yo, Hatim, I gotta say though, your church though, like you do realize like half of the world, like almost all the Christian world would be just like scoff at the idea that there's even a church.
Yeah, it's not one, but that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like my pastor was like the first church in California to allow female preachers. So.
Oh God.
Well, I mean,
I'm
church
not
in
gonna-
California, that makes sense, man. Over here, dude, if I told someone that from the South, they'd like have an aneurysm.
Oh look, someone extended me a rose. I wish I could get a real rose. Where are the real men in this world?
You know,
I want a rose.
You know, my pastor is one of. Well, he's not the pastor anymore. He literally just retired a few weeks ago. But my pastor was one of 8 students of Martin Luther King Jr. So, I mean, he's on that one.
Well, that's neat, I guess.
He also.
Okay, so when's the next debate?
So just to be clear,
In about 13 minutes.
Monkey Boy and Slick are not debating anymore at all.
No, apparently scheduling it.
Dude, why?
You know what, Coco? Stop scheduling them. I think that's what you should do. Put your foot down.
Matt Slick's a pre-supper, and he's a gibberator. So I don't think it would go anywhere anyway.
No, but Monkey Boy's like really good at debating, so it would have been hilarious. And we could have dunked on them on the fucking judge stage.
No, I'm saying like.
Can we bring Shark up? AR, why are you taking up a space when you're like already the day of debates?
Because we're trying to promote his account. Everyone follow AR and me.
Well,
Oh my
no,
God.
it's not to promote. Hold on, wait. No, it's the other way around. The reason why I have my account up is because people see me live, and then they'll click into this debate.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, can we bring up Shark for 2 seconds? Because he's
Dude,
mad.
Shark, like I know where Shark's gonna come up over here and say, "This isn't professional. Why are you guys yapping about random things?" We should say that's something to say if he comes up here.
Manny, like, what's it like being 20 years old in 2025? Can you tell me?
Honestly,
Can
bro,
can we swap Manny for Shark?
fuck no. He's gonna be like, "What's
Manny,
the?"
I just want to know what it's like to be so fucking young in 2025.
Honestly, basically,
it's
amazing. Basically, it's amazing. I can pretty much do whatever I want. And
That's true.
No, you can't.
Do
Like,
whatever
how
you
many?
want.
Look, Manny, how many drinks have you had probably before you?
I can't even drink. Do you think I can't drink?
Okay, look, Manny. I'm just asking, like, how many drinks have you had?
Oh, a lot. Like
A lot,
started
like
drinking
so
at
many.
age-
Like, isn't it way cooler when you're like underage? Like, it's way cooler.
Under what
I know,
modality?
not really. I definitely prefer.
Wait, ISO. Under what modality could you drink?
A lot of things are way cooler when you're underage.
That's true, Jem.
Oh
That's true.
Wait, no, not legally. Not legally.
Okay.
Hold on.
You weren't. You don't even remember
Oh my
9/11.
God.
You weren't even
Shut
born
up.
for
Let me answer
9/11.
the question.
If
Again,
ISO was
Manny-
in Tijuana, he could drink legally.
Look,
Under
Coco,
what
I have a
modality?
new rule. I have a new rule for.
Under what modality could he drink?
I have a new rule for who can debate. Okay.
All of them.
If you don't have solid
No,
memories
not
of
under all of
9/11, you're not allowed to debate. There you go.
Fair.
Just to
Oh my God.
just a clarifying question.
Hatim, do you have solid memories of 9/11?
I have solid memories when I was 3.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
you were
I answer
3?
AR
Get the fuck out of
question.
here.
Just a clarifying question.
Yo, Whit was graduating college.
Just a
Well, I was in 8th grade. but
just a
whatever.
clarifying question.
I was, you know what? I was.
I'd already been in for the Navy for over a year.
Wait,
What
I'm
happened?
right
Sorry, I
Shark,
feel
go.
your pain, buddy. I feel your pain.
I'm right behind you. Whit.
Just a clarifying
Shark.
question. Is this still allegedly a professional tournament? If yes,
It's not.
define
It's not
professional.
professional.
It's
It's not a tournament.
That's wild to say in the chat.
Wait, we're not doing a tournament. The tournament is on
Nobody's getting
Wednesday.
paid. Nobody's getting
Oh,
paid.
sorry. Is this a professional debate?
No one's debating.
We haven't started a debate yet.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize. Is this a professional event?
Nobody's getting paid.
There's no event going on besides the live.
It's a yes. It's a.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Whoever, every person,
Is there a conditional?
every person who wins, I'll give them $1 if this debate event ends in the next 2 hours.
Shark, I want your $30 right now.
That's crazy. You got paid money you didn't deserve.
Shark, what do you
Me my $30, Shark.
Do we shut down the live or do we just like no they sit in here with no one on the panel not talking?
Shark, when did I ever say
What
that
they
we
ought to do, what they ought to do is they should kick every single person who isn't debating and then bring up 2 people who want to debate
Shark,
and keep it. And
Yeah, so just have random little debates like between
I'm
like.
trying
a bunch
to
of
hang out
monsters.
because-
like that makes no sense.
I'm trying to hang out.
but
Like,
that's
why
what you
are
guys do
trying
every
to-
night. You guys hang out.
Shark,
I don't know.
nothing's gonna go on in
Honestly,
space.
Honestly,
you know
I-
what's gonna
could've done
happen
Coco.
if you kick everyone off the panel
You know-
and have
hold
a
on,
random
you know
debate?
what
Everyone's
we
gonna
could have done?
leave.
We could have done like a little
Just hanging
Little
out for
King of the
like
Hill.
20 more minutes
King of the
because
Hill.
that's how long it takes me to get to like Anthony's house, and then you could like do debates. 'Cause
Wait, I want to
that'd be
debate Jim real quick.
Actually, I think from now on, if we have like empty spaces in the
I'll
debate
debate
events,
Jim.
we can just do King of the Hill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Jim, what are we debating?
I like how everyone
I
said
want
it
to pick a
after
topic
me,
right now.
but
I
then
want to
they
debate
made
Jim.
it they made it sound like they were the first that came to come up with. That's funny.
Oh,
First
no,
of all,
no.
wait, hold on.
Hey, AR, I want to
I'm
debate
joking,
Jim.
guys. I'm joking.
I
Why
want
is
to take,
everyone
like,
talking at the
let's
same
debate.
time?
I
Let's debate.
offered the Jim debate first, so I'll go first.
No, nobody wants to debate a team. I want Jim and Whit. Let's go. Jim, what do you want to debate?
You want Jim? Wait, what?
Yeah,
Okay, I need you to calm down.
Let's
What?
debate why why surrealism was better than pictorialism.
Oh, God damn it. I don't know any about that.
1920s.
I hate you.
Wait,
Why
isn't the next debate like 8 minutes?
Jim, I don't know if you were joking when you I think it was either today or yesterday, but you guys had something like the trans world depravity solves for
the logical problem of evil? Did you mean that, or are you just like saying that?
No, I mean, like, that's one defense to the logical problem of evil that Plantinga posits transworld depravity. I don't think that it follows. I have my own issues with transworld depravity, but
yeah, I don't think
like the guy that I was running it against, I don't think he would have known how to answer to that. So.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Now, Jim's secretly atheist.
Jim, could I get clarification on Danny's answer real fast? Thank you.
Yeah, that would fall.
We just left the restaurant, so I'm driving over to the next spot.
Oh,
as
you're
soon
a
as we get there,
passenger,
I'll
right?
record it. But I'll yeah. I'm a
Okay.
passenger.
Okay, yeah, Jim. Yeah. Jim, here, wait. My prediction to their responses is laughing and then saying waste of time, but then they're not going to do it because they don't actually value their own epistemology.
What are you talking about?
That's the first time you haven't said word.
I'll make sure to tell them that. I'll be
what are you talking about,
man?
Well, no. I specifically.
If you really value
said
your epistemology, you'll like actually consider this debate.
Oh God.
Wait, Shark.
What's the argument for that?
What?
Shark, what are you talking about?
He's with Danny right now, and every time I try to talk to Danny about his private personal language.
With Danny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Either way, every time I try to talk to Danny about
dinner, we're gonna go like someplace else right now.
Yeah, they're gonna go someplace.
Every time I try to talk to Danny about his private personal language system, he gets mad at me, yells at me, and tells the host to kick me from the panel.
Really?
Yeah, every time.
That doesn't sound like Danny.
Wait, are we talking about Danny, like Danny, Jordan Peterson Danny, like that one, or
Danny Tik-Tok?
Yep. He tells the host to ban me from the live because he considers me a waste of time when all I'm doing is asking about his language system. Because
feel like
Danny says words that he doesn't believe in, and then when I ask him to explain the words he does believe in, he gets mad and yells.
I just feel like I don't know why people don't engage with you like I do. Because I feel like it's very
because they don't value their word. Which portion of this is still unclear to you?
Yeah, it's just weird to me that they don't though.
I mean, do I engage you honestly?
Can I give you an answer?
Well, yeah, you value your word.
Oh, okay.
Can I give you an honest answer? Like I engage with you, and I engage with you like I talk to you normally, but I think it's just because people just get annoyed at you, and that's just true because your views are sort of idiosyncratic or whatever. Like just to you,
but,
like there's not.
But that's how easy it is.
It was funny watching him. It was funny watching him and I forget that guy's name. He came up. I think his name was Daniel, or was it Daniel? I forget. I don't know. It was a debate between Shark and some guy who was trying to.
Yeah, we need to just like.
You talking about dance
with Danimal?
Danimal.
I'm hanging out. Yeah, I'm hanging out with Danimal right now too.
I don't know who that is.
You were debating.
That's the guy that debated you on like you guys were going on for like 20 minutes about like fleshing out your semantics. Actually debating.
20 minutes to flesh out semantics.
Godless engineering.
That was when you guys were doing the.
Well, respectfully, I say this with love, but if you guys think that the substance of a conversation is not the semantics, then you're a moron.
Oh my gosh,
it's both.
The debate guy is here.
I don't know. I think it's more the thing that
Wait, what's the second one? Semantics and what?
We're about to get started, folks. We're about to get started. We have a 4-minute countdown.
Okay, 4-minute countdown. Like AR, we need to like.
I take semantics to be how it's said, and then the substance.
Need to like what with?
The stage, everybody here for all of us to meet up.
What?
That's what. Okay, where do we meet? Let's meet somewhere in the middle.
Oh, we gotta figure it out.
I say we meet in Jersey.
In Jersey?
Wait, all of us.
Let's meet in the middle. Wait, let's meet in the middle. Yeah, Jersey.
What about Wichita?
That's not the middle. You can't. The middle would literally be my state. I just want you to know.
That's the middle of the country.
Cage is up north. He drives into New York. Cage is in like me and AR in Jersey. Like here in Wichita, he could fly in.
Yeah,
like, we could meet in Jersey. In the Jersey.
Yeah, I think we should meet in Jersey.
Wait, low-key, I don't want to be weird, but like a friend of mine invited me to speak at a church, and like I was like, where? And she was like, Wichita, Kansas. So we could all just meet in Wichita, Kansas.
There's nothing fun here to do. We just need to go to Jersey, Coco.
That's what I just said.
Can I get clarification? Hatim, you said that the semantics are half of it.
Oh my God.
Oh, we could go to New York City.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
down.
because that's better. I said.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, let's go that.
Yeah. So semantics to me is how it's said.
What? That's a tone.
2 minutes.
No, not tone, not tonally, but like.
Wait, do you mean like the difference between like the reference and the referent?
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I was gonna
the
say.
semantics
I
is
think,
like
I
the
think
reference is like what you're saying, but then like the contents of the semantics.
Summer,
Yeah.
I want to meet
yeah,
you.
I think
it's like what I said versus what.
Is there a
You want
difference?
to meet who? Me? You want to meet
for
me?
the word and what it's referring to in your
I want to
view?
meet Summer.
Yeah, the word is going to be the identity.
Isn't summer like
that's referring to
somewhere in
something.
like Oklahoma or some shit?
He's in Nevada.
So
Damn, he's even further west than you.
The word is a
Why are
reference
we
to something
talking
that you're
about
claiming
We're
is
gonna
something
do.
true.
We're gonna do like a get together in fucking Vegas.
guys, what are we doing?
Come on, bro?
Oh wait.
Nevada. That's
Wait,
good.
where did Godless Engineer go?
Can you
Wait.
guys stop talking about nonsense right now, please?
All right, yeah, I'm
in Nevada
drop
right now.
and let you guys.
That's what I'm saying. A team, bro. It's like.
Yo, you're in Nevada.
All right, guys, we're about to start.
Yeah, I'm in Nevada right now.
All right,
4
I'm gonna
minutes.
drop.
You get a 2-minute warning.
We're about
Hi,
to, we're about to
Jim.
drop everybody.
Shark, you're in.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Thank
No,
you.
no. You did the right thing.
That's fine. That's fine.
Good God, you guys! Yeah, like it was like 7 people having different conversations at the same time.
Well, let me see if we can try to get Joel Setcase in here. He's either going to be on his own account or he's going to be on one of our guest accounts for Day of Debates.
I honestly wouldn't mind going to New York though. Yeah.
Hey, so you're in Jersey? Of course not.
What's up, Godless Engineer? How you doing, man?
You're in Jersey, so it's like 2 hours away from
No, I'm not. I'm not from Jersey, Isa. I'm not from Jersey, bro.
You drinking, bro?
No, I'm just confused. How did you? Why do you think I'm from Jersey?
Are you not from Jersey?
I'm from Tennessee, bro. I live in like the South.
Damn, yo, that's.
I live in
crazy.
the Bible Belt, bro.
My second. It's funny because my second guess was you were in Florida, so I was.
No, bro. I live in like gun-toting Bible Jesus loving.
Okay, let's go to New York and then we meet up there.
All right, guys, come on. Let's get focused.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we have the debate going. So should I make them larger or should I just keep it like?
Yeah, make them larger and then. Oh, Joel, it worked. His account worked.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't.
Joel, are you able to put your camera on, Joel?
But you don't have to put your camera on, Joel, if you don't want to. He might not be able to because followers, but I don't know. He may be able to.
If not, it's okay.
Well, it's okay for not. Just wanted to know.
But,
we could also just put instead of his picture, like we could put the Day of Debates thing up. I don't know, whatever you guys want to do.
Keep the Day of Debates thing up and then have them on the side. Actually, let's do that.
Okay, that's fine.
And Joel, do you need help turning on your microphone? It's should be on the bottom of your screen. Oh yeah, he's trying to figure out his
camera can't work.
Can y'all hear me fine?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Your camera won't turn on unless you have some like.
Okay, I've got TikTok open, and I don't even know if my mic.
We can hear
is
you.
the correct mic.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
It says I need live access in order to broadcast my video.
Yeah, you need to reach a certain amount of hours.
Right now, can anyone hear
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can't hear anyone. Let's see. How do I get my volume going?
The two buttons on the side of your phone.
I thought I knew what I was doing, but sadly I don't.
Oh no, you're
volume. Oop. Okay. I'm following Day of Debates.
Can you hear us?
Volume.
Hello.
I got to be able to hear people. Why can't I hear anybody? Mic is on. Volume's supposed to be up.
Yeah.
Are you on your phone?
Okay, Alex is trying to call me right now to try to help me figure this out, I assume. I've got no sound. Oh, no, maybe.
Yeah, what about that?
Oh, I heard something.
Hello.
Hey,
Can you hear
I heard something.
I can hear us. Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. Hold on, I can hear you, I think. Okay, I think. Are we talking? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I apologize about this.
No, you're good.
I'm not sure if my microphone, I'm getting like some crazy buzzing out of my speaker, and I'm not sure if my microphone is the right one. So I'm just going to double check that. Okay, that actually fixed whatever that was. That fixed it. Nope, it's bad again. Okay. How does that sound? How does my
Yes, you sound great.
It sounds good.
You
Okay.
sound great.
Okay, I'm getting a bit of an echo, but we're just going to deal with it. Let me very quickly share my, let's see. Okay, share that. And, okay. I think we're good to go. But you can't see me though, correct?
No.
Does anyone know what do I need to do in order to be seen? Do I have to have I not been on TikTok long enough? Is that what it is?
Yeah, you probably need like more followers, but if you want, you can use one of our guest accounts. But it's up to you.
A guest account will let you go on video if you wanted to go on video.
It'll let me go on video?
Yeah.
I think our guest account will, yeah.
I would like to do that just because, for John's sake, it's helpful to actually see someone and how they're reacting. And for myself as well. I think it's nicer. So do I need to I guess I need to log out and log back in?
Yeah, so the email and password I put in one of our emails?
Yes, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, you probably have to use those. And then send me an email if you need when you log in, it might send an email to my email for that account.
Okay.
And then I'll give you the numbers.
Okay. Yeah, guys, I'm so sorry about this. I thought it was going to work.
Oh no, you're totally cool. Yeah, TikTok it takes a bit to learn how it works, and it's a bit wonky. Some things work sometimes, sometimes it doesn't.
Alex Medeiros was trying to warn me about that and try to help me through it, and I thought I had it. But okay, I've got the username and password. I'm gonna log out. I'll log back in, and then hopefully I'll see you guys again in a second. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
But yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be good. It's going to be great, folks. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. So while we're waiting, if you guys could please tap your screens, share the live, tell people about this amazing debate that's about to happen between two very well-studied individuals. It's going to be very great. Share it out, tap the screen, like the live. Thank you for your gifts, everybody. We do appreciate it, but we appreciate your presence more. But the gifts do help everybody that's on the panel to continue doing their TikTok projects or, reinvest into being content creators. So we do appreciate that. But thank you guys for being here, all 46 of you. Please tap your screens, like the live, share it out, tell people that one of the best debates in history is about to happen right here on TikTok. Let them know. And this also will be going on YouTube, and I'll be editing it and posting it on YouTube. Really just cutting the debate fully and then adding an intro and an outro to it. So
You're actually an engineer, Godless, or is that just a name?
I'm engineer twice over. I got a computer and a software engineering degrees.
Oh. Oh, sorry. Social cues. No, that's awesome, man.
let's see. Let me see. Make sure that he's logged in. But yeah, it'll be a brief moment. It'll be a brief moment, people. DOD. But this debate, I can't wait for. Looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. Anyone got any comments, questions for us? Maybe we can take some of those while we're waiting. Anyone? Comments, questions, anticipations, expectations for the following debate?
I just want linearity, man.
Do you guys, maybe it would be, I don't know if you want to ask for judging criteria, but if you do, we're willing to give it.
What criteria are you guys using? Did you guys make a rubric for yourselves, or do you have an individual? I know there was a dispute earlier, but like you guys probably have like different metrics for judging.
Yeah, every judge is gonna have their own metric, right? So my metric is just going to be, I'm gonna weigh the arguments, and I expect the arguments to be made at least validly. And if an argument is made validly and thus demonstrated, and it's not responded to and it's not refuted, then it's going to flow through. And then at the end of the debate, it's going to be like which arguments flow through more, and depending on the argument made, whether it's relevant to the topic, that's the one that could win the debate. Some arguments are obviously more relevant than others on the topic. So like last debate, for example, I held one argument that was made as a smoking gun. So I'll always explain what made me decide. So. But yeah, as long as you explain your argumentation, why your position is correct, especially if you're in the affirmative side. So
I hope it doesn't give him any trouble as he's trying to log in. Hope it goes straight in.
And I'd say that my judging criteria is just going to be like linearity, the substance, and your performance. Contending with the other person's arguments, and whether or not you have like fallacious reasoning, or you straw man, or you have any fallacies like during the debate. But
are you doing okay, Joel?
Hey, you know what? I tried to get into the username that you sent me. The password was not working. It said maximum number of attempts reached, and I'm sure I messed something up, but I apologize about that. But I'll just go on without the camera if that works.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, if you really, John, if it's helpful, you can go to my YouTube channel. I know you subscribe to it, and you can watch me on there. And it won't be quite the same, but I am live streaming this to my YouTube channel right now. So if it's helpful for you to see like how I'm reacting and that sort of thing, I don't want us to have an uneven playing field there. You could do that.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard me talk, Joel, about my judging criteria.
I did not.
Yeah, so it's kind of simple, but essentially, if you make a claim, I would want it to be demonstrated and having an argument for it. I don't take seriously claims on their own. So at the very least, if claims are just made without any substantiation, it's going to be just a wash.
Okay.
And especially if and then argumentation, arguments made depending on what it is going to be weighed one heavier than the other. And so sometimes, like for last debate, there was just one argument that was like the smoking gun. Well, all arguments are going to matter. So I'll explain at the end what, for me at least, as we all do, what did it for us. Well, actually, we're gonna for this one, right, Coco, it's gonna be in private, right?
Well, yeah. So like, so for the other debates, Joel, we have like some of our friends who are like educated in the material, like judge the debate. But if you guys don't want them to judge your debate, then that's completely fine. We also do like an audience poll, so it's up to you guys.
Okay, I'm good with either one or both.
Oh, okay. Cool. And yeah, well,
I've not done like a judge debate before, so I already feel pretty judged.
Mm-hmm. I will say just if either way, but like my criteria is just to be as unbiased as possible. I don't mind claims, right? So long as the claims have to do with the prompt, and it's gonna be on the the hands of the other interlocutor to how to have a refutation for the claim, or ask for us like some sort of some motivation towards the claim being true. And Yeah, and so I'm trying to judge on your performance and how you're contending with the other person's points. Specifically like the debate itself. Right?
Okay.
And with that, I think AR, you can put Godless and Joel as like the two biggest on the screen. And then
somebody said in the comments, Joel, that your YouTube live video doesn't have any audio. I don't know if that's true. Is that true, Godless Engineer?
It only has audio when he speaks.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I guess he's gonna correct that. And then I do have introductions to do for both of these guests, and we'll get straight to the debates and get it rolling.
Left.
Let's see.
Did he get kicked back? Or?
No, he's setting it up on his little computer. He's got quite the robust setup here, so I'm more amenable to the technical issues.
Yeah, tap the screen, share the live, everybody.
Yep, tap the screen, share the live, and we will get started pretty soon. And let's
Godless
see.
Engineer, are you on the Atheist Experience? Am I tripping? Have you been on there?
I'm a host on there. So like this Sunday, I'll be on both the Atheist Experience and the Line.
Oh, cool.
Oh. Okay. And then we're just waiting for Joel, and then we'll get started pretty soon. When are C and Jordan debating? They're gonna be later tonight, around the time of their debate's gonna start at 10:04 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. But I do need to tell them they should probably come 20 minutes early because they're gonna do like a 20-minute section of clarifying terms before going into their debate. So I'll DM them in a second after I do these introductions. But we're waiting for Joel, and then we should be good to go. So everyone, just bear with us. Give us like a couple seconds. Central Daylight Time. But everyone, just give us like a couple seconds, and we'll be on it.
No, this has actually been super helpful. I've been car shopping for the last hour, and I can't find anything, so it's helping me.
Okay.
So I asked if Godless was a actual engineer. I was hoping you'd say mechanical. I was going to ask you a question, but it's not the case.
Nope, software and computer. So I build software for like Apache helicopters and shit.
Almost there.
Nobody else is gonna clock like. It's just the way you said it was minimizing.
I mean, I just don't think I do anything spectacular. That's all.
Almost there, folks. Let's see. We're just waiting a couple minutes. Well, no, this is going to be a really good debate. This is going to be one of our more educational ones. I think it's going to be very, very good. Joel said he's a very qualified.
Can I give a suggestion for like the future?
Yeah.
I think you should remove the questions, like the Q&A. I think it muddies things up, and I think it like derails the I kind of agree with Shark on that. Like, it would be better if there were no questions, because then people are gonna ask. This is gonna it's gonna muddy it up, and I also think that you should make everyone get there 30 minutes before.
No, but it's supposed to be for interaction purposes, right? Like to ask questions.
The questions are fine. I think they just need to be moderated.
Yeah, that's all. Yep.
Moderated.
The questions is perfect because you want some interaction with the audience.
Yeah, it's okay.
You don't want to not have that interaction. That's literally part of it. You got to get the audience involved.
Yeah,
that's why we do polls, and that's why.
We're like he's here, so it's okay.
Okay, so let's start. I'm gonna do some introductions.
Why is Hydro Fan up here?
Joel, are you good to go?
I'm good to go. So just guys, I am very sorry for how this is working out. As you can tell, this is my first time ever actually using TikTok for this. And I saw someone said, "Who's this boomer?" I'll own that. 100%.
Don't worry about it.
What we're going to do is Alex Medeiros is my moderator on YouTube. He's going to log on. He's going to sign into this live stream using his own browser, and then he's going to share that with my YouTube. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and get the debate started. The folks who are watching on YouTube right now, they might miss like the first minute, but we'll be able to catch them up quickly. It'll be fine. But the debate's on TikTok, so let's go ahead and get started. And again, please thank you for understanding. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, totally fine. So, okay, everyone that's here, thank you guys. There's 50 people here. I'm just going to do some brief introductions, then we'll get straight into the debate. Today we're doing a debate between Godless Engineer versus Joel Setcase on does the Christian God of the Bible exist? In order to introduce our contestants, I'm going to introduce each of them with their own personalized introductions. Here today we have Joel Setcase, who has earned his master's in philosophy of religion from Trinity Evangelical Divinity School and his bachelor's in history from Grove City College. He is a Christian apologist, teacher, author, and the founder and the president of the Think Institute, a ministry equipping believers to explain, share, and defend the Christian message. He has taught at dozens of churches, conferences, events, and interfaith dialogues. A seasoned debater, Joel has engaged in 90 total debates and dialogues, including 6 formal debates, making tonight his 7th. Joel, are you okay with me saying the lives part?
Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm.
Joel lives in the Fox Valley of Illinois, and when he's not engaging in apologetics, you can find him riding his bike, collecting books, or going on an epic trip with his family. So that's going to be like one of our contestants today. And then as for our other contestant, Godless Engineer, he is a very prominent atheist debater on TikTok, but John Gleason, or the Godless Engineer, is an atheist activist and content creator that critically analyzes apologist claims to give you the best arguments and information so you can stand up and use your voice. Very prominent atheist debater, and you guys have probably seen him on the Atheist Experience and on the what's that other show? The Line. Yeah, The Line's a new one, but it's a very good show, hosting a lot of atheists with good information. Both of those two are going to be our contestants today, and they're going to be engaging in a debate, which is going to be 1 hour and 4 minutes. The format is going to be 8-minute openers, 5-minute rebuttals to the openers, 2 rounds of 7-minute cross-examinations, and 5-minute closers. And with that, we're going to get straight to the debates, starting with the affirmative, which is going to be Joel. So you get to start your 8-minute opener, and we can start the timer whenever you say your first word. I think AR should, he should be ready. And yeah, whenever you say your first word, we'll.
Wait, hold on, wait. Who's going for Joel? Right, Joel's going first, right?
Yeah, 8 minutes.
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, it looks like we've got. Can you hear audio? Okay, Alex is now here. He's broadcasting the debate on YouTube, so we should be good to go. Hopefully, everybody can hear the audio, and I'm good to go. So shall I start?
Yeah, you'll start, and you'll see a little timer on the corner of your box on the screen. And
okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you to our host and my opponent, John, our audience, the judges. Tonight, we address the most foundational question of life. Does the Christian God exist? My goal is to vindicate this proposition by showing that the very possibility of understanding reality, what I'll call intelligibility, presupposes the existence of the triune God of Scripture, the Christian God. First, I'll define a few key terms. Then I will present 2 arguments. I will first show that intelligibility obtains or is real, and then that it presupposes God. And next, I will discuss the challenge facing my opponent. All right, let's begin with some definitions. First, intelligibility. This is the capacity for our experiences to be understood and meaningfully interpreted. Next, the preconditions of intelligibility. These are those conditions which must be met first for intelligibility to obtain. There are at least 6: logic, mathematics, uniformity in nature, induction, reliable truth-seeking faculties, namely reason, senses, and intuition, and objective morality. Finally, the word presuppose. For one concept to presuppose another means it only makes sense if the other is already true. Now, my first of 2 arguments. Does intelligibility obtain? Is it real? Yes. Here's why. Premise 1, either intelligibility obtains or it does not. Premise 2, denial of intelligibility is self-refuting. To deny it, one must affirm it, making an understandable claim about reality while denying the possibility of understandability. Therefore, intelligibility obtains. It's unavoidable. Now for my second argument. This is my main argument. Why does intelligibility presuppose God? Premise 1, if God does not exist, then the preconditions for intelligibility must be accounted for without him by atheism. Premise 2, but atheism cannot account for the preconditions of intelligibility. Therefore, the triune God of Scripture exists. Let me defend premise 2. Let's walk through each of the 6 presuppositions, or preconditions rather, of intelligibility, and let's see how each one presupposes God. For each one, we're going to perform an internal critique of the Christian position to show how it accounts for it, and then a reductio ad absurdum of the atheist position to show how it does not. We'll start with laws of logic. Laws of logic, there are 3 of them, and they are immaterial, universal, unchanging, conceptual laws grounded in the mind of God. This is the biblical worldview. They are also 3 in 1. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle are each equally ultimate. These are grounded in the Trinity. Atheism denies God and has nothing to ground logic with logic's attributes. Next, mathematics. The principles of mathematics are immaterial, universal, and unchanging, grounded in the mind of God. The Trinity solves the problem of the one and many, and God grounds the principles of mathematics. Atheism denies God and has nothing to ground math. Math is therefore incompatible with atheism. Science depends on uniformity in nature and induction, and it is the sovereign creator in the biblical worldview that can guarantee nature's order. The idea that the future will be like the past, and our ability to reason about the world. Yes, miracles can happen, but they're meant to be weird to prove a point. Atheism, on the other hand, denies God and cannot account for uniformity in nature or induction. The atheist's belief in these things, and he does believe in them, is therefore arbitrary. Next, our truth-seeking faculties. There are 3: reason, sense perception, and intuition. These are all aimed at truth and generally reliable because of God's intention. We are made in God's image, and this world is the intended, favorable environment which God has created for us to discover truth within it. Atheism, on the other hand, denies the designer and cannot account for the reliability of our truth-seeking faculty. Again, the atheist's belief here is arbitrary and unfounded. Finally, morality. Our consciences alert us to when we are doing something wrong, and they even commend us when we're doing something right, as explained in Romans 2:14 and 15 in the Christian worldview. Morality is a vital element of intelligibility. Many obligations are both universal and interpersonal, such as the prohibition of murder, the obligation to treat others fairly. This reflects the nature of the triune God who is good, righteous, and who is love. Atheism cannot explain morality as anything other than personal preference or societally based might makes right. Without God, these are arbitrary assumptions. As my friend Kevin put it to me recently, without God, we're just overgrown germs in a random chance universe or deterministic universe with no moral oversight. What right do we have to make any meaningful moral claims about oppression, murder, slavery, theft, or anything else? All we can do is describe the way things are, not the way they ought to be. Actual morality is incompatible with atheism. Now, each of these 6 preconditions makes perfect sense given the existence of the triune God of Scripture. They make no sense without him. To argue against God, the atheist has to say, I don't have to account for these things. I just know them. But that's not an argument. It's an admission that his godless worldview is inconsistent with them. So, intelligibility is true, and the Christian God accounts for intelligibility, and atheism cannot account for it. Therefore, atheism is not true, and therefore the triune God of Scripture exists. Now, what is the challenge facing Mr. Gleason, my opponent? He must show not just that he can use logic and science, but that his worldview can justify them and the other preconditions of intelligibility. If he cannot, he forfeits the very tools needed to argue. After accounting for the intelligibility without God, then he would have to use the tools he has within his worldview to prove that God does not exist. Remember, tonight's debate is not about personal preferences or revulsion or how one feels about God's commands in the Old Testament. My opponent may object to God's character or the Bible's morality, and I understand that can be very personal and very emotional. But without God, moral criticism is meaningless. It's just his opinion. Internally to the biblical worldview, it is consistent. God, by definition, commits no moral error. That's not a weakness. That's a strength in the Christian worldview. If he accuses the Christian, myself, of circularity for my trust in the Bible, he will completely miss the point. Every worldview rests on ultimate foundations. The question is, which foundation makes sense? Which foundation makes reason, morality, and science possible? Okay, so to summarize my argument, intelligibility obtains, meaning it is real, it is true. To deny it is to affirm it, that is self-evident. All 6 preconditions of intelligibility presuppose God. Atheism cannot account for intelligibility. Therefore, the Christian God exists. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to our debate.
Thank you so much for that amazing opening statement. Thank you for your candor. With that concludes Joel's opening statement. So we can now move on to Godless Engineer's opening statement, where he will get his 8-minute opener. Your 8 minutes will start whenever you say your first word, Godless.
All right. So thank you everybody for having me here tonight. I really appreciate this chance to debate this topic. Although I did prepare my opening statement to only handle the Christian God claim and not just a general God claim or general deity claim, because it was my understanding that we were debating the Christian God, which so that's what I wrote mine for. So none of my opening statement is going to be in response to Joel's opening statement, just to set the stage there. So for years, I lived my life thinking that God existed. I didn't question whether this God existed. I then started to question things and examine the religious arguments in response to the questions I had, and I found them to be insufficient. And me being a Christian, that's why this applies here. And God did not warrant any belief that he or she existed. That's the conclusion I came to. This is the primary reason why many people believe God probably doesn't exist. The lack of sufficient evidence for God's existence should lead anyone to doubt whether or not he actually exists. I don't claim to know whether or not God doesn't exist, but based on the evidence, belief in such a deity is not warranted, especially the Christian God. And what I'm going to do is briefly explain why the existing evidence for the Christian God is insufficient. So there are generally 3 traits attributed to the Christian God: omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence. Other attributes such as timelessness and immutability are also commonly attributed to God by many Christians. I'm not exactly sure where Joel lies on this, but again, I had to write this in general. God is defined in such a way that he is self-contradictory. And if the Bible is representative of God's nature and history, he can only be a subset of these attributes. I see the Bible as a requirements document. And if God doesn't measure up to his requirements, then that version of God simply doesn't exist. So, omnibenevolence, I'm going to use this one particular attribute in order to show how God cannot be all the omni properties at once. He can only be a certain subset, which is a violation of the requirements set forth by the Bible and by Christian theology. The Bible contains many instances where God violates either his omnibenevolence or, as a result, some other omni trait. For example, in Numbers 31, it has God commanding the Israelites to unalive women, children, and babies in addition to the men. One group is spared, and that's the young virgin girls who are subsequently forced into sexual slavery via forced marriages. So if God is omnipotent and omniscient, then he could have done something more humane, and he knew what he could have done, but chose to slaughter women, children, and babies, and force young girls into sexual slavery. If he's not able to prevent the Israelites from doing this to the Midianites, then he's not omnipotent. I find this hard to believe when Leviticus 19:27 specifically has God issuing beard grooming requirements. But you mean to tell me that he can't tell the Israelites not to murder babies? If he doesn't know a more humanistic way of accomplishing his goals, then he's not omniscient. He can only be two of the three. He cannot be all three at the same time. Another issue for omnibenevolence is God's use and normalization of chattel slavery in the Bible. Leviticus 25:44 through 46 has God endorsing and issuing guidance on how to practice chattel slavery, which is a practice we universally consider abhorrent now. It seems like God either didn't know this was a disgusting practice, which nixes omniscience, or he didn't see it as an inhumane practice, which nixes omnibenevolence, or he was unable to issue a command to not partake in slavery, which nixes omnipotence. Considering that in Deuteronomy 22:8, God essentially plays an ancient OSHA inspector requiring guardrails on rooftops, you would think he'd be able to tell the Israelites not to keep chattel slaves. Again, God cannot be all three omniproperties at once. At best, he can be two of them. God also seems not to understand that women are not property. Even in his supposed 10 Commandments, he lists women as property amongst chattel slaves. He built his chosen people from the descendants of Jacob, who later became known as Israel. Jacob purchased 2 daughters of Laban and then proceeded to grape their servant girls and force them to give birth to some of the tribes of Israel, in addition to both Leah and Rachel giving him children. If God were omniscient, omnibenevolent, and omnipotent, he would know that this is human trafficking, rape, and sexual slavery. And he'd know how to prevent all three of these human rights violations. He would also have the ability and authority to expect Jacob to follow his demands. Instead, God naked wrestled him in the desert and renames him to Israel to create his favored race of people. Now, on to the Bible as the Word of God. Another claim generally made by Christians is that the Bible is the Word of God or is directly inspired by God. That cannot be the case if God is omniscient. The Bible is not a reliable source of historical information except for superficial references to names and places. Events like the Israelites' conquest of Jericho did not occur as the Bible claims. The Exodus did not happen as described by the Bible or in any absolute sense. The Genesis accounts of creation are anti-scientific and do not accurately represent what we know about the universe, let alone the earth itself. The patriarchs of the Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament, are not historical figures, but rather mythical explanations that rewrite the Israelites' history, repositioning them as instead of representing them as an offshoot of the Canaanites. If God is omniscient, then he lied to his chosen people who recorded his version of events. If God is directly lying to his chosen people, that means he's not omnibenevolent. If God isn't lying to his people, then he's not omniscient. If he's unable to reveal the whole truth to his people for one reason or another, that means he's not omnipotent. Christians find themselves in between a rock and a hard place. And additionally, I think the divine hiddenness argument, as well as the problem of evil, is a pretty big issue for the Christian God. If God is omnibenevolent, if he's all loving, and he definitely wants a personal relationship with people, then you would definitely think that he would want to reveal himself in some kind of way that would develop that relationship. If he's going to require this personal relationship with him in order to get into the magical mansion in the sky, you would think that a good God would definitely reveal himself in a way that would convince people, but yet he chooses to remain hidden and he plays coy with people instead. And then there's the problem of evil. If God is really omnibenevolent and he's omniscient, then he can in the world. I'm not talking about suffering that person causes on another. I'm talking about the suffering of like disease. I'm talking about the suffering of like starvation, not caused by any individual, but just starvation because of some area is poor, or some area can't produce enough food to feed people or whatnot. There's also many parasites that God apparently constructed in order to infest living organisms and cause the most amount of pain possible. So it seems like the problem problem of suffering and evil, this unnecessary and unhuman or non-human caused suffering, that should be something that God could easily solve. But he's either not omnipotent, not omniscient, or not omnibenevolent. Sorry, how much longer?
Oh, just finish the last sentence, but if that was it.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess that'll be it. My main target here was analyzing the requirements for the Christian God being all these omni traits, and just simply analyzing the omni traits. God seems to fail his requirements.
Okay, and then we'll cut it there. So that will be the two openers for both of the contestants. We're now going to move on to 5-minute rebuttals. Joel, you'll get 5 minutes to rebuttal to Godless Engineer's opening statement. It starts whenever you say your first word, the 5 minutes.
Okay, my opponent has pointed to the supposed lack of compelling evidence. Evidence, reason, science, and morality.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, it's making sure. Okay.
Can I start that over?
Yeah.
Okay.
It starts when you say.
Shall I? Okay. Okay. All right, so my opponent has appealed to evidence, as I thought that he would. He says that that there is no compelling evidence for God, but this is why in my opener I brought up the requirement for evidence. Let me rephrase that. This is why in my opener I showed that intelligibility presupposes God, because evidence, reason, science, and morality, which he appealed to, all require God as their foundation. Christianity uniquely provides this foundation. So what you heard tonight was exactly what I predicted. My opponent expressed his disgust or his abhorrence with the God of the Bible. Let me just say that my opponent's personal feelings about God or about what God does are completely irrelevant to the actual nature of our discussion tonight. And I want the judges, the audience, and my opponent to understand this. Your feelings do not constitute an argument. If you say belief in God is not warranted because we find this or that abhorrent today, what you have to do is, you can't just say everybody agrees with this. You have to ground intelligibility, including a transcendent morality by which you could judge God. And you have to do this internal to the Christian worldview. So, do I consider God omnibenevolent, even though he commanded the killing of the Canaanites of all ages and non-combatants in Numbers 31 and 1 Samuel 15, which he didn't even mention, but I'll offer that up as well. Yes, of course I do, because internally we are talking about warfare, we are talking about conquest, we are talking about a one-off requirement that happened in the Old Covenant in order to punish a people that were under God's ban for 400 years, offering human sacrifice, committing all kinds of atrocities. We ought to read the Old Testament and we ought to shudder, understanding that we ourselves are sinners like the Amalekites, like the Canaanites. But thankfully, the Bible doesn't stop in Exodus or Joshua. It progresses through to the New Testament, to the New Covenant. And in the New Covenant, we find that all of those questions in the Old Covenant are answered. Jesus Christ comes, and rather than turning the sword on his enemies or on the unborn, as secularists push for today, the sword, as it were, is turned on Jesus. Jesus is the God-man who dies for our sins. And that is why Jesus is the ultimate answer to the problem of evil. Jesus is the ultimate answer to the question of the dignity of women. Jesus is the ultimate answer to the question of evidence and reliability of historical manuscripts. Why? Because Jesus is the crux of history. Jesus is that revelation that John says we never got. Hebrews chapter 1, verses 1 through 3 says that God has revealed himself fully in Jesus. And so it's in Jesus Christ that we have the nexus of humanity and deity. All our sins, for those who believe in him, are paid for, and we see the fullest revelation of God. What that means is, in the fullest revelation of God, he is self-sacrificing, he is humble, he is kind, he is benevolent, omnibenevolent. That's why we read the Old Testament in light of the New Testament. Now, if we are going to reject the Bible based on evidence, that's tantamount to abandoning the very possibility of studying evidence at all, of doing any historical inquiry at all. So John might not like my explanation. He might not like me turning to the Lord Jesus as the linchpin of the biblical worldview, but by abandoning the Bible, he's abandoning the principles of studying history. He's abandoning human dignity. Very briefly, I've got a minute and 10 seconds left. Luke chapter 1 grounds the principles of historical inquiry. 1 John 1 also grounds the principles of historical inquiry. In the Gospels, we see women being elevated. In the Gospels, we see a Syro-Phoenician woman who is a Canaanite, redeemed, restored, welcomed into the people of God. It's in the Gospels that we see this. John wants to stick to the Old Testament as if I, as a Christian, am somehow under the Old Covenant law. When I go to the Old Covenant as a follower of Jesus, I interpret it through Jesus Christ. It's not a different God. God doesn't change his morality, but God's morality progresses, God's revelation of our moral requirements progresses over time. So the problem of evil is not a problem for Christianity. It's not a problem for me as a Christian. The problem of evil is a massive problem for the atheist, because evil requires a standard of goodness. And Christianity, of course, provides one, that is God. But John's objection, ultimately, his entire argument boils down to, I don't like this. This is not a contradiction in the biblical worldview. It's not a problem, and it does not disprove God.
Will that be it?
That'll be it.
Cool. And that will be the end of Joel's 5-minute rebuttal to Godless Engineer's opening statement. Now, Godless Engineer, you'll get 5 minutes to rebuttal to Joel's opening statement, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right, so I also knew exactly what Joel was going to say, because Joel runs a very basic tag argument, transcendental argument for God. There's a lot of problems with the transcendental argument for God, and that's why I didn't really bother addressing it in my opening statement, because, like I said, we're supposed to be addressing the Christian God, so that's why the omni-trades were very important to me, because I feel like that is the main claims of Christianity. So as far as a tag argument goes, it suffers from a number of fallacies, like begging the question. It assumes the divine mind is governed by logic, yet claims only a divine mind can ground logic, unless he's going to try to say that God can break logic in some kind of way, which would make, like, let's say this... hold on, I've got like this set of earbuds is both not earbuds but also earbuds at the exact same time. False dichotomy is another fallacy that it commits, and ultimately it suffers from an argument from ignorance, and it also uses a category mistake. Joel wants to claim that atheism cannot justify the things that he is talking about, like the intelligibility, laws of logic, mathematics, and all that kind of stuff. But there's several different solutions for that within a more secular or naturalistic point of view. One of those is a naturalized epistemology, and there's also emergent. I always have trouble saying this, emergentism, and several other ways in which you can justify all of those different things. I do want to get to some of the more specific things to my actual opening. So for one thing, Joel makes a pretty big deal about sticking with the Old Testament. And I guess my logic surrounding focusing on God's behavior in the Old Testament as a test of his omnibenevolence or his omniscience or omnipotence, I take from the concept in Christianity that God is the same in the past as he is in the present and as he will be in the future. Mainly that God is immutable, he's unchanging in that kind of way. If Joel believes Jesus is God, then Jesus is also culpable for God's actions in the Old Testament, making God's actions in the Old Testament very pertinent to the characterizing God as omnibenevolent or omniscient or omnipotent. And so that's not me, focusing on the Old Testament or whatnot and ignoring the fact that they're under a new covenant. I'm not saying that God is somehow telling Christians now that they have to keep chattel slaves, even though they definitely preach that up until, at least here in America, 1865, and even past that, there are religious justifications for segregation and, treating minority groups here in America pretty horribly. There's that, but also my judgment of God is not based on my own current feelings, but I try to use a very objectively based look at human rights, as well as our continually advancing and progressing knowledge of how best to build a society and a civilization. We know from past experiences in various civilizations that chattel slavery does not promote the well-being of conscious creatures or of humans in general. I personally use secular humanism in order to inform my moral considerations and my moral conclusions. I would also say that it's definitely not a feelings thing, because if I am just using feelings, then Joel similarly would just be using feelings. It's just that Joel has pretty significant feelings for like God's wants and needs, whereas I have significant feelings for the health and well-being of other humans in our society. And so it's all about, where do we place that emphasis on? Do we place it on God, or do we place it on the well-being of humans in our society? I choose to put the emphasis on the well-being of humans in society. We can see in Christianity how the moral landscape of that religion has changed so much over time. Prior to 1865, you had Christians making arguments, preaching from the pulpit about how people were to be enslaved as chattel. You have God directly in the Old Testament commanding it in Leviticus 25, Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, laying out this entire system for purchasing chattel slaves, which we would find abhorrent now. That's not an emotional conclusion that I've come to. That's sorry, what?
Finish your last sentence.
That's an objective conclusion that I've come to, just based on a requirement of this basic human rights and human dignity that we afford to people now, that we've come into this understanding that this is the best way to ensure the survivability of our species.
Cool. That will be the rebuttals to the opening statements for each individual. So now we're going to go into 7-minute cross-examination. Joel, you get to go first. For your 7-minute cross-examination, you get to ask questions and make points to delegitimize your opponent or affirm your position. If your opponent is like talking and you want them to stop, you can say, "I reclaim my time." We'll stop the timer and, get the conversation under control, then resume the timer. And you can do the same thing, Godless Engineer. So we'll have 2 rounds of that. Both of you get 7 minutes 2 times. And we'll start that whenever you say your first word, Joel.
Mr. Gleason, in your interview on the Recovering from Religion podcast, December 1, 2023, you said that you wanted to get more into philosophical content. As you've done that over the last year and a half, have you come across the idea of arbitrariness?
Arbitrariness. Are you talking about just like ad hoc statements or ad hoc claims, or what are you talking about?
An arbitrary statement or an arbitrary belief is one that is determined by chance, whim, or impulse, and not by necessity, reason, or principle, or based on or subject to individual judgment or preference. In other words, it's a belief that you don't have a good reason for. Have you come across that concept in your study of philosophy?
I understand that as being ad hoc, a statement that has no evidence or grounding to it.
Okay. Do you agree that logic, mathematics, uniformity in nature, induction, reliable truth-seeking faculties of reason, senses, and intuition, and morality, do you agree with me that those are preconditions of intelligibility?
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I do agree that those are descriptions of the reality we're faced with.
Okay, can you ground those preconditions in your worldview, or is your belief in them arbitrary?
I feel that those are metaphysically necessary.
You feel that, or you know that?
I feel that. I'm not going to say that I know that, but I do feel like those are metaphysically necessary, like logically necessary things for any kind of existence.
Okay, so you feel that. Is feelings how you typically come to your conclusions about things, or do you try to follow evidence and facts?
I try to follow evidence and facts. My feelings are informed, like how I feel about that question or how I come to my conclusions are based on evidence. But I'm not going to say that I know those things because I like to leave myself open to the possibility of being wrong.
Okay, so you feel these things, but you say that your feelings are grounded in evidence. In your debate with Alex Medeiros, you said that you do not need certain knowledge in order to have knowledge. Do you know that?
Who's Alex? Is that Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you said that you don't need certain knowledge in order to have knowledge. That was your phrase. Do you know that?
Do I know that? I mean, I don't know why you're focusing on the no part of it, but I mean, I would agree with that statement.
So would you say that you know it?
I don't know what you mean by no.
How certain are you of that belief?
I am fairly certain.
Okay. What percentage of confidence is required for a belief to count as knowledge, would you say? If you don't have to have certainty.
Don't know.
How do you know that you are fairly certain, and how do you know whether or not you have knowledge if you're not sure what percentage and you don't have any way of judging your own certainty about a claim?
I have yet to see any kind of evidence that would point me in the opposite direction and convince me away from it. So while I'll leave myself open to being wrong about it, I feel fairly confident about my statement.
Okay, so you feel fairly confident. You feel like it's true. Let's move on. Let's talk about the preconditions of science, since I know you're a science guy as an engineer. Do you believe in uniformity in nature, i.e. that unobserved cases will be like observed cases and that the future will be like the past?
Yes.
Do you feel that, or would you say that you know it?
I mean, I feel like I know it.
You feel like you know it. Okay. Why do you believe in it?
All of my past experiences have shown that to be true.
Okay. Now that's a statement about the past. Uniformity in nature deals with the future. Without direct observation of the future, why do you assume it will be similar to the past without begging the question?
Because there's no evidence that it will be different.
All your evidence comes from the past, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, I can't have future evidence.
Okay, so exactly right. So you've got to make a conclusion about the future based on evidence from the past. In order to do that, you have to presuppose or assume the principle of uniformity in nature. Do you see? Does that make sense?
No, I disagree. I don't have to presuppose it.
You're making conclusions about the future based on the past. In order to do that,
I'm making hypotheses about the future. I have expectations about the future that are based on the current evidence that is available to me. And until you can provide me with evidence that shows me a different outcome, then I will continue to believe in the uniformity of nature.
Are you not saying, I know the future will be like the past because the past was like that, so the future will be like the past? Is that not question begging?
No, it is not question begging.
Let me say, this has to be a question. So, will you please go look up the definition of question begging after this debate?
I know what question begging is. I know what question begging is, and I'd appreciate it if you would quit being condescending towards me.
I hear that, and that's duly noted. Do you believe that your truth-seeking faculties, reason, sense, perception, and intuition are generally reliable?
I do not know if they are generally reliable, but I try to do my best to ground anything outside of the reliability of my senses, so that I can so that I can have the best view or map of reality, so that my views comport with reality regardless of my perception.
Okay, do you believe that your reasoning is the product of an intelligent mind or of unguided, impersonal forces, whether deterministic or random, acting over millions of years?
I think reason is a developed thing through evolution, and the fact that we can reason is just a product of evolution. If reason wasn't beneficial for the survivability of the human race, then we wouldn't have evolved to be able to reason. But I think that nature, points us is driven in the direction of developing reason as a way of surviving in reality.
Okay, so thank you. You answered a question I was going to ask, whether evolution is a process aimed at survival or truth. My next question then is, if your faculties, including your reason, are produced by survival-driven forces, why assume that they are aimed at truth?
All right. And Godless, you can answer that question, and then we'll move on to your cross-examination.
Okay. I think that while there are some times where non-truthful things can be beneficial to a species, I think that that is rather rare, a rare instance. I think that the best way for a species to survive is to have a truthful relationship with reality, where your belief system or the things that you believe about reality comport with reality. That is the best way to survive, in my opinion.
All right. With that, we'll end it right there, and we're going to go into your cross-examination. Godless Engineer, you'll be able to control the narrative for 7 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Do you? So, Joel, do you consider God to be immutable?
Could you define your term?
Yeah, unchanging. So, like God, I believe that this is actually in the Bible. I can't quote you which verse, but God is the same in the past as He is in the present, as He will be in the future.
Yes.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Is God responsible for the atrocities He commits in the Old Testament?
That's a loaded question fallacy. God does not commit any atrocities.
Is genocide not an atrocity?
Genocide?
Sorry, I'm trying to use Tik-Tok safe language.
Understood. The conquests of Israel in the land of Canaan were an act of divine judgment. That was not immoral.
Okay, and so how do you explain things like Numbers 31?
I read it and I believe it. I also understand. Could you ask a question? What is your exact question, John?
Well, my exact question is, how can you consider God to be omnibenevolent when He directly commands the Israelites go in and subject pubescent girls into sexual slavery?
Can you give me a chapter and verse where it talks about pubescent girls?
Numbers 31, 17, and 18. 17 and 18 is both the unaliving of small children and women, and then 18 is where he where the young girls are taken as spoils of war, or to become forced wives, which is a form of sexual slavery.
Okay. Understood. So what you're doing. So then what's your question? Your question is, how do I view God as omnibenevolent, given that He commanded that?
How does that factor in? Do you I feel like there's one of two ways that you could go with it. I'm just trying to get a sense of what you think.
No, I totally understood. God as creator has a unique prerogative that we don't have over life and death. Human beings are forbidden on our own to take innocent life. God, however, as judge, and Scripture is very clear on this, that God is the impartial, totally just judge of all the world, and He will do what is right. He may execute judgment, including through secondary causes. In this case, we're talking about Old Covenant Israel as His tool. The church is not the same kind of entity today, in case you're going in that direction. And so we are not under that same divine instruction as they were in the Old Covenant. But it's also worth noting.
Hold on. Sorry, I have very little time here, Joel. I hate to interrupt you. Normally, I'd let you continue and listen, but
totally understood. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is more about the benevolence of forcing innocent little girls into sexual slavery. Why is that a good thing for God to do?
Well, again, I'm gonna ask that you try to refrain from loaded question fallacies, and I understand that from your perspective, that is how you're viewing it. And I want to
how is it a loaded question, by the way?
because you're describing the arrangement of marriage as you put it, smexual slavery, which the Bible, of course, never once presents marriage in that light. And I noticed this too, John, earlier when you described how Jacob wrestled with God. The way that you described it, I may have misheard you, but it sounds to me like you interpret these passages using a creative license that puts them in a worse light than they actually are. So I want to highlight that.
I mean, so in the Jacob story, Jacob supposedly, it's either Jacob or God that grabs his thigh, which the actual word that's used there in the original language is typically meant of like genitalia. And so like he naked wrestled him. Like that's just, that is a funny way of me mentioning that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I know what the original languages say.
Understood. If that was a question, I'll respond to it. In that account, there are euphemisms in scripture where like a foot can mean genitals or something like that. But the way that we know that's actually talking about the thigh or the hip joint is because there is a caveat applied to it immediately thereafter where it says, and to this day, this is why the Israelite people do not eat the hip of the animal, or the thigh, or the hip joint, I believe. So I'd have to go back and look at the actual Hebrew. Anyway, regardless, when we're talking about the conquest of Canaan, the Bible does not describe it as smexual slavery, if we have to say that. It does describe it as divine judgment, and we do need to read the Bible in light of the Old and New covenants. And so you asked, how is it benevolent for God to do this? Well, just off the top of my head, one way that it's benevolent is you now have the younger generation that is being transferred from a nation that was totally immoral and under God's ban. Remember, John, you need to do an internal critique of the Christian worldview. The Canaanites?
Mm-hmm. No. Well, Midianites specifically in Numbers 31.
Sexual immorality, human sacrifice.
So let me. Can I ask
all
something?
All kinds of human abuses. I mean, this is.
Can I ask something?
Of course, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're. Let me make sure that I'm getting this right. You're trying to tell me that God's solution for the Midianites committing human sacrifices is to have the Israelites go in and unalive everybody and capture the little girls to force into marriages.
Again, it doesn't say little girls, and this is a great example.
No, it literally does. What do you think that the virgin girl, like, what do you think it means to be a virgin in that society?
As the dad of 2 daughters, when you say little girls, I think of like toddlers. So maybe that's just me.
It would include toddlers too, but toddlers would be virgins.
No one is
right?
marrying. Nobody is marrying toddlers in the Bible. That's a total and complete eisegesis, John.
Well, no, I'm not saying. Sorry, let me clarify.
Do you have a question? Yes, have a question.
I'm not saying that the little girls, like that young girls, were married off to the men, but the group of girls that was captured would have included little girls, but the ones that were forced into marriages would have been virgins, and they typically in that society would have started marrying girls off at around 14 years old. And so you're talking about that. Let me ask you this question. Do you
consider...
Is that a question?
Wait, I'd like to respond.
No. I was clarifying, and now I'm
right,
asking
but this is
my
not
question.
a time for... Okay.
Yeah.
Try to stick with questions if you could.
I'm trying to. So do you consider marrying a 14-year-old girl to be a perfectly fine and just thing to do?
That'll be the last question for the cross-exam. Jewel, you can answer that, but it is a rough question, but it's up to you.
Sure. Yeah. The Bible does not say, does not prescribe that. The Bible does not mandate that. What John's doing is he's taking historical research and he's applying it back into scripture. He's committing what's called presentism, or also known as chronological snobbery. Obviously, no, I do not believe that is an acceptable practice today. That being said, the Bible doesn't say that happened. That's John reading into the text. And John is also importing a Christian morality. We're going to get into this more, but a Christian influenced morality. Having grown up in Alabama, he's got Christian moral sensibilities, and I commend him for that. But what he's attempting to do is then use those against their foundation, which is scripture, which is self-refuting.
Okay, with that, we're going to go into second round of cross-examination. So, Joel, you're going to get 7 minutes, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
John, is evolution a process that is aimed at survival or truth?
It would be aimed at survival, but I would stipulate that with adhering to the truth of reality is the best way to survive.
Okay. Alvin Plantinga argues that an atheist who believes in unguided evolution has an undercutting defeater for all his beliefs, including atheism. What's your response to that?
I disagree.
On what basis?
On the basis that I don't see any justification that that is true. Like, can you maybe explain how that undercuts my position?
Well, yes, I can, but I want to get to some more questions. I thought you were familiar with the evolutionary argument against naturalism, but that's okay. We'll move on. Maybe we can come back to it. I'll put it in bold in my notes.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do the work for you. So if you want to ask me a question about it, ask me.
This is a time to answer questions. So I'm gonna move on to talk about something else, John. Mr. Gleason, in your debate with Alex Medeiros, you said, "I don't believe in absolute moral facts." Does this mean that you believe that moral claims are context dependent?
Context in what form?
Historical context, geographic context, personal context.
I would agree in a there's a historical context to moral conclusions. There's a cultural context. There's all those kind of context. So like if I'm in my current cultural context, I would say that culturally I could be objectively wrong about something, but that's like an objective determination about it, and not that the moral statement or claim is objective itself.
So you could be objectively say that again. You could be objectively wrong. Is that what you said?
I think that you can objectively consider moral conclusions, but that doesn't make the conclusion objective itself. It just means that your characterization or your determination of that conclusion, or your judgment of that conclusion or whatnot, can be objective. But that doesn't mean that it itself is objective. I don't know if I explained that correctly.
I will leave that to the judges to decide. But my question is there a transcendent standard of moral obligation that goes beyond your own, as you put it, your feelings earlier, or your sensibilities? Is there an objective standard of morality?
There's no transcendent moral, like lawgiver, or no transcendent moral thing, no.
Okay, so that's helpful. So by you trying to judge the God of the Bible, the Christian God, according to some moral standard, are you not engaging in an exercise in trying to impose your own personal preferences upon the God of the Bible? Is that fair?
It's not personal preference, because I adhere to like secular humanism. I base it on that, so that's not exactly personal preference. But I would agree that it's all like the topic of morality in general is a subjective topic inherently, and so even Christians would be using a subjective moral framework.
Okay, so I want to take that back then, because I want to ask another question then. If the next edition of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, which has changed so many times, said that sexual slavery, as you said, is now moral, would you affirm that or deny that?
I would deny that.
Okay, so it seems to me then that is it not true then that you do base your moral judgments off of your own internal compass, and you do not subscribe to an external or objective standard? Is that fair?
I would agree that I do not adhere to any absolute standard. True.
Okay, and so would it be fair to say then that your standard of morality is completely personal and subjective?
I would agree that it is subjective, but with the stipulation that all morality is subjective. So everybody's using subjective morality.
Okay, so so you have subjective morality, and you're okay with that, it seems, because you believe that everybody is using subjective morality, even though earlier you said that I was more concerned with what God wants. And so it sounds to me like, at least internally, would you not have to agree that I am subscribing to an objective morality as laid out in Scripture, whereas yours is radically subjective? Is that fair?
Nope. I do not think that's fair. Do you want me to expound on that, or is that it?
No, I maybe we'll come back to that. I think that the point has been demonstrated. You said that murder is immoral. This is in your debate with Alex Medeiros. You said that murder is immoral if you're looking to build a civilization or live in a civilization. According to Webster's, murder is the crime of unlawfully and unjustifiably killing a person. Now, let's say that you were not looking to build a civilization. Is such killing unlawful and unjustifiable killing? Does it then become moral?
I think if a society is developed around that particular lacking that particular attribute, then the inhabitants of that society would not consider it to be immoral.
And would they be right or wrong?
In my subjective opinion, they would be wrong.
Okay. What you said earlier is that your morality is subjective in that if your authority, the Secular Humanist Manifesto, were to deny something that you felt was moral, you would deny them. Do you not grant to others that same moral autonomy? Are you the only one who has moral autonomy and individual judgment, or do you grant that to others as well?
I grant it to others as well.
Okay, then on what basis, given your own worldview, could you say that somebody else is morally wrong?
Because we can all come to our own moral conclusions about things, and we disagree all the time.
And that's just an expression of your own internal subjective morality, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that my internal subjective moral foundation is representative of my environment and my experiences that I've had.
Right, much like the ancient Israelites. Okay, so let's move on to talking about evidence. Are your beliefs evidence-based?
Yes.
What is evidence?
Evidence would be some piece of data that comports with reality to support some kind of conclusion.
And we'll stop it right there. And now we're going to do the 7-minute cross-examination for Godless Engineer. And after that, we will move on to the 5-minute closers. So you will get a 7-minute cross-examination, Godless Engineer, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. So Joel, do you consider murder to be wrong?
Of course.
Okay. And you would affirm that in the 10 Commandments, God says, "Thou shalt not kill."
No, I would not affirm that.
Oh, okay. What does it say?
Thou shalt not murder.
Okay, thou shalt not murder. Got it. So in that particular instance, if God is saying that, why does God then directly command the Israelites to go out and unalive people that are innocent in that way, like innocent women and children and those kinds of groups?
I'm assuming that when you say unalive, I'm assuming that you're meaning murder. Because you already said the word murder. So
yeah,
is that fair? Are you referring?
Sorry,
to
I'm swapping up Tik-Tok language. It's a habit.
I totally understood. I get it. But am I correct that you are, by your question, are you implicating God of commanding murder?
Yes.
Okay. That was not murder.
What I'm guessing, what would you not consider it to be murder because of the fact that whatever God commands is considered legal in a way?
Oh, not in a way. I mean, everything that God commands is definitionally moral. So as a Christian, again, I start with the New Testament. I start with the Lord Jesus Christ, who himself was wounded and even killed for our transgressions. And then I read the Old Testament in light of that. The entire Bible is.
Sorry. I don't mean to stop you, but short.
Well, it's very important though. Yes, I get that, but this is very important. And sometimes to flesh out an answer, it does take longer than a sentence.
But it sounds like what you're doing is you're justifying divine command theory. So if God were, this is my question to you, if God were to come to you today and tell you, hey, I want you to murder your child or unalive your child, would you do it?
Well, I am not living in Old Covenant Israel or pre-Old Covenant Israel. And so executing God's judgment against a nation under 4 centuries of judgment is thankfully not my responsibility. There is no biblical record of God actually killing. Sorry, let me retract that sentence back, and I'll go to my next sentence. Warnings were always given first when the Israelites were invading a nation or a city, and God is sovereign over life and death. Now, in the new covenant, we are governed by the law of Christ. And John, I mentioned this because that is the covenant I
hold on.
am
So sorry, Joel. What I'm focusing on is God's actions of the Old Testament. I'm not talking about what is commanded by like Jesus in the New Testament or anything like that. My original question, I guess, to reclaim my time or whatnot, was that if God were to come to you today via revelation and say, hey, in order to prove that you know you love me or that you are truly an adherent to my faith, I need you to unalive your child. Would you do that?
Yeah, if I received a private command to kill, and by the way, when I say yeah, I mean I understand your question. I'm not saying yes, just because in case somebody clips that. It would need to be tested against the objective revelation that God has already given. So, Mr. Gleason, we stand at a point in history where the canon is now closed. The question that you're asking presupposes a scenario, God commanding evil, that is biblically impossible. God is not capricious. He does not go back to previous covenants. He is good and he is consistent. Okay. So this is a little bit, real quick, this is a little bit like asking if God can create a rock so heavy he can't lift it. It's actually a nonsensical question.
No, I don't think it's nonsensical. Let me ask you this now. Does God ever does God ever communicate to anybody in the Old Testament that they should unalive their child?
Yes.
So given that, doesn't it seem at least possible that God could issue that commandment in the future?
No.
Why is God then no longer omnipotent? He's not all powerful. He can't ask that.
That's a false dichotomy. It's not either the one or the other. When I know,
either God can ask it or he can't ask it. Either way, it seems like
ask a question. Ask a question, please, because I was giving an answer and you interrupted my answer with an answer of yourself.
Well, because you're not answering my question sufficiently here. I mean, you're saying things. You're getting.
Let me answer it then, Mr. Gleason. let me answer it. I promise I'll answer it, but it is going to take me a couple of sentences, and I'll try to be brief. I promise. I want to respect your time. If God were to do that, he would be repeating a foreshadowing sign that he gave in Genesis when he told Abraham to do that. I don't know if you know that came from, I assume that you do because you grew up in the church. God does not revert back to previous covenants like that. So no, it's not plausible. The whole point of Abraham and Isaac was to point forward and to foreshadow the giving of God's own son on the cross.
Okay, are you're done with that answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, as far as God goes and God's commandments, his omnipotence and omniscience, do you believe in free will?
Not libertarian free will. I believe in real moral choice, not libertarian free will.
Okay. Do you think that God has the ability to? Do you think that God has a plan for everybody?
Yes.
Do you think that God having that plan for everybody is sort of a deterministic thing? Like God has already determined that, like, for instance, I will not believe in him.
The Bible does not teach fatalistic determinism. It teaches compatibilism. Compatibilism says that God sovereignly ordains all things, but human choices remain morally responsible and voluntary, not fatalistically determined. So, go ahead.
Sorry, it just made me think of a question. Can humans do things that are not in God's plan?
No.
So my actions have already been predetermined by God.
Yes.
So I don't really have any kind of free will. I'm at the subject and at the whim of your God.
No. Again. So
answer and then we'll stop it there.
Okay. I want to just affirm that this is a challenging question, but the term is compatibilism, not determinism. I'll say it again. God sovereignly ordains all things, including choices, but it's because of God's sovereign preordination that our choices are meaningful. And libertarian free will, as an atheist would want to have it, ultimately, without, I don't have any time, but ultimately it devolves into random chance and actually removes free will. So it's because of God's sovereignty that we have real moral responsibility and actual choice.
Okay, and with that, that will conclude the 2 rounds of cross-examination. So now we're going to move on to the closing statements. Joel, you're going to get 5 minutes to do your closing statement and summary of the debate. And this is your last chance to solidify your position and make any rhetorical moves. And yeah, those 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word, and then Godless will get the same opportunity.
All right. Well, again, I want to thank Mr. Gleason and our host and the audience and the judges. Tonight, we did address the most fundamental question of all, which is, does the Christian God exist? And along the way, we got into questions of morality, questions of evidence and epistemology, even some questions about metaphysics. And yet, my argument remained unanswered. And again, my argument, just so that everybody remembers, is that intelligibility is not able to be accounted for without God. And as a result, therefore, God exists. So intelligibility obtains, it cannot be accounted for without God, therefore, God exists, because intelligibility is incorrigible. In other words, you can't avoid it. Now, at no point did John try to argue tonight that intelligibility does not obtain, that it's not real. I'm glad for that, because we couldn't have a debate otherwise, and that'd be self-referentially incoherent anyway. But what was missing was a grounding for any of the transcendentals or the preconditions of intelligibility that I appealed to. Now, what John tried to do was, Mr. Gleason, what he tried to do was he tried to reveal an inconsistency in the biblical worldview. But there is an overcoming defeater for every supposed moral inconsistency in the Bible. And that is the fact that in the biblical worldview, God is the standard of goodness. Jesus Christ himself says in the Gospel of Mark, no one is good except God alone. And so by failing to reckon with that, John has failed to account for that very important precondition of intelligibility that he wanted to use. But I told you in my opening, he was going to try to use the preconditions of intelligibility or use these tools without accounting for them. And so the challenge that I laid out for my opponent tonight was that he would have to account for intelligibility and then use the tools given to him by his own godless worldview to actually disprove God. We did not hear any actual arguments against God's existence. We heard radical moral subjectivism. We heard accusations that weren't even biblical on the one hand, and then even if they were, did not appeal to any transcendent standard. I think John got close to affirming that once or twice, but when he said that, it's possible for a nation to be wrong, but consistently, even on his own standard, that every nation and actually every individual who makes a moral choice is doing right by Mr. Gleason's own standard. So essentially what we have, just to paint a very clear picture here, is on the one hand, we've got a robust philosophical argument that grounds intelligibility and actually makes this debate possible, grounded in the Christian God and without any contradictions. On the other hand, we have an appeal to emotion, an appeal to custom, an argumentum ad populum, meaning an appeal to popularity. Well, we don't do that anymore. We heard John say that we are making progress, but he did not say progress towards what. He never gave an objective standard. And so that is what's missing from the debate tonight. One side had all the grounding, one side had all of the support, one side had all of the, quite frankly, the impossibility of the contrary, and the other side had baseless, arbitrary claims. And so I would encourage you to decide the outcome of this debate, not based on emotional appeal, but based on solid biblical evidence, evidence from the impossibility of the contrary, and which side had an actual argument that established and vindicated his proposition. The very tools used by the atheist to attack Christianity are the only are only possible if the God of Christianity is true. If you remember one thing tonight, let it be this: no God, no intelligibility. Intelligibility, therefore God. I'll say that one more time. No God, no intelligibility. Intelligibility, therefore God. Again, thank you to my opponent. Thank you to our host, the judges, and all of you fine people watching. God bless you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, with that will conclude Joel's 5-minute closer. Now, Godless Engineer, you're going to get 5 minutes to do any last rhetorical approaches that you want to do, finalize your argument, and summarize the debate that just happened. Your 5-minute closer will start whenever you say your first word.
All right. Yeah, I do also want to thank everybody, especially Joel, for having the debate tonight, even if maybe we got a little heated or whatnot. I typically do during debates. But I do disagree with a lot of what Joel just said in his closing statement. And I don't mean to bring up things at all that he would need to respond to, but I do want to emphasize that I did actually handle the basic tag arguments. I just did not go into a deep philosophical conversation about them. For instance, I broke down the common fallacies that are tucked into a tag argument. First is the begging the question. Joel just ad hoc assumes a divine mind is governed by logic, and yet claims that only a divine mind can ground that same logic, which is a circular argument. There's also the false dichotomy that he presents, being that he totally ignores all the non-theistic accounts for the laws of logic, mathematics, and everything like that. And I'm talking about Platonism, naturalized epistemology, and emergentism. All of those things provide sound grounding without the need for a God. Finally, Joel uses an argument for ignorance, from ignorance. Basically, he can't imagine or he can't understand a reality without a God, so therefore a God must exist. And then finally, there's a category mistake that is used in the tag argument generally, where the tag apologist is going to treat abstract relations or valid inferences like concrete objects that need causal origins. So I did handle these things. I did, point these things out. So it's not that I left those unanswered. They're just easily refutable, which is something that's completely different. I found that Joel was not able to sufficiently justify why God is omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipotent. And I used omniscient or omnibenevolence as just my attack point for demonstrating how illogical God is. So, because if you're going to claim he's both omniscient and omnibenevolent, then he can't be omnipotent. And I demonstrated those various things using direct quotes from the Bible. I established that not only is God responsible for his actions in the Old Testament and the illogical nature of God in the Old Testament, but also how Jesus can be affixed to that too with the general theology of Christianity. I feel like if Christians didn't want the Old Testament to be pertinent to our analysis of God and whether or not he is any of these triomni states, then maybe the theology shouldn't be that God is the same in the past as he is in the present as he will be in the future. I feel like it doesn't really matter that there's a new covenant and that Christians won't be given any kind of new commands now. As we've been able to see at various instances in the past, many people have proclaimed that God has given new commandments. If God hadn't given new commandments, then Islam wouldn't be a thing. Mormonism wouldn't be a thing. Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't be a thing. Multiple different denominations of Christianity wouldn't exist if God somehow didn't give new revelation or didn't mean something different than what Joel is interpreting out of the Bible. So I don't feel like Joel actually sufficiently answered any of my questions as far as to rescue God from his illogical nature. I feel like what Joel did was he made rather nonsensical statements, especially about free will and benevolence. I still don't understand how God can be considered benevolent when he does what generally people would recognize as not benevolent things. I would think that Talmud rabbis that explain how 14-year-old girls, 12 to 14-year-old girls were married off to older men. I figured that would be sufficient evidence. I mean, I didn't get a chance to bring that up in questioning, but that is something that's actually mentioned by Talmudic rabbis about the culture at this particular time. So this was a thing that would happen. And what Joel claimed about the marriage of young girls would be something that is outside of the normal operation in the ancient world. In the ancient world, girls were married off at that,
Finish off
that
your
young
last
age.
sentence.
I think that anthropologically and culturally, we can understand that in a natural sense, but if God is some kind of absolute moral lawgiver, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay. And with that, everyone, that concludes the amazing debate that we just had with lots of information on the topic, does the Christian God of the Bible exist? At this moment, we are running a little bit behind in regards to the next debate. So we'll do like 10 minutes of questions, but judges, do you guys want to say what your results are? Or...
Yeah, I can go first.
Go for it.
All right, so looking back at my notes here, I'd say both of you, just starting off, both of you spoke pretty well, just rhetorically speaking. I would give the slight edge rhetorically to Joel. I do think he was a stronger speaker in general. But in terms of the argumentation that was given, I have this debate as a draw. And the reason why is because I think the proposition or the debate was supposed to be, does the Christian God exist? I think Joel did give his argumentation. I don't think his argumentation was suffice. And I also don't think that Godless Engineer did enough to refute his argumentation. I think I wrote down, it came down to 2 points. The 2 points that I have is, first of all, it was just about the omni properties of God. And Godless Engineer did spend the most time discussing the problem of evil. But I don't think Godless Engineer did a good job really explaining or not explaining, but rather demonstrating that the problem of evil, the way he did it, actually succeeds. And the reason why is because on both sides, the term objective is very vague. It wasn't even defined. And so if objective means unchanging, you have that both on Godless Engineer, and on Joel's side. There's and if objective means mind independent, neither has demonstrated how they have that, and so it's a wash at best when it comes to the objective side. And also, Godless Engineer has repeatedly appealed to secular humanism when we're talking about the problem of evil. Is like, well, according to secular humanism, rather, this is wrong, this is wrong. But then I don't think there was a suffice explanation of why we should even care about secular humanism, or why especially Joel has to abide by that. And for every question, I think in the cross-ex is where Godless Engineer can improve on, in terms of trying to corner Joel and just admitting some action is wrong. But I think Joel did a good job and not succumbing to any of those questions. Like, yeah, that is wrong, that is wrong. And so because of that, there was really nothing for Godless Engineer to show that there was any ground to stand on in terms of any action that God did was wrong, because Joel just said, well, according to God, that's right. So, and then so that just seemed like very washy. There's no firm ground to adjudicate on that. And then the second thing that I see that I could have adjudicated on is the grounding relation, like all of these things for intelligibility. First off, I didn't see anything that made the argument succeed, that if we don't have intelligibility, then that there is no God. Because we have intelligibility, there is God. I don't see why intelligibility is a requirement to be grounded. That is going to be like the biggest thing. So Godless Engineer really could have harped on this a lot. And I think he should have spent a lot more time doing so instead of his problem of evil. And because of that, I think that's why there's not much ground to stand on. I think the grounding relation was a huge part of the debate, but it wasn't really attacked as much as I would have liked in this debate. So it's a wash. The grounding relation thing wasn't explained why it's necessary. It could be the case that you don't, for all of these things that are intelligible, you don't need a grounding. I don't see why logic needs a grounding. I don't see anything else why it needs a grounding, especially if they're frameworks, even if they are arbitrary, why that would matter at all. And for that, that's why I have this as a draw. If any questions, let me know later. But yeah, I have this as a draw.
Okay. And so I guess I'll go next. This is like, I just want to say thank you guys. Thanks to both you guys for, coming up here and debating, spending an hour of your time. Which I'm sure you guys could have spent doing multiple other things and, coming up here and talking to each other. But when I examine the prompt and what it's like, the point of contention between the two of you is that Joel's affirming that the God, the God of the Bible exists, and God's saying it doesn't, right? And so, Joel's argument, right, his opening statement was one in which he said that Tag, right, the transcendental argument for theism, is going to, explain why God is necessary, right? But he doesn't really explain why the Christian God is necessary. He says it, right? He says that it's going to be, the Trinity is going to be needed for this, specific argument to function. But I didn't really hear any, motivating factors to why anyone should believe that. I also didn't hear Godless actually contend with this point. He didn't really ask why it was necessary for the Christian God specifically to be, proven true from this inference. When I look at the sort of arguments that followed, Godless Engineer didn't. He was trying to provide a moral argument against God and and to sort of show internal critique, but didn't really assume any of the commitments of the Christian theism. He was arguing about omnibenevolence, but he didn't really say why that was wrong within the Christian worldview, which is where the contradiction would be found, right? It wouldn't be found from some sort of other arbitrary or other moral framework. You're trying to show, a contradiction within the opponent's epistemology or the opponent's commitments. Joel, I don't think Joel did a good enough job of actually motivating why the Christian God was real. He sort of had to explain why Christian morality didn't entail contradictions, but that doesn't supply a motivation to, assume the Christian God is real. There are plenty of moral frameworks that don't inherently have contradictions within them. So I think off of rhetoric, right, I think Joel definitely won. He was a little bit more persuasive. He managed to corner Godless a little bit more, and get him to admit to some sort of arbitrary standard for his morality. I think the moral debate sort of switched from meta ethics to applied ethics over and over. I got whiplashed a little bit. So when looking at both opponents' arguments and how they contended with the prompt itself and how they contended with their own arguments, I don't really see either of them motivating either the negation or the affirmation of the proposition. And so I have to agree with the team here and just assume a draw. And I hope this is not disappointing to the audience, but it just seems to me like the prompt itself wasn't really answered or even spoken about. I don't think Godless Godless didn't do a good enough job negating the prompt, and Joel didn't do a good enough job affirming the prompt. I think if they would have spent most of the time exactly explaining why either or is true, But off of rhetoric, I'll give it to Joel. But I don't know if the actual substance of the debate is enough to give it to him as an actual win. So I'm just going to say draw or a wash.
Okay. And Cage, what do you got for the debate?
Yeah, I take it Joel won just off rhetoric.
Okay.
Praise God, man. That's how the judges should be responding. Hell yeah, man.
I think we all agree if it's off rhetoric, Joel wins.
Yeah. Off of rhetoric, yeah, definitely Joel. But off of substance, I don't think we got anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so the judges are saying that off of substance it would be a draw, but off of rhetoric they're saying that Joel would
Yeah.
take the win.
I think because it's 2 out of 3 draw, then it would be considered a draw on the important part of the debate.
Yeah,
No, because you guys all agreed that Joel won on rhetoric, but
no,
tied
it
on
doesn't.
substance.
Guys, again, the judges already made their judgment. They're saying that it's going to be a draw, so it's going to be the draw. Like, I get it. Like, you know, you have your rubric, and that's what the rubric is for them. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I feel like we could discuss later, like, in terms of like how the debate could have been better. But yeah, I would love to talk to you, Godless, about it just later on.
Are we doing audience stuff now?
Hear about that, but okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing the polls right now. Give me a second.
No, I meant like can me and Bobby ask questions?
Yeah, Shark, you were first.
Do you guys do that or no?
Yeah. Go ahead. We'll do about like 10 to 15 minutes, and then we got to get to the next debate.
Okay.
Go ahead, Shark.
Okay, I'll try to be nice. I apologize if I'm not. Joel, I think that you have a very calm, eloquent demeanor, but your ability to stay on topic is dog shit. I love you. Iron sharpens iron. I don't say this to disrespect you, right? But focus on the proposition because it's so scattered. I say this to strengthen you, okay?
Sorry,
Focus
who are you?
on. I'm Shark. How you doing?
Are
I'm
you
a child
one of the
God.
judges?
No, I'm an audience member.
Okay,
I've been
I didn't know
tortured
we were
by this
doing.
debate for the last hour.
The audience can come up and ask questions. Now.
I see.
Yeah.
What time is Matt Slick coming on?
He canceled his debate.
Yeah,
think, right?
there were some scheduling issues.
Oh shoot. Okay.
We're gonna have to schedule it for another day. But yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
No. That's okay. Go ahead. Is this are these like questions for the? I'm not familiar with this format, so just tell me. You laid out.
I was gonna compliment you. I was gonna compliment you.
Hold on. Let me just hold on. Wait.
Hold on.
Joel, this is like a super chat. This is like a super chat.
Wait, hot team, hold on. Wait,
just okay. Is it like
Joel? Hold on. This is.
Are John and I going to be? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So now the interlocutors, Godless and Joel, right? You guys are just going to be answering questions from the audience. The audience is going to come up and they're going to ask questions right now.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
That sounds great. So I do get to respond to this then. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's the point.
Okay. So because I sat through the judges. I didn't say anything, but if we're going to interact here, this guy's not a judge, so we can talk.
Yeah. So right now it's going to be like questions, comments, and like anything that they have to say about the debate. So you guys can go back and forth. We'll keep it to 15.
Yeah, I was just gonna say something to Joel and ask him a quick question. I don't want to have a conversation because you guys have stuff to do, and then I was gonna do the same thing to Godless.
So you want to ask me a question? That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is, do you recognize how scattered you were on the main proposition of this debate?
No, I don't. Not in any way, shape, or form. And I say this very respectfully, but when someone makes a moral accusation about God in the Old Testament, and then the Christian begins with the Old Testament and gives biblical canonical context, that's not a sign of being scattered. That's giving context, and it's giving a preamble to the answer. So no, I don't think that I was scattered. I think that I actually stuck on the point very well.
Gotcha. I appreciate that.
So myself.
Yeah. Now this is just going to be to Godless. So what I think you did, Godless, is I think you did a great job at pivoting and not focusing on the proposition at hand. And Joel is willing to answer your questions as honestly as possible, and he's not going to do what I would do and tell you to actually stay focused on the proposition, right? So since you wanted to ask him moral questions, I'm going to ask you a moral question. You don't believe in absolute standards. So is, I don't know, molesting a 14-year-old absolutely wrong?
Consider that absolutely wrong.
So just to clarify, you do have an absolute moral standard and you won't say that again in the future?
No, I do not have an absolute standard, but I would consider that to be absolutely wrong because it's absolutely wrong for me. Like like in my opinion, that is an absolutely wrong thing to do.
Right, so that is an absolute standard.
No, absolute as far as I'm concerned, meaning that there's no argument that could be made that would cause me to consider it ever to be a good thing.
Yeah, sure, that's fine, Bobby.
Shark, let's practice some semantic theism, right? If we were to be charitable, what
Well,
he's trying to say, I think he's using it in
okay.
two different senses.
Well, no,
right?
he wasn't. No, no, no. I'm intentionally not being charitable because of what he did to Joel. Maybe another time I'll be charitable with him. But he was so disrespectful to Joel
Joel
with
there,
that question.
Shark. What did I do to Joel?
You focused on a moral claim when the
I did not
proposition
make
wasn't
moral
about
claims.
morality.
I pointed out how God is not benevolent. That is nothing to do with like morality or anything like that.
He told you from the
do you
from the
consider
get-go,
sexual
anything in the
slavery to
Bible.
be a moral
Just
like
to
a moral
clarify,
thing?
Godless,
just to clarify.
Are we having a second debate?
AR. We gotta get some moderation, bro.
You need a
Guys,
shark.
please, hold on, wait. Guys. Just ask a question, right? And then he answers it. I think
a Shark asked enough questions, bro, to be honest.
That's it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I apologize. Yeah. I proved my point. You believe in contradiction.
Get out of here. All right. No, seriously, bro. If you're not moderating, I have to do something.
I understand. You just didn't have to get out of here.
It was a joke. The get out of here. He knows I'm playing.
So I'm just here to say.
No, I saw that. All right, let's go, Bobby. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just here to say the judges did well in judging, and I understand Kay just had to give a decision, any kind of decision, but I guess anything will do at that point.
Honestly, yeah.
I mean, I would have listened if my rubric was a little bit more arbitrary. I might have given it to Joel off of rhetoric, but I did specifically say it was going to be about substance, and so.
Yeah. It should have been on substance. I mean, I don't know how much rhetoric should be a factor in this kind of stuff.
I mean,
is this a question?
Because of the persuasiveness, right? So.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, right? Again, right? Everybody has their own rubric, and I respect the judges for how they want to judge it, right? It is what it is. Yeah, I don't see a problem with how they're judging it right now.
So. No, this was a very clear-cut case. And the judges did well. It was very clear. So it wasn't as ambiguous as the first debate. But this debate was very clear to the audience, actually. I think the audience would agree with this, too.
Yeah, hold on. Let me make the poll. I didn't make the poll yet.
Oh,
did I make the poll?
You gotta do the poll.
Oh, no, I took a screenshot. Okay, got it. Okay, I took a screenshot.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a screenshot, yeah. But...
No, that was it. You guys did. That was a great job. And, yes, this debate was actually boring. And that was all.
Boring?
Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you.
Anyways.
All right. Dwight, you want to say something?
Yeah, just a question for Joel. Would you agree that the rate of spin on the Earth's axis is intelligible? We can understand it.
Yeah.
Is that a moral question?
No, I don't think so. And only insofar as you're morally obligated not to lie about it.
Sure. So how is morality an aspect of intelligibility?
Well, because you're morally obligated not to lie about the findings of your research.
Sure, but that doesn't say anything about whether or not we can understand it. Go ahead.
Not debate, so up here, just
right. You asked a question, man. Morality is one of the preconditions of intelligibility because every day, all day long, we are making moral judgments. We read the news. We interact with our friends and family. We interact with strangers. And all day long, we are making moral judgments. We have consciences. And morality is unavoidable. I mean, if you don't think so, I guess you can try to make that point. But we make moral claims all the time. Anything that goes viral pretty much across the internet typically deals with some moral issue. And so how do we understand that? Well, we need to understand that morality is one of the preconditions of intelligibility, understandability of our world. And so that was my point tonight. And I understand that people get very worked up when you start to talk about morality. I'm not saying my opponent did, and I'm not saying that I did. I don't think either of us did. But just because it's emotional and just because it's personal and just because we may disagree, that does not mean it's not a precondition for intelligibility. So that's why I put it forward as something that is only grounded by God.
Thank you, Joel. Okay. No. We have to move on because
all right,
two people in the queue, and we still have to go to another debate. So yeah, sorry. It's okay. Go ahead.
I would say, for the record, there's 68 people in here. We're gonna start the next debate at 10:18 at the latest.
I mean, you can hop back in line if we have more time. So Kai, go ahead if you want to give your question. But
hey, I guess this is for Godless.
So Godless, I kind of like want to ask you, can you parse out the difference between like a absolute proposition and a relative one?
Well, I mean, depending on the context that you're talking about, an absolute one would be, something that is absolute and unchanging, like immutable would be how I would describe that.
Relative one?
Relative would take into consideration, different contexts.
Okay, yeah, thank you for answering. Yeah, that's my time.
Okay. And Miss, what you got for us?
Yeah, go ahead for both of them. Yeah.
First question I want to ask is it's quite simple. So, if you if you claim that God is um, immoral for allowing children to die, right? Are you applying a human moral stance to a divine being? And wouldn't that imply you believe in some higher moral law that even God must follow?
Is this
I
a
actually
question
didn't
for
make any kind of
me or my
argument
opponent?
from evil or anything.
Hold on, wait,
This is
Mace.
what godless. This is what
Who are you
godless.
addressing? Hold on, Mace. Who are you addressing?
Asking godless this question.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, I didn't make an argument from like a problem of evil argument tonight, and my problem, I did mention the unalivement of women and children and all that, but only in the context of unaliving women and children is not benevolent.
Me? Oh hell no. Okay.
No, yo, Mace. You have any other questions or no? That's it, right? No, that's it. No, sorry. You have to wait in line again. Sorry.
Okay.
Take it up. All right, so Mitch, go ahead.
This is for Joel. So you ran evolutionary argument against naturalism, Hume's problem of induction, moral subjectivism, whatever. How did you expect to get from these to the Christian God?
That's a good question. I never reasoned to the Christian God. If you notice, my argument was not an evidential argument towards God. And this is when the judges were speaking. I mean, I respect them, but I was laughing a little bit because the only concept of God that my argument would possibly work for is the triune God of Scripture. And I did my best to make that abundantly clear the entire time I was speaking.
You didn't really supply it. You didn't motivate it.
It's
let him speak, bro.
It's if you. My whole argument is predicated on the idea that you start from the Christian worldview and you get intelligibility. Intelligibility is something that arises from and is consistent within the fundamental presuppositions of Christianity. So that was my argument. My argument is not like Hume was right, therefore the Christian God. Hume happened to be right about causality and the is-ought problem, but that's just him inconsistently affirming the truth of my worldview. He's essentially stealing that concept from my biblical worldview. So the only worldview that grounds intelligibility is specifically the biblical Christian worldview. So that's why I kept on saying triune God, because it's the biblical Christian worldview that has the triune God of Scripture. So it's not an evidential case to God. It's a transcendental case starting with God and then grounding intelligibility, which I already showed obtains. Does that make sense?
I think that would have been staying on prompt a bit more, but yeah, thanks for the answer. Right, take care, everyone.
Yeah, that's what I said in the debate.
And let's do we want to make this next question our last one, and then we'll get on to the next debate. This will probably be the last one.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, Mace, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, appreciate it. So my other question is why is it morally permissible, right, for a doctor to end a life because of future suffering, but morally impermissible for an all-knowing God who might foresee suffering we cannot? This is for godless.
Can you provide a bit more context? I mean, if you're talking about abortion, then I don't think that is like a human person that's being ended. And I think that I prioritize the bodily autonomy of the woman.
Okay. Bro, can I debate this guy?
No, yo, mate,
Let's get out of here, bro.
thank you for
We'll
coming up.
schedule it later.
Coming up.
Send a
Thank you for coming
DM.
up.
We'll schedule it later.
Okay, thank you for coming up, guys. Okay, so thank you for the debaters for coming on this platform. We appreciate you guys for coming here.
Yeah, that was an amazing debate. Both of you guys are very intelligent, and we are grateful that you guys came onto our platform to debate, and you spent your time here, and we appreciate it. We are trying to host professional debates and keep doing this thing. So if you guys want to debate in the future, feel free to DM us. We will schedule it, keep it professional, and we appreciate you guys helping us with this project that we're doing. So
yeah,
thanks for hosting.
You guys, I'm giving you guys a follow, and you guys, I will give you guys a follow on my other account as well. So
can I make a shameless plug since I'm never on TikTok?
Absolutely, go ahead. Absolutely.
Okay, if you really want to see, I do debate streams. At least once or twice a month where I think I'm up to like, I don't know, it's all told, I think I've engaged in about, this is my 91st debate or dialogue. So if you want to see more of this kind of content, come on over to our YouTube channel. It's simply called The Think Institute. And we're a Christian nonprofit, but we're very active on YouTube, and we're always looking to have more conversations with people who agree with us and people who don't. So come on out, check it out, The Think Institute on YouTube. And thank you again to everybody who made this a great debate.
Absolutely, absolutely. So everyone, go check out the Think Institute on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to that and make those one of the YouTube channels that you check out. Godless Engineer, do you want to plug anything? Feel free to plug any of your projects. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm on YouTube too. I'm sort of part of a slight old guard over there on YouTube. So just I'm on YouTube, Godless Engineer. Also on Facebook and everything like that.
Yeah. Audience members, the 61 people in here, please go on YouTube and look up Godless Engineer and subscribe to him and make those one of the YouTube channels that you check out. So Godless Engineer on YouTube and the Think Institute on YouTube. Go support them and their projects. It's an honor to have both of you guys here.
It was my honor. Thanks so much for hosting, Shuka.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to our next debate. Jordan's here and C is here. We need both of them on the panel. And yeah, we'll get the last debate done. This next debate is going to be a very educational and jam-packed debate. So our next debate is going to be C versus Jordan on, does indeterminism have a more robust possibility of being true when compared to determinism? Before their debate, they're going to have a 20-minute section to clarify terms, basically, because this is going to be, these two individuals are highly intellectual, and this debate is going to be very complex. So it's very necessary that we define terms and make sure the audience is on board with what they're about to discuss. So let's get started with that. And then we'll talk about the format after. So AR, can you do 20 minutes on TikTok in regards to the timer thing?
I don't even know. Let me try. I'll try.
I know you can do.
Yes, we can. We can. Okay, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me know when do you want me to start the timer, or if you want to wait until they say the first word.
Yeah, whatever you guys say your first word. 20 minutes of just clarifying the terms, and then we'll get into the actual debate.
Okay. Okay. I guess. Am I starting? Is it? I don't remember what.
Yeah, you. Can
go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. Anyone?
Conversation. There's no real.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can start with
semantics. Go ahead.
Start with indeterminism, and then I'll do determinism maybe, and then we can move into metaphysics.
Actually, I'm gonna do determinism if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Because indeterminism is kind of just the negation, right?
It's true. It's true.
So, there's one thing I want to say is there's no absolute right way to use a term. Language is bendy, right? We can use it for a lot of different things. But in the philosophical literature, especially analytic philosophy, determinism has a pretty strict meaning, right? Can I get on the
big screen?
Yeah. See if this works.
Oh, AR, you got the background, right? You need me to send it to you, or?
There we go. So.
You there, AR?
I'm on it.
There we go. So causal determinism is, roughly speaking, the idea that every event is necessitated. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sure. That's cool. Is necessitated by antecedent events and conditions, together with the laws of nature. Now, what the hell does that actually mean, right? So what that means is that given some initial conditions and a set of laws of nature, right, that things are going to be fixed from that point on, right? And I've got some visual. Oh wait, here we go. Can I zoom in on this? Oh no. So I don't know if you guys can see that because I can't zoom in. So if you guys can see, this is kind of a messy rig here, but what you've got is on the top there, you see, kind of the starting place, right? Those are the initial conditions, and you have a straight arrow, right? And that's just supposed to represent that given those initial conditions, the laws of nature are going to fix every world state, right? That follows that, right? From beginning to, well, end, if there is such a thing. Where indeterminism is going to be any world, an indeterministic world is going to be a world where things that there's any kind of openness to the future, right? Even if, theoretically, even if there were only two possible ways the world could turn out, that would, in the absolute minimum sense, be an indeterministic world, right? I think a lot of people think about indeterminism in that right area where you kind of have these branches, right? I tend to think of it as this kind of fuzzy, structured thing, right? The important thing to remember is that determinism asks that things be, that what it entails is that there's one possible future and that it could not turn out otherwise, right? That the future is fixed by the past and the laws of nature.
I like to say causality usually, but yeah, laws of nature works in this case. We can definitely, I think that's totally fair.
So you agree with the diagram and the way he's explaining it?
Well, I mean, I had already seen it. He gave me the PowerPoint to this earlier, and obviously, like, I recognize that this is a very specific version of determinism. Like, specifically, this is hard determinism. And then, of course, we have different versions of determinism. We have, compatibilism. We have soft compatibilism. We have semi-compatibilism. We have narrow incompatibilism. We have evolutionism. So all of those are actually within. And then, of course, we also have the Valerian model, which actually takes both, right? It's both indeterminism and determinism in one two-stage model. So what he's doing here is we're trying not to make it too complex. And so we're agreeing to do this as a definition, but like, obviously we both recognize that this isn't,
it's not the only way to understand determinism.
Yeah.
But
like
it
is
really the most clean. It's the most clean. Right.
And we're going to go with it.
Okay. Yeah. And the other thing too, is that, this is the way that this is the kind of working definition in analytic philosophy on this question. And another thing that's an important thing to point out is that, at least initially, we're not talking about free will. Whether determinism or indeterminism holds is distinct from the free will question. They're related, they're connected, right? But they're not the same question, because it's compatibilists, right? What compatibilists argue, right, is that free will is compatible with determinism.
Yes.
Jordan, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is this to both Jordan and C, the determinism in question in terms of what is being defined as, the agreed upon definition is that there's only one
possible future,
possible next state of affairs from the antecedent state of affairs.
Right.
Yeah. We're sort of just going to be analyzing and working through the question together. This is going to be less of a debate per se, and more of two philosophers sitting down and really talking through determinism and indeterminism. I'm sorry if that's not what you guys are used to, but starting to be the vibes.
Are there not opening questions or something? I mean, opening statements?
Yeah, there will be. So this is going to be a bit different. They're going to have like 6-minute openers, and then there's going to be like sections of open cross-examination. But yeah, like 2 6-minute openers, and then 14 section 1, 14-minute section 2, 14-minute section 3, and 5-minute closers. And I'm pretty sure C and Jordan, you guys determined like how you're going to divide those sections up, like what you're going to cover for each of them.
Yeah, we have like relative sections and questions that we both worked on together that we want to work through, and I think it should be fun. It's going to be a great debate. Well, it's not really a debate, but it's going to be fun for us.
A critical discussion.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
I love this.
Yep.
All right, so we got determinism is agreed upon. So indeterminism, that's agreed upon. It's just there's more than one next possible state of affairs, right?
Right. Exactly.
All right. Now, what else? What else do we need to agree on?
That's the main thing. I mean, free will. We will talk about free will at the very last section.
Yes, the last section we'll move on.
So it might be worth defining those terms now. We can kind of refer back to them later. So like I said, compatibilism is just the view that free will is compatible with determinism of exactly this kind of model, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're reading like a philosophy paper, outside of like a philosophy paper, I can't tell you, but if you're reading a philosophy paper, almost definitely when they say they're compatibilists, what they mean is that even though there's only one possible future, you can still have free will.
Mm-hmm.
That's compatibilist.
Just to clarify, for the audience, and just to clarify, if this is what you also mean by what you said, those compatibilists view what they're trying to say is that even though there's only one possible state of affairs that comes next, it's the one that I want, and because it's the one that I want, it's free.
No,
there's different. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so imagine that the process when it initially begins, that is technically indeterminate, and then as soon as the process begins, there are issues with the framework. So you have all of this presup and all of this perception that causes a deterministic framework. So you have science, you have all of this stuff, physics, and all of that is going to influence the way that the individual responds to the stimuli. So when they respond, they're responding through a filter of perception. You're not responding senselessly to data. You're responding through a wall of perception with all of these built-in presup. And when that happens, it's almost triggering this event where you both try to make decisions with rational process, but you are living within a deterministic framework.
So there's another way to think about it is that there's different theories of what makes it compatible, what counts as as a free choice versus a not free choice, right? So the old school compatibilist was like,
that is what is most important, is that you have a sliver of choice within compatibilism.
Well, it's just so the way that the classical compatibilists talk about it is that if you're doing what you want, it's free. Now, there's a lot of people recognized, there's issues with that. So the later kind of compatibilism is you've got second order desires. That's one account. You've got character-based accounts. So like if it's in line with your character, it counts as free. Another account is called reason responsiveness. So the idea is that if you're responsive to reasons, then what you do counts as free.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's the classical. That's good. That's good too. We don't have to talk about all of the other versions. There's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, those are the big three.
Let's try to wrap it up.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We'll move on from definitions into opening statements. You can open whenever you want.
Wait, is that everything? You guys can use the time.
I was gonna do a metaphysical definition too, but I feel like if the audience feels like they understand that determinism is a branch of metaphysics and they understand what that entails and that means, then we can definitely move on. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think definition of metaphysics is relevant to this. Yeah, I think it makes sense what you guys defined so far.
Okay.
Are you guys ready to move on to opening statements and get it started?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And yeah, we can do that. I guess AR. I would say Jordan. Honestly, you can. Oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna need a 6-minute timer. But I was gonna say like the timer was at 6:49 anyway. But yeah, let's get a 6-minute timer on them, and yeah, we can get started with.
Yeah, I mean, well, 6-minute timer on Jordan, right?
Yeah, and he can do.
That's for the opener.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. For Jordan, all right. You want me to put them on the screens, like both of them?
Oh no, we could just keep it like this with the topic, and then and they can debate from there. Unless do you guys have a preference, or are you guys?
I don't need the screen until we start talking about arguments. So I've got the arguments on screen.
Okay.
Too. So for anybody who might be able to see it, at least.
This will work.
Just tell me when.
All right, it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. So I want to frame this argument, right, or this position, as leaving certain ideas behind. I think that the problem with determinism is that by its nature, it introduces law talk, necessity talk, and that these words and the kind of intuitions that they pump, by their very nature, give people theistic intuitions, and they give ground to the theists to grab onto. I suggest that we instead leave these past comforts behind, that they were for people who were, as Dewey says, on a quest for certainty. But that what we've realized is that we don't need perfection. We don't need absolute knowledge. That good enough is good enough. Okay? So I'll be presenting a few different arguments. The key thing to actually, I might need this screen for this, or it might be helpful here. one thing to understand is that when we talk about laws, right, that there are actually multiple accounts of what I call order makers. And laws are only one possible account of order makers. That what we are after is some theory that would explain why, both in terms of scientific use, in terms of practical thought, and in terms of metaphysics, why the world is stable, right? Why the world is orderly enough for us to predict it, right? Or what I call being predictively tractable, right? And that once we consider the possibilities, and once we consider the problems that come with any kind of necessity being entailed by a theory, we'll see that not only is determinism unnecessary, it has, relative to indeterminism, has a much, much higher epistemic burden and metaphysical burden. That it's epistemically and metaphysically heavy, right? And that indeterminism is going to be the lighter case and the more practical one. So I'll cede my time to C.
Okay. With that, we can move on to C's opening statement. That will be 6 minutes. And we can start your timer in a sec whenever you say your...
You said C, right? C is next, right? So yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
You want me to put C on the big screen, or what are we doing here?
Let's put you back on the big screen, and then...
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, got it. Right.
And if you need it, C, if you need the big screen, let us know, and we'll put you on the big screen.
You're all good. I had like a tiny little picture that I added to the slide, but I don't actually need it. It was mostly just for the audience to like, I guess, have like a visual representation of what determinism and indeterminism encompasses, and all the different terms that sort of fall under that umbrella. Anyway,
yeah.
You guys can start whenever you want.
Whenever you say your first word.
Okay. If our choices are in fact not truly determined by previous causes or like eternal ones, I just want to keep that in mind, just because obviously I believe that the universe is eternal. So within like my view or my frame, like I think it should be included. So in the case of the universe, if they are indeed random, though, I feel like this actually undermines the notion of this like supposed moral responsibility that comes along with this slice of free will that the randomness of indeterminism provides. Like for me, that's what is, I think, a bit confusing, because I feel like if one wishes to engage with the concept and you say, okay, let's put free will to the side, which I understand doing, but I also feel like when you do that, you remove moral culpability to like some extent, because I don't know, an action or a choice, if truly random, it's hard to see how it could be attributed to an agent as a result of their will. Like, after all, how would you know? It's supposed to be random. I guess I would also argue that if our choices are random, we like obviously can't be held responsible. Like, I'm not sure. Like, obviously, I recognize you can't be held responsible in determinism either. Like, I don't have a problem with that. That in itself is a non-issue. I feel like the problem is that we're trying to have a system with randomness as a means to have some agency, and yet that agency means nothing for like choice. So I guess I don't really understand the result or like the true conclusion of what indeterminism is really trying to achieve with what it's saying. So if our actions are determined, like, can we truly be said to have made a choice? And if they are random, can we be held responsible with this supposed free will, slice of free will? I guess I also have a luck objection, like furthermore, like just because of libertarianism, I feel like. I mean, obviously within libertarianism, it's a subsect of indeterminism. And my main issue with it is that it doesn't acknowledge intersectionality. Like the whole idea of the randomness, it doesn't take into account like when others quote unquote roll that dice, like they're in a different place intersectionality wise. So I feel like that randomness also isn't accounting for that, whereas like determinism is directly accounting for that as a causality. The causality of the effect of all of these intersectionalities affects the person due to the stimuli. But if you have a random system, I don't really understand how that can play out the same way. Anyway, those are sort of like my opening qualms with the theory, and we can sort of investigate those together, and you can break down how you really feel about that. Anyway, that's it. Gonna cede my time.
Okay, and with that, that will be the end of her opening statement. Now we're going into like the open cross-examination periods. So the first section of open cross-examination will be 14 minutes. So you guys will get 14 minutes, and like, what's going to be the topic for this section?
Just whether indeterminism is true.
Okay.
Or whether it was something else, wasn't it? See, didn't you write it down?
Oh, I did write down our little questions in our sections, if that's what you're asking.
Just about the main core of the arguments, right? About whether we're justified in believing determinism.
Yeah. You wanted to focus on a couple different things. So even if indeterminism is true, does it support the inability of being otherwise? That's one.
Wait, are we starting?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're sort of just gonna let it flow.
I got it.
Cool. So we can start with that one, or we can start with, does indeterminism or determinism hold? Like, out of the two definitions that we just gave, and also the opening statements with like our issues with determinism versus indeterminism, how do we feel about their claim holding? Do they have a relatively robust claim? Like, how are you feeling about that right now?
Okay, so first, I'm actually going to address her opening statements later because that's when they're going to be the most relevant. So I'm just going to focus right now on this kind of indeterminism versus determinism thing, right? So can I get the screen, please? So as I was saying before, as in the opening statements, what we've got here is a non-exhaustive account, different accounts of what I'm calling order makers, right? And only that laws hold necessarily, and that's going to come in a couple of different flavors. One where we call it necessitarianism, where they hold it something like across all possible worlds, and not a logical necessity, okay, which is just going to hold within a particular world, right? Now, there are options where they have both deterministic and indeterministic interpretations, but you would have to, one, establish that deterministic version is true, and then deal with the kinds of problems that those have. And I'll get into my kind of first argument, right? So one issue is that, actually, I'm going to skip this one. One issue is that for determinism to be true, there can't be any ontic vagueness. What do I mean by ontic vagueness, right? That you can think of ontic vagueness as being the opposite of being sharp and determinate, right? Crisp, right? That everything is in the world and all its objects are in definite states, right? If there's any kind of indeterminacy in the state, right, the world state, the issue is that will introduce indeterminacy even to deterministic laws, right? So one thing that a determinist will have to show is that there is no ontic vagueness, that we live in an ontically crisp world. So that's kind of my kind of opening argument here.
For sure. I've definitely like considered this before. I think I've mentioned this author to you before, but if you want to read Daniel Dennett or like Russin or like Merleau-Ponty, they all sort of explore this same kind of thing where we're talking about sense data, analyzing that sense data, and what does that really mean? Because it's not being done in a vacuum. And obviously that makes it so that the empirical process, right, isn't quote unquote perfect. And yes, of course, there's issues with it, but I feel like even if we were to like recognize that like potentially we're not getting the best data and we could be missing differences in the data, or like, I do get that, but I feel like it makes the argument extra complex because I don't know. I feel like maybe it doesn't even matter. Like, obviously, we still need to use sense data to move forward and make scientific models, regardless of whether they're not 100% perfect, right? You're free to respond whenever. Jordan, have you gone?
Bro, I put you on mute because you had a lot of background noise, but you can unmute yourself.
Doing good, Jordan? You there? All right, you're on mute, but like you can unmute.
Okay, I can move on to, I guess, the next. Hold on, let me look at a slide and see if I can try to figure out what he's talking about.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
There you go,
Yeah,
bro.
we can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think my headphones just died. That's fine. So it seems like what you're getting into here is that just because, we have incomplete data, that when we do experiments in the lab, it's not these like exact, results, that it's a kind of band, and that, what we try to do is look for more variables. We try to,
find the sources of the noise and try to exclude them. And, metrologists work on measurement to get it tighter and tighter and tighter. And, we try to minimize this. And that really, if we just knew more, we would see that determinism is true. The problem is that for that to be true, determinism has to be true, right? So this idea that like every fact is going to be kind of epistemically accessible, that there's this kind of global epistemic tractability, right? Depends on determinism being true for that to be the result, right?
I don't know if it's like has to be absolutely true. I think that the evidence has to be robust enough for scientists, people who are peer reviewing, people who are working within the field to consider the data noteworthy. Like, obviously, I recognize that like not all data will be 100% empirically like super accurate. I do recognize that like everybody's processing through perception and we all make mistakes and like we're humans, so obviously I recognize that it's not perfect, and it contains mistakes, but I still think it's a relatively good system. Like I do recognize that empiricism in general like has some pitfalls, but I do think that like obviously gravity works as gravity does. Like I drop a spoon, it drops on the floor. Like I don't think that that's going to change anytime soon. So like I'm still going to rely on my sense data.
Sure. Right. Yeah. I'm not denying that. What I'm trying to get at is that one, an indeterminist is not going to disagree with any of that.
Yeah.
Right. So we have this, I think there's a certain tendency, and I'm not saying that you have this tendency, but there's this general tendency to think, well, if something like strict determinism isn't true, that there's this kind of like tendency to think, well, it's either perfect order or total chaos, right? But that's not what an indeterminist is going to be committed to, right? What an indeterminist is going to be committed to is that there are no necessary laws, right? That there are no way things, that, generally B will follow, event B will follow event A, maybe, to the smallest decimal, right? But what the indeterminate says is open, that sometimes that relationship might not always hold, right? That it might almost always hold, but not always hold, right? And so you're absolutely right, but that's exactly to the point of the indeterminist, right? Which is we work with, our knowledge is vague, ambiguity abounds, and we do just fine. That to do science, to live our lives, we do not need necessary event relationships. We just need stable ones, right?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's a totally a fair point. I have definitely considered the pitfalls of, especially when you get into quantum physics, obviously, like I do recognize that we don't know everything and we may not. The other thing is that we are creatures that may not be capable of understanding it. I really hope that's not the case, because I like to think that one day I will have access to all the answers in the universe. I know that's not the case, and it probably never will be for humankind, but I think it's cool to think about.
Yeah. Well, one issue, and I didn't write this argument down, but the one issue is that even if determinism is true, we're not going to be able to know everything, because there are, and this especially shows up in chaotic systems, the precision that you would need and the computational power for all its inputs that you would require basically perfect information and infinite compute power, which two things we would never have.
But it is cool to think about.
Sure. And so one issue with determinism is that by its own lights, right, we're never going to be able to tell the difference between determinism and indeterminism, right?
I mean, sometimes I do think that, like, especially in the case of like the Valerian model, that they could work together. Like, obviously, I think it'd be cool to maybe do some more work, like combining them, or like I'd like to read some more contemporary stuff where like people, I don't know, attempt to blend them together rather than keep them as separate terms. But obviously, like, I feel like there are potential problems with that.
Sure. One thing to think about is that the way that we've defined determinism, right, is determinism is at the very farthest end of a spectrum, right? It's absolute regularity. It's absolute stability, right? Unbreakable. But on there's a spectrum. So it's at the end of a spectrum. And as soon as you leave that furthest possible end of this, that at least within the world, right, of this absolute regularity, you move to a world of extremely high regularity, right? Now, part of the thing about indeterminism, though, is that different things, so indeterminism is going to allow degrees, right? So some systems might be like nigh deterministic, just barely short of determinism, where other systems might be more open, right? And so I'm going to say that is actually a theoretical advantage, right? Because we have a more flexible theory that's going to allow us to assign different levels of indeterminacy to different systems. Okay.
All right.
That gives us more possible models.
Have we fleshed out all the semantics? I mean, the timer's up.
Oh, yeah. We can move on to the next section.
Okay, that sounds good. You guys have 6-minute openers, starting with the affirmative.
Okay. Wait, I think we're just doing another section.
Yeah, we're just doing.
They're on section 2.
Yeah, we just moved to the next section.
Hey, where the hell you been, bro? What the heck?
Oh, yo, my fault. Oh shit! If I cross-examination, got it.
Okay, can I? Since this is already
yeah, it's 14 minutes. You got it.
It's the end of the night, and I have to be on it.
Yeah. I forgot. It's a weird format. It's not the same format as we.
And Coco, what am I supposed to be? What am I supposed to be judging?
Hold on, ISO. Don't talk. Just let them discuss.
Okay, no, we got it. Okay.
Wait, so, actually, for this one, are we gonna need judges? Or
because it doesn't seem like we're really weighing anything here.
I actually want to tag in Mitch, because he's actually way more competent on this topic than I could ever be.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Mitch would be a good. We'd love to talk to him. He's
Mitch is really smart, and
Oh my god, this is a weird. It's a weird format for me. I'm not used to this shit. I'm just saying. Okay, I got it. So,
I'm loving the discussion, right? But I'm like, I can't. Like, I don't know if they're arguing the prompt or they're arguing a different prompt.
no, they are. They're arguing the prompt. Honestly, they're
Yeah.
arguing.
So yeah. So Mitch, I'll tag you in so you can come up for me.
Wait, to judge?
Judge, he's been listening this whole time. So.
Okay, I mean, Mitch, you want to judge or?
Yeah, he said he would.
Okay, fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, where's he at? I don't see him. I see him requesting, but I don't see him on the request box. It's weird. Fuck me. Okay, all right. Let me just try to request him up. Oh shit! No.
Did we get him?
Now he's there. Yeah, he's good.
But yeah, welcome, Mitch.
Okay, I think we're gonna drop you. Thank you. All right. So, we're at section 2, 14 minutes, and it's like back and forth. Like it doesn't matter who it is, right? It's not like crossing.
Yeah, we're just talking.
I got you. It's like back and forth type open discussion. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I got you.
Only discussing the material.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. But sorry. All right. Let me know when you guys say your first word.
Okay. Jordan, you want to move on to even if indeterminism is true, does it support the inability of being otherwise?
Right.
Let's move on to that.
Yeah. So and this is, I think, going to be a little bit more. This is going to be more speculative, right? I think there's some reasons to think so, but I don't think that this is going to be something that's in any way, shape, or form definite. So one thing is that if the ontic vagueness or ontic indeterminacy of world states, of objects is the case, then that's going to even to affect the determinacy of something like classical mechanics. Okay, because classical mechanics, at least on my understanding, depends on phase space, which is done in rational numbers. One kind of scientific argument, and let me qualify that, like, I'm not in a strong position to defend this, but I think it's worth talking about. One argument is that due to Bekenstein's, I believe it is, bound, there are, and what Bekenstein's bound is basically that you cannot have infinite information in a finite space. And that because of that, you no longer can move, because that what that means then is that in a finite space, there is that state is indeterminate, right? That space is indeterminate. And because it's the state itself is indeterminate, when you apply even the classical laws, there are multiple solutions. And this is known as the infinite precision problem. So I don't know. What do you make of that?
Yeah, when I read it, honestly, it was the first time I had really, I guess, thought about that idea. I don't know how practical it is in, like, I don't know, application with, like, how we function with our current like scientific method, but I obviously recognize that, like, it's interesting. I just don't know how much it affects, like, current sense data, or, like, if you were to consider determinism instead of indeterminism. I feel like that sort of speculative idea, I don't know, I just feel like it's not really grounded in much. And so I would just be like, it's not really for me.
Well, So one thing that is also going to create an issue, at least on my understanding, is the Planck length, right? Which is the shortest possible length, where length still does something like make sense on my understanding. And that's going to also disturb the kind of infinite precision. My understanding is there are alternative models that you can replace the phase space with finite numbers, but that is going to result in this kind of indeterminacy on my understanding.
Right.
Now, I think, but so depending on how that's worked out, I think that by itself is a good reason to think that that kind of indeterminacy would allow for us to do otherwise, given that it affects even. My understanding too is that there are reasons to think that there are certain kinds of indeterminacy in the brain that some people have argued, not necessarily making this argument myself, that some people have argued that even in a place like the brain, that it is a dynamic system, a chaotic system, and so that even small indeterminacies at the quantum level can be amplified. So again, that's not, and I think even if that holds true, I don't think that that's going to be definitive. And it certainly doesn't say anything about whether we have free will.
No,
this has nothing to do with whether we have free will. That's a separate question.
That is the last thing that we'll get to with but I guess I had a couple questions for you. Are you like a Cartesian in your model? Do you think your body is determined and your mind is what's free?
No, I think it's all indeterminate, all of it.
Okay, interesting.
Now, I think some things are very stable, right? So again, when we talk, if we think about that continuum, right, where determinism is at this absolute end, right? My
And what of self-determination? Like perception, habit, and precept? Like, how do you feel about those when they're faced against indeterminism?
I think I'm agnostic about libertarian free will.
Okay.
But actually, well, I'm going to save some of what I'm going to want to say about this until that next section.
Sure. That's totally fair. And what do you think about intersubjectivity and how that may affect, I guess I should wait for it, for potential freedom. That's fine. Yeah, I think likely we can move on to the last section. I'm trying to think if I have anything else that doesn't have to do with moral culpability or freedom, but I feel like most of our questions around the theory that I had have been answered for the most part. Maybe I guess lived experience, and like the body, its active engagement with the world. Like, what's the lived experience of the body, and what is that way of being / interacting with the world? What is that doing to like potential agency, I suppose?
Well, I mean, in my view, at least, agency is going to be even a third distinct question. So I would separate agency from free will.
Yeah, that's why I decided it was fair enough to ask now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think agency can be characterized as being able to learn from and act on what you learn with respect to your environment, right? The way that you have a kind of self-awareness in how you kind of, as the embodied cognitivists say, you couple with different aspects of your environment.
Mm.
That's something in that ballpark is what I would count as agency. But to be fair, I don't have a very well developed account of agency.
Yeah, I mean, I think agency is tied to will, but I do understand that it can be distinct for some people, which is why I wanted to ask, just because it's always interesting to know. For me, I think they're 100% linked. Actually, I am wondering. I have a little question for you that is specifically just about agency. So,
okay,
if I am aware that my influence over others is in fact stimuli that others react to, and they change their behavior partly or wholly due to my influence, am I participating in agency of some kind?
I would say so.
I've always been curious about that just because, like, technically you're prompting that other person to make a choice, but like you don't actively make a choice. But like obviously I also recognize that, like, I don't know, maybe you were always going to prompt them to make that choice under the laws of determinism, or how much choice do I really have no matter what? Maybe I was always going to participate in that habit. Maybe I was always going to ask them, or maybe not. I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting one for you to ponder.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's at least a case to be made. Well, one, I think agency by its very nature is social. I don't think.
But say
maybe not. You couldn't be an agent without, but that your agency is strengthened through sociality.
That's what I would. Okay. The other day, I discussed this with a couple different friends because I also asked them the question. They both had different interpretations. Juster was similar to yours, where he thought the potential of having all of these individuals who are prompting choice in others, they are the stimuli for others, right? That is creating this web of what would be potentially a lot of agency. Or is it like not doing that? Is it actually like convoluting it? Is it making it more murky? Is it less agency because there's so many connections and webs? I don't know. Especially within a deterministic framework, if you're to consider it, I mean, I don't know. I see like very little option for choice still, but I still love the idea of analyzing the question. I don't know.
Well, I think, and this is something I would put as an addendum to what I was saying about agency before, is that part of the agency is being able to modify your environment, right? I think that's an important part of, well, I think it's kind of was implicit in what I was saying, but I think it's worth making explicit that you can change things, right? You can change, the layout of your house. You can, pick up, do recycling, pick up the street, right? You can take a dirty street and turn it into a clean street. You can build things, you can, landscape, etc., right? And that's just you as an individual. Now, our agency is limited by what we can influence, but when we act in a group, and especially if we're organized in the right way, every spectacular thing that human beings have ever done have been done through
a kind of group agency, right? The
Mm,
pyramids, going to the moon, etc.,
starting to
etc.
sound like Sarcha. Careful.
Right?
You might dip your toe right into absolute freedom.
Well, I would, yeah. I kind of take his point to be a little bit different, but yeah.
But yeah, this last section that we're gonna move into, we're gonna be focusing on free will, but we're also gonna be focusing on like intersubjectivity, how that affects freedom, but also how that affects human invention. Um, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about maybe epiphenomenon, stuff like that. So
Okay.
it should be a fun third section. So yeah, you can start whenever you want if you want to.
Yeah, we'll start whenever you say your first word. Go ahead.
Go ahead. See.
Oh, sure. I can start. Within intersubjectivity and freedom. So our freedom is constrained by others. I am an object. The other is an object. We both interact, and thus I am a person with consciousness. What do you think this is doing to the potential for freedom? Because you're in this very small box, right? Where the other has taught me everything that I know, and I have taught the other everything they know. And of course, we have all this outside precept. A chair is a chair long before you're born. English is English long before you're born. But outside of that, when your parents teach you and you teach your friends and they teach whatever, the web is giant. What is this doing to potential freedom? Because I think it's narrowing it. Like I don't even see room for choice or agency when we recognize that the other teaches us and we teach the other, and without them we are feral. Like
Yeah,
feral
makes sense.
children who don't know anything and don't go past that border, that boundary.
But when you, for example, learn mathematics, okay, or let's say you learn a lot about engineering. After you've learned about engineering, can you do more or less? Are there more things that you can do or less things that you can do?
Yes, and I recognize that as a step. And it's interesting because obviously we have access to more information right now. But say we put ourselves back to Homo habilis, they have way less access to info. Like you're just two creatures who are really making new inventions, a lot of new inventions for the first time. And I do always wonder, like, I guess what's prompting, especially with like a lack of information. Like nowadays it makes sense because there's so much access to information. I build off of this and that's built off of a billion philosophers before me. But when you're the first to do something, or you're like, I'm wondering how that leap occurs when I'm considering the intersubjectivity of how we become conscious beings. I'm like, where am I? How is that occurring with lack of access to info?
Yeah, I think it's a guess, but it's not just any guess. It's a guess. It's a I don't want to say that. It's something more than an educated guess, but it is also an educated guess, right? It's an abduction, right? So you're putting forward something that you're explaining. By putting this forward, you're saying, well, if A is true, then this surprising fact S would be a matter of course, right? Now, not every abduction is, of course, going to hold out, right? In fact, most of them aren't. but it is interesting that human beings can typically, because if you think about all the possible abductions you could make, we tend to work things out and come down to something relatively tight in a finite amount of time, right? That I think there's a case to be made that there's a kind of, especially once you become very familiar with the subject, but maybe even better if you're familiar with multiple subjects, is that within your expertise, you can make this, even though there's who knows how many options available to you, you can abduce and work things out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that and I'm wondering, like, is it just a building blocks of like a relative rationalization? But I'm also just thinking of how little tool access we had at a certain point in history and how far that's come. Like, obviously leaps and bounds. And then of course we have the issue with epiphenomeny, where I would expect within a system, if I were to plug in A, I get B. But I don't always expect it to happen so many times. And in fact, I think it's always a little strange when it happens multiple times, especially for things that I feel like are very trivial. Like, for example, like hairbrushes. Like, obviously plenty of different societies didn't have hairbrushes and had different forms of having their hair or styling their hair. But then you have a lot of different cultures who create a hairbrush to brush their hair. And I always wondered why that would be. I mean, it seems like such a bizarre item for it to be created without influence by the other, by so many different populations, instead of just not brushing their hair, right?
Yeah. Well, that's going to be a need that a lot of people face. But it is wild. But there's also like Leibniz and Newton both inventing calculus, although my understanding is somewhat different variations, but calculus nonetheless. Charles Sanders Peirce and Gottlieb Frege both independently developed predicate calculus, that is, or sometimes known as quantificational logic. I think they're not exactly the same thing, but they're often used interchangeably. There's a lot of wild things like that. There's a lot of like inventions and ideas that emerge independently.
Yeah, and aren't absolutely necessary. They're just done out of, I don't know, passion for math or a want to brush your hair for some reason or another. And it is interesting to think about what prompted those decisions. And like, obviously, I would argue that it's all causality. I just don't always know if I have like the best explanation at all times for the cause of that item or object or phenomenon or whatever it is. And obviously, I will recognize as like, I think that's a small loophole in determinism. I think it's like, I don't really know what to do with it. The fact that we can't pinpoint all of the causes. I mean, I don't think that the theory like loses a lot of points for that, because obviously you can't do something like that. Like, it would be super difficult to prove something like that scientifically. But still, I don't know. I think it's something to poke a small hole in determinism potentially, or at least for me it is.
I see.
Anyway, do you have any further questions about free will in
well, I believe you had questions you wanted answered.
I have a couple others, but I wanted to give you an opportunity because
Go
I
ahead.
already asked the intersective one, I'm so sorry, intersubjective one and stuff like that.
Right.
But yes, I can move on to more stuff. So
Sure.
if it's truly random indeterminism, how do you deal with free will and culpability in your system? Do you think that there's moral culpability with randomness, and do you think there's free will within your system?
Well, I think one thing that I think is worth mentioning is that I think the word random, I think, already kind of presses things in a certain direction, right? I think that one thing that we don't recognize is that indeterministic event relationships, like I said earlier, they come in degrees. But my view is actually that at least with a strong sense of moral responsibility, the kind of what I call legal responsibility or retributive responsibility, the kind of responsibility that would ground, retributive punishment. Okay. I think that even if libertarian, there's like a knockdown account of libertarian free will, like the metaphysical account, that even that would not ground free will. And I'll tell you why. The issue is going to be that I'll tell you why. The issue is going to be that any account of libertarian free will, even if it's true, like we know it for a fact, is going to have problems with three things. One, it's going to have problems with determining exactly who has free will. Because there's nothing about free will that says if it's true, people automatically have it, right? There's all sorts of reasons to think that some people might not meet the conditions, right? The other problem it's going to have is determining when, and by determining, I mean in an epistemic sense, just to be clear, it's going to have a problem determining when a particular choice or set of choices or what have you are free. And finally, it's going to have a problem determining the degree. Because I think one thing that any account of free will is going to have to account for is degrees of free will. I think this is pretty obvious. Like the way that we treat a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 20-year-old, and maybe even 25, 30, 35, right? At each of those stages is that when they do certain things, we tend to think that they're more or less responsible, right? Just in our kind of, as a matter of our practices, right? Setting aside whether
In a pragmatic sense, we
Yeah.
hold them morally responsible, regardless of whether that agent holds moral responsibility. Sure.
Yeah, right. And in different degrees. Like if a 5-year-old slaps you in the face, you're gonna be mad, but you're gonna be like, it's a 5-year-old, right? Well, at least I hope that's one's response.
Yeah.
If a 15-year-old or if a 10-year-old slaps you in the face, you're gonna respond differently. It might not be the same as if a 15-year-old does, right? But intuitively, there's this kind of degreedness, right? And the issue for any account of robust moral responsibility is that if the action, we can't determine to what extent you are free, how can we offer a proportional punishment?
Which is also my issue with it, obviously, that you can't really assign moral culpability within the system, but it still functions as if it's free will in a capacity. And I feel like I'm not sure I guess, how to go about that. I mean, I guess you just accept it as it is, I suppose. You just say, well, you can't know for sure, so it is what it is. Yeah.
No, I think you get rid of prison as an institution.
Yeah, I mean,
think
I
that's what you
agree
do.
with that 100%. We should have rehabilitation centers. We are both on the same page there. Yeah, I just think that you change the stimuli, perhaps you'll change the behavior within a deterministic system, whereas you believe there's more potential for freedom to interact within the deterministic system to change that stimuli. Sure.
But I'll point out that we don't need a deterministic system to do that, right? That human beings are, I think a good way to think about my version of indeterminism, I call habitualism, right? That what I'm interested in, again, is getting rid of this law like talk and this necessity type talk, because I think it pumps the wrong intuitions. I think we should be doing something that's much more local, much more grounded, that we should use a different model, right? Because law just puts certain ideas in your head, I think, right? And I'm not saying everybody thinks that way, but I'm saying it's I think it creates the disposition, right?
Okay, guys, the time's up.
Okay, cool.
You can finish the last sentence, though. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I'll just say that we should instead think in terms of habits. Habits are stable. If anybody's ever smoked, they know how tough it is to stop smoking. Habits are stable, consistent things in our lives, right? And I would say that we're constituted by habits. And in constituted those habits, they're still open. You can break a habit, but habit's exactly the kind of thing that will invoke stability without closing off the future and engaging in this necessity law talk type stuff. So
okay, thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so now we're on to closers. The closer starts off with the affirmative first. They got 5 minutes, right? That's what we're agreed on. Okay, so 5 minute closers. Starting with the affirmative. We'll start whenever you say your first word. Go ahead.
Oh, so me first. Okay. Can I get the screen again?
The screen is. Does indeterminism have? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I thought you meant the prompt for a second, but yeah, I got you.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, got you.
Okay. So I'm just gonna run real quick. Okay, through these arguments. This is gonna be the fast and dirty version. Okay. So ultimately, I think that determinism in entailing ontic crispness and entailing nomological necessity has a heavier burden, right, of being forced to make claims that are supposed to hold indefinitely into the future, holds a higher epistemic claim. But in particular, the issue with determinism is that you have to solve the problem of induction in a relatively strong way. And for those who don't know, the problem of induction is simply that to justify induction, right, you cannot simply look at what we call the constant conjunction. We see event type A happen and event type B, and we just see those in conjunction. We see them together. But what we don't see, and we don't in our observation, we see nothing that would guarantee that they will hold forever into the future. And on the other side, there's nothing illogical. If I say that the Earth will stop spinning at 5 a.m., there's no contradiction entailed by that claim. Okay.
And the issue for the determinists relative to the indeterminists is that they have to show not just that we can justify believing in regularities with respect to the universe, but that we have to believe in absolute regularity. And that by its nature has a higher burden. The other issue is that the determinism with its initial conditions, because even C admitted that that those initial conditions are indeterministically generated. But the other option is that they themselves are determined. I think that option leads to a kind of necessitarianism. So determinism entails either indeterminism or necessitarianism. And on either case, there's a problem. With the indeterminism, the question is, so there is indeterminism, it's just all at the beginning. And I think a reasonable question is, why? I think the determinist owes us an account. Two, if the other horn, necessitarianism, the issue there is we face modal collapse. Our counterfactual practices become unjustified. We can't talk about the way things could have, we can't talk about counterfactuals, right? Where determinism, and the whole point of determinism is it's supposed to save our counterfactual practices, right? Because we could always say, well, the initial conditions could have been different. But if necessitarianism is true, they couldn't have been different. They have to be the way they are. And I can reasonably ask, well, why do they have to be this way? What about the world is such that things have to be this way? I think there are some answers to that, but I do think they come with some pretty big costs. That's my general set of arguments. I have a few more, but that's my main ones. I will see the rest of my time to see.
Thank you for that. And then we move on to our last closer for the night. C, go ahead. Do you want the big screen or do you want me to just put the prompt?
Nah, the little screens. Chill.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. We'll give you 5 minutes. And we'll start the timer whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Honestly, I had something else prepared, but I feel more inclined to just go with the flow and respond on the spot to what Jordan is really getting at. And I do agree, and I also disagree with some of your sentiments.
Okay.
I do agree that obviously in this particular case, since we've chosen hard determinism as the definition for determinism, it's going to have a higher proof of burden because we've narrowed the scope so much. So, yes, I do think that in this case, the burden shifts more onto determinism, especially hard determinism in this case. If I broadened my scope to include more of determinism and the umbrella that encompasses, then I think that it would be in a different spot, like the way that we engage with the argument. But as far as like the current discourse, yes, like full hard determinism does have those pitfalls, and it always will because of things like quantum physics and the nature of the universe being eternal, things like that we don't really fully have answers to. And of course, I have to recognize them. But I still think that determinism as a model in general, for the information that we have within the scientific community, our understanding of the way that we interact as human beings, I think it's important to recognize causality, to recognize the importance of precept and the conditions with how they affect the way that we move through the world and take up habits and the way that we're affected with perception. All of those things are going to be encompassed within determinism, and they're going to have an effect on the person. I feel like indeterminism, it sometimes is going to miss out on the intersectionalities of life and the complications that come along with a deterministic system. But I do think that it was a lovely debate, or not really a debate,
Critical
discourse
discussion.
between two friends. And I really enjoyed it. I hope the crowd wasn't too bored, but I had a really good time. Anyway, I'm gonna secede my time, and that's it.
All right, thank you for that. It was a good debate. And now we get to the judges. Whoever wants to start first, go ahead. You guys can start. Whoever, doesn't matter who. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
Mitch.
keep it kind of short and sweet. So well done both. I think Jordan won all rounds. Just as an overview, there were arguments given for indeterminism in each round. Whether it be kind of the epistemic burden that determinists have, claiming that all events in the universe, are necessitated. All the kind of the cool argument about the kind of the phase space, and if you have like infinite precision under determinism, you'll never be able to like specify that. That was a cool argument. So yeah, I'd give it to Jordan. I would maybe ask something like how comes free will came up at all?
I think there might have been some miscommunication, and that's okay. That happens.
Always going to discuss free will
Right.
for the last section, so I figured I may as well just bring it up in the opening so that people have maybe understood like where we were going to conclude with. That's sort of what I was thinking.
I gotcha.
Right. Well,
All right.
Well done, both. Well done.
All right, next judge. Give your opinion, and then give your judgment. Go ahead. Either one, ISO or Cage, doesn't matter.
Yeah, there was a lot that I had to write down here, and my notes are all filled. But I'll keep it pretty short because I'm not interested in rehashing every single thing. I was weirded out by a couple of things here, which was during the cross. I believe it was C that mentioned if determinism. No, sorry, I think it was Jordan that mentioned if determinism is true, is the principle of alternative possibilities true? Which one is sort of plausibly explains it, which wasn't touched on further than that. It's kind of left there. The other thing I wanted to say that really seemed to slide it in favor of Jordan for me was when C gave her sort of objections to indeterminism. When Jordan gave his argument for indeterminism and C responded that if, it's expected that if we have global epistemic trackability, if and only if determinism is true, and if determinism is true, the inverse, material implication both ways. She sort of agreed that our system isn't perfect, but it's well ordered enough such that the sense data is reliable, which I suppose is all right if you're limiting that to your epistemic commitments, but the type of thing that the determinist in the way that we've defined it wants to say is that the system is perfect, where A entails B necessarily. Speaking of which, this is the last thing here. Jordan responded to that with, this is compatible with indeterminism. The disjunction between perfect order and chaos is false. He mentioned that indeterminism is simply committed to there being no necessary laws where the modality is nomological or logical. The indeterminist is just committed to saying if A or if B is causally explained by A, B does not always or necessarily obtain, whether that's in every possible world with respect to logical determinists or a nomological specific world in, world A or world B or something like that. And that's when I took it that his position motivated me to accept that over the inverse. So that's it.
So is that Jordan? Jordan got 2?
Yeah, I take it Jordan motivated his position better. So.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so ISO, go ahead. Last Judgment, go ahead. ISO, you there?
We put him to sleep.
I never
Bro,
want to hear
there's
him
no way
say.
ISO fell asleep, bro.
I never
Invite
want
him
to
to
hear him
unmute.
say. Cage, can I learn
ISO.
some philosophy? Cage, can you send me some papers? I'm never doing it. You're never living this down, Emmanuel. If you can hear me, I'm never letting you forget this.
Bro, there's no way right now you fell asleep, bro. There's no way.
Do you know how many lectures
We don't
I
have to
would
be
have
sorry.
gotten? Would have gotten ridiculed if I fell asleep in lecture. Are you kidding? People would have stuffed stuff in my ears.
Yo, bro, ISO, for real though, you fell asleep on the live right now? As the last voter?
He was in the chat talking for so long.
Yo, ISO, we're gonna roast you tomorrow. I'm telling you, we're gonna cook the shit out of you. If you don't actually wake up right now, bro.
This is terrible.
I'm gonna clip all of this, ISO. We're gonna just make fun of you the whole day tomorrow. It's gonna be the whole day. We're gonna make it a topic. We're gonna make it a prompt, bro.
We didn't even. Oh my god, we didn't even get into like just motivation.
Is AR dragging someone for falling asleep on the live?
I'm not. Hold up. When I fall asleep on a live, right? I'm not useful in any way. ISO is dependent on right now. He's literally a judge.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I also recognize that Jordan 1, I think it was hard for me to take on the hard determinist position. It's always a lot of burden in any kind of debate, I think, to take on the hard determinist position. But I thought it was fun anyway to do it.
I have a question for Jordan. If if we could move to questions since ISO doesn't want to be awake.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Jordan, is there room for? So, do you take stable systems to be similar to deterministic systems?
Well, again, so like when I talked about the continuum, right? So some systems, right, might be extremely, extremely stable, right, such that there's.
Hold on, just for a second. Anybody who's a mod, try to bring people up, kick people down. I'm about to go out. All right, man. Enjoy your night.
All right, thanks.
Just leave.
I'm not leaving.
Question for you, Jordan. I have a question for you, Jordan.
Wait, I'm not leaving. I'm still listening to everybody. Okay, I'm here still.
Okay.
All right. So are stable systems similar to determined systems?
Well, again, I think there's a continuum, right? And some of those systems, and maybe, I can't rule out that the whole world is extremely stable such that, like I said earlier.
But you would say there are some stable systems within your indeterministic framework, right?
Yeah, there's.
And I'm wondering if those are similar to determined systems within an indeterministic system, and if that's true, is that deriving a contradiction?
No, because think about it in terms of this, right? There's degrees, right? There's a continuum of irregularity, right? So on one end is a complete absence of regularity. It just pure, it's like we can't even think about it, right? Because it would be so chaotic, right? Absolute irregularity. On the other end, absolute regularity. Never fails, must happen, necessary, right? But in the middle, there's degrees of regularity. Now, some of those systems might be extremely regular, right? But the important thing is that an indeterminist doesn't have to commit to it being absolute regular, right? They can say, look, there are no the laws don't, or even if we're going to accept laws, which the laws don't have to be pushy, right? They don't have to make things happen, right? We could just we could be Humeans and describe just the regularity, right? Just what they call a best systems approach. That's fine. And maybe the best system is a deterministic law is the best descriptor. But just because it's the best descriptor doesn't mean the thing that it's describing is in fact deterministic in this strong metaphysical sense, right? Because a best system could say, look, even if there was an exception to this, like if we somehow could look at the whole history of our world and we saw, well, there is actually an exception to this law here. There was a time when the outcome didn't follow the law. It still might be the best descriptor because there's only one exception, right? So all that the indeterminist is saying is that it doesn't have to happen that way. The indeterminist is okay with saying it will, right? But there's a difference between saying it will and it has to.
Hell yeah.
Hi, I'm Missy. All of this went over my head. Well, most of it did, but I had a question for Jordan.
Okay.
Does randomness exist?
Well, what indeterminacy entails is that when things happen, right, that there are different possibilities that might come out of that. Now, the differences might be incredibly small, right? It might be the tiniest bit of fuzz, so to speak, right? That, you can think about it. You can think about it as if I'm flipping a quarter, like I could get it to flip to heads every time, right? But there might be small variations of exactly how it lands, how it bounces, where.
So I'm hearing yes.
Yeah.
For me, the idea of true randomness, of something being random, seems nonsensical, and I don't know how else to put that. Like the idea of me rolling dice and it not being what it is going to be, just it's very hard for me to grasp, if that makes sense. And maybe this is just because I'm a layman and I really don't understand the conversation as well as y'all do.
Well, let me ask you this. So let's take away the theoretical for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
In your life, right?
Sure.
In your lived experience, when you're doing things, when you're cooking or something, or when you game, or right, you do things all the time that when you do it, the result isn't always the same. It might be, it's maybe within some bounds or something, right? Like it's some kind of cloud of different possibilities, but there's like,
okay,
you can broadly.
I need to put this into a way that I can understand, because I am not of the understanding currently.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate you stopping me.
I'm good at that.
Yeah. So anytime, like, okay.
I love dice and I love D&D. If you can tie it into that,
sure.
Perfect.
When you
so
throw
like the
the
idea
dice,
of like when I throw the dice, gravity is affecting it. My hand is affecting it.
Sure
the
is.
air resistance.
Agreed.
Even things like sound waves, right? All of these things which can be measured, right? So I'm confused on how those dice could land in any other way than is determined by their by physics.
Right. So what indeterminism is committed to is that the physics, if we're going to use law talk, which I think that we shouldn't, but for right now, so the physical laws, right? The laws of physics.
Yeah.
That they themselves, right? So for example, maybe, and I'm not saying this is the case, I'm just saying maybe it works like this, right?
Yeah.
So maybe with a little fluctuation in the air, there's when you release the dice, right? Maybe there's a little fluctuation somewhere in there, right?
I exhale instead of inhale.
Because of something, some weird,
Yeah.
indeterministic event, right? Because part of what I'm saying is that part of what's happening is that all the things you're talking about, yeah, they're the case, but there's no reason to think that they are in the case in a way that is, number one, crisp and clean, and like that they are an exact, super precise state of being, right? That there might be a little bit of fuzz to how they are, to their state, right?
And so I guess my misunderstanding was, I think, in the understanding of indeterminism itself.
Right.
I mean, it's just a very hard concept to grasp. And I've even said this, like, it sounds oxymoronic, and I don't mean that in a bad way.
Right.
Like,
I understand.
it just, you know what I mean? Like, indeterminism, it's hard for me to understand. And so it's something that I'm
let me try one more thing. Let me try one more thing.
Thank you.
So you've got habits, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are good, some of them are bad.
Yes, but I'm like very about my habits.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, your habits are pretty stable features of your life. It's hard. I mean, at least in my experience, and maybe yours is different. It's real hard to start them, to kind of gain a habit.
I would agree.
And
Yes.
It's hard to break them, right?
Yeah.
But habits are the kinds of things, right, that we don't think of as like, at least any single habit, as saying, think about a smoker. And look, I'm not trying to bring free will into this. That's not what I'm doing here.
No, I know what you mean. You're good.
Very clear.
You're good.
But like, let's say you're a smoker, right? And you're
Okay.
trying to quit.
I was. So it's all good.
Right. Yeah. So you're trying to quit. And sometimes that habit wins out and sometimes it doesn't. And you don't know, from what I've seen of people quitting smoking, and I've known quite a few, they don't always know exactly when it's going to hit them, right? When that habit's going to overpower it. There's not this clear thing. So one way to think about it is that everything has habits. That the world is in fact composed of habits. Go ahead.
So our habits are still determined by our psychological states. So, like, am I misunderstanding that habits that you're saying habits are random in some way?
No, okay. I think you're, so that kind of black and white, right? So like, what I'm saying,
seeing it as a spectrum, as hard determinism on one end and indeterminism as the other end.
No, yeah, it's not that. Indeterminism is just anything that's not that far end determinism. Everything else is indeterminism. So what I'm saying is that habitualism is saying it's not all the way at the other end. It's somewhere like, it's like 3/4 of the way towards determinism, let's say. I'm not committed to that, but
Okay. So it's allowing wiggle room for things like quantum mechanics and things like, logical inconsistencies that something like a hard determinist would have problems with. So it's less of, I guess I saw it as a very hard stance to take rather than, but thank you for clarifying that.
Right.
I really do appreciate that.
Right.
and I will
Yes.
ask dumb questions to anyone at any time.
That was not at all a dumb question. I'm so glad that you asked it. Thank you for giving me the chance to clarify.
My pleasure, always. I actually would love to talk about indeterminism with both you and C more.
Yeah,
I would
we should
really
talk.
love
We'll talk
to
about
do
it
that.
sometime.
Yeah. Cool.
I have a question too, and it's
Sure.
probably following the same trend as like Sage and Missy. Probably just maybe just rewording it in a different way that maybe fits my concepts. Because it seems like when we're having this conversation, I'm trying to understand the difference here between like some. I don't know what is meant now when people say soft. At least from this conversation, I'm not know what is meant when people are saying soft determinism. I'm not sure what's also being meant when you're saying degrees of indeterminism.
Right.
Yeah.
So think of it like this. So one thing that happens, right, is you guys know how like how TikTok is full of like therapy speak, but like the therapy speak doesn't conform with the way that those where those phrases and stuff come from. They've mutated, right? So part of that is also happened with a lot of the as different people kind of take up the literature, there's these kind of mutations. So it's understandable why this is like super confusing, right? I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think it's a thing that makes communication harder, right? But to your question, so let me ask you this: do you think the future is open?
What do you mean by that?
Do you think there are different ways the world might turn out?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you're in this professional philosophy, professional analytic philosophy. In that sense of the word determinism and indeterminism, you're an indeterminist. That's what I was trying to show. If you wouldn't mind putting the video, my screen back up.
Sure. I'm not sure any mods are awake.
Oh shit. Are they all gone?
Sleep.
You guys, if we want, we can go to
Let's
my
dip and
Discord.
go to the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all can come to my Discord. If you want in, Bobby, I'll let you in.
All right. I'm gonna peace out.
I'm pretty sure C, Jordan, and Mitch are already in there. Sage is in there.
Yep.
Send me I think I try to follow you, but if you can like just send me a Discord in my DMs.
Yeah.
Send me. But
yeah, I got you.
So what is okay? But before you leave, what is self-determinism at that point? I guess because I always thought like that was some kind of degree of compatibility or something.
No, soft determinism. There actually isn't a soft determinism. There's
there is.
hard determinism, there's hard incompatibilism, and there's illusionism. I guess there could be soft determinism, but I don't think it's like I don't know if there are like a lot of published papers around it.
Yeah. Soft determinism is just compatibilism.
Yeah, it's just compatibilism. That's what I always thought. Which is, there also is soft compatibilism, if that's what you're referring to.
So the positions are like you've got libertarians who you've got incompatibilists, right? So incompatibilists come in traditionally 2 flavors, but really you could say 3. An incompatibilist is somebody who either who believes free will and determinism are not compatible. So you've got libertarians, they're types of incompatibilists, and then you've also got hard determinists, right? They're types of incompatibilists. And then you flip that on the other side, you've got compatibilists, right? And then you've got like soft determinists who would say something like compatible is free will is compatible with determinism, and determinism might be true. And then I don't know if there is like a position where it's like it's compatible with determinism, but determinism is not true or something like that. But yeah, the soft determinist is a compatibilist.
Yeah.
And the hard, yeah.
Yes. But what is what when we talk about degrees of freedom, what view holds this best?
So it's best not to use the hard soft distinction here, right? Hard and soft. So a hard determinist is just somebody who is not going to accept free will being compatible with determinism, and a soft determinist is just somebody who will. So that's better just left as compatibilist and incompatibilist, really, or a hard determinist. When it comes to like degrees of freedom, it's not really discussed, like different degrees of freedom. Yeah, it's more like in free will, it's more like, where do you get your freedom from and what can you do with it, right? So it's like, do you get your freedom from there being some kind of leeway, right? Could there be like otherwise situations, whether you're a compatibilist or a libertarian? You can have like otherwise situations. And what do you do with it? Is it for like moral responsibility, or something else, like ability, or the ability to reason, or something like that?
I understand. I guess I would imagine like the hard incompatibilists wouldn't have such a thing as degrees of freedom in their view, right? It wouldn't be something that makes sense. So I mean, another hard. I mean, not the hard determinist. I mean, not the hard incompatibilist. The hard determinist will have such. I don't think they'll have. I'm not too sure. I don't believe they'll have such a thing as like a degree of freedom in their view. So maybe I wasn't well read on like sort of determinism and compatibilism in this sense, where the way Jordan is describing it, it seems like indeterminism is just the ability to know that. Well, I need to read out for sure, but the ability to know that there could be different options somehow.
So this was about causal determinism, this debate, and it's the idea that for any event, right, that event was necessitated by the previous event plus the laws of nature.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna
I,
peace out,
I was.
guys. It's 1:08 here.
Yeah.
see.
You ought to go to bed.
Thanks, guys. It was so
Nah,
good. Bye.
Wow. I didn't know I was teacupping this whole time.
you talking this whole time? I didn't
Not
realize.
the whole time, but I thought Mitch was just muscling me out.
Muscling you out.
Yeah, because I would start talking, and then you would keep talking, and I'd just be like, all right, I guess.
Oh, muted, I think.
No, yeah, I was teacupping. I didn't, because I accidentally clicked on Bobby's profile. Shit. Woo! And remember, you can be, both, because like now what we call a hard incompatibilist denies that that either determinacy or indeterminacy are going to be compatible with free will. But the but you can be an indeterminist and still deny free will. I think you can be a libertarian and deny moral responsibility. So there's a lot of kind of different ways to approach this. So
Actually, that last one is good. I mean, also like I had a conversation with Mitch, and he sent me some papers to read up on. So my views on libertarian free wills also has been modified since then. So, well, because of those papers, that was
right.
that article he sent. So I mean, yeah, it is. I think there's a lot to chew on, but I think it's just now because now I want to read more on it. I think my views are very intuitive is just to
Sure.
read up on what is actually called and what I'm actually trying to say when I speak.
Right.
So, but yeah,
And the thing is, the thing to remember is that other people are going to be confused by you, right? So when you use the academic terminology, people are going to be confused. So you expect yourself to have to explain yourself still. So it's it's kind of, but I'll at least understand what you're saying. Mitch will understand what you're saying. People who are kind of more familiar with the terminology will understand, and you'll be able to have more clear conversations because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's important to me that I kind of understand what I'm saying, I think, and what I'm mean. Like, if I could conceptualize what these words mean when I say them, and actually know, okay, this is what this are. I think that's important to me. And of course, I mean, I tend to talk pretty layman anyways, so I could probably hopefully I could communicate to people. But yeah, this was actually very good. I actually do think you did a very good job in your position, and he's gone. Well,
Yo,
everyone,
what's going on, everybody?
hi, Jib. Why don't you
I
just
know I missed it.
You missed everything.
Yeah, I know. I got busy with something, but I thought maybe I might come and meet something, but
Well,
guess not.
Jordan won.
Mm-hmm.
He motivated his views. Actually, yeah, and honestly, thinking about it, he did motivate his views pretty well.
Mm-hmm. I see. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
There's that.
But everyone has left. I'm pretty sure Coco's asleep. Pretty sure AR's asleep.
Damn. I'm sorry, Jordan. But like, I mean, in my defense, I was reading a really good book, so. Damn.
That's pretty good. I was doing some work while the debate was going, so it was pretty nice. This was probably the most interesting debate of the whole night. I mean, first one was pretty good. First one was life permitting universe.
I
Pretty good. I think this second one was just kind of like, at least the one that came in with to motivate it, like God, if God is true or real.
I mean, those are, like, in my opinion, those boring ones, though. Like the whole, is God real?
I mean, I've seen some better conversations, but yeah, this was definitely good. At least it gave me a lot to chew on, so I appreciate that. So
I get you. Yeah, at least you benefit from it,
I did. I actually enjoyed this one. I actually did. I was doing some work, and it was good talk, and I enjoyed it.
Damn, bro. Well, yeah, damn. I don't feel bad for missing, but hey.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop. You guys have a good night.
You as well, man.